Well, what a brilliant start to the Royal Rumble, because Pat McAfee's music hit and he made his grand return to WWE. And I don't think the Corey Graves and Michael Cole actually knew about this, because they both lost their minds. It really did make me feel warm and fuzzy in my tum-tum, and it made me smile, which is the point of wrestling. Pro wrestling tease. You're damn right I did that. But seriously, within 30 seconds I was going, well, that's getting an up, because it definitely deserves it up. Amazingly too, the first match was the men's Royal Rumble, so I was like, that must mean something. And our first two entrants were Gunther and Sheamus, and this was so damn smart, because what did those two do back in 2022? They absolutely kicked each other's ass. Conductor hands. So I am actually going to give that an up too, because I was like, oh, WWE, you're so clever. And then The Miz was in at number 3, and quite incredibly, he has now been in 14 Royal Rumbles. You can't insult that man's career. He decided he didn't want to get in the squared circle, obviously, because he didn't want to take on these two warriors, but eventually they did get him in there and they absolutely murked him when Kofi Kingston was number 4, and he got such a nice reaction, I wiped a little tear away from my eye. I mean, that's not true, but I was just so damn happy. We were also zooming through people in this Royal Rumble, which was the same for the women's later. I think Triple H must have been going, screw 2 minutes, I'm just going to push the button, when the next person in was Johnny Gargano. And I don't actually think we treated this in the right way. He's been gone for like 5 weeks. People just like, oh, there he is, Mr. Wrestling. I am going to throw a random up in here, because it was around this juncture I was like, oh my gosh, this crowd is so damn loud and they're making this even more fun. So you do have to give that an up. When we had our first elimination, it was The Miz, and Sheamus road kicked him to the floor. Goodbye. Thankfully for Kofi, Xavier Woods was then number 6, and do not forget, if the New Day win the Rumble, they all win the Royal Rumble. I got that wrong, I'm going to keep going anyway. At one point, they pretended they were going to fight, and instead, they just slapped each other's buttocks. That's right, that's what they did. Just put them in the Hall of Fame already. Karrion Kross was in at number 7, and he had his spooky wookie entrance, so he too must have been backstage going, I'm not going out there until you hit the black and white button, when Chad Gable came out to shoosh people. 9 was Drew McIntyre, and this is when it got really strange, because he looked at Karrion Kross, and Karrion Kross looked at Drew, and McIntyre's probably like, we had a feud last year, when he just ran at Karrion and Claymore'd him out the ring. And I was like, wait a minute. This dude lost to Rey Mysterio on SmackDown, then he was only in the Rumble for about 2 minutes. Something is brewing here, and we should keep an eye on it. It was in this moment between McIntyre and Gunther, and now I'm starting to think maybe at WrestleMania we're going to do Sheamus versus Drew McIntyre versus Gunther, which I'd be all up for, when Santos Escobar was in at number 10. So that's only 2 eliminations in the first 10. One of them was Karrion Kross. See? Angelo Dawkins was number 11 when Gunther got rid of both Xavier Woods and Kofi Kingston. I think Kofi was meant to land on a chair, which would have been his special exit, because Michael Cole's all like, oh man, I only think one of his feet lands on the floor because the other one is in a chair. Now, thankfully, we just left this because it has become so convoluted. I enjoy the dumb Royal Rumble rules, but this man had clearly been thrown out. McAfee then had a great line though, because Brock Lesnar was number 12, and he was all like, Kof, if I were you, no matter what they'd say, I would give it 20 minutes before you get back in there. And honestly, people treated Brock Lesnar like he was the greatest thing since sliced bread. Everybody went crazy. We did some big men slapping man meat, because he did get into it with Sheamus and Drew McIntyre. When he threw out Dawkins, he threw out Gable, and he threw out Escobar. And I was like, man, I need someone to treat me how WWE treats Brock Lesnar. It's just so funny. We also had a stare down between Gunther and Lesnar, so now I do want to see that match, because you could feel a buzz in the air, when Bobby Lashley was number 13. I mean, it's almost like we booked this stuff. He speared Lesnar right away before he speared everybody else when Lesnar got up to give him the F5, when from nowhere, Bob was just like, nah, bruh, I don't appreciate what you did to me on Raw and SmackDown. And he just clotheslined Brock Lesnar out. The noise that came out of my mouth, it was like, meh, which actually kind of sounds like the Royal Rumble countdown buzzer, 3, 2, 1, and everybody sold this like it was a big deal, and I actually thought this was tremendous, because as Michael Cole said, Brock Lesnar was only in the damn thing for 3 minutes, so now this sets up their WrestleMania match, which was the best thing about both Royal Rumbles. We did loads of that, and afterwards, of course, Brock went mad and he was destroying everything, but that was so well put together, I am giving it an up. He also made sure to absolutely wreck Baron Corbin when he was trying to come in next, and we'll get to that in just 1 second. When Seth Rollins was in at 15. My only advice about Seth Rollins today is do not ask him about CM Punk. He also threw Corbin in the ring before just eliminating him, And I didn't really understand that. Now, I do want to shout out Baron Corbin because he just does whatever you ask him to do and he does it so well. But as I keep going on about here on Ups and Downs, I just kind of feel like we could take this character and tweak it a little bit and he could go on a tear. And look, if you're not going to win the thing, I suppose you may be involved with an angle like this. I really think it helped anything, so it's getting it down. Otis was in at 16 with Rey Mysterio being 17, and I started wagging my finger going, haha, I bet I know what's going to happen here. And I was correct. And we'll get to that in just 1 second, because before we did get to 18, there was more super strange stuff when Seth Rollins was about to be slammed by Bobby Lashley when he slipped off the back and he just eliminated him. Now, I know they've been embroiled in all this US title stuff, but it kind of just happened and it felt damn anticlimactic, which was then saved by number 18, Dominic Mysterio. The condom. He came out wearing Daddy Ray's mask, and while it was never told to whistle down the lens, it was quite obvious he'd beaten up his dad and basically stolen his clothing. This is when Michael Cole also called him a piece of shit. I don't know why I like this so much, but I did. Dominic Mysterio entering the Royal Rumble felt like the biggest thing so far. I'm giving it an up. We then learned that Otis was taken out during Dominic's entrance, so that shows how much we think about him. When Elias was next, and he came in with his guitar and he smashed it over Gunther's back. So I was like, well, you're just a little bit of a dick. He also got Claymore and Broad Kick simultaneously, so he only lasted 39 seconds. He probably has to go back to Ezekiel. When in at number 20 was Finn Balor. And I was actually cheering this because, of course, he can help out Dominic. How have the Judgment Day become good guys? The Judgment Day then threw out Johnny Gargano as they were about to take over the Royal Rumble when one of my predictions came true because Booker T was in at number 21. He basically did the spinneroonie when Gunther threw him out. And once again, this was just so damn clever, especially when we get to the end of the thing. 22 was Damian Priest, and he did this amazing scream thing when he came to the ring, just went as he walked down. And once again, I was hoopering and hollering because now Judgment Day could take over. For some reason, this is what I wanted, but of course there was a twist. Because even though Montez Ford was number 23, he only lasted a minute before Damian Priest eliminated him, so something has to be going on with that because it was really odd when we got to 24, and it was the returning Edge. And who does Edge hate? The Judgment Day. He also loves making big surprise returns at the Royal Rumble, and he threw out Finn Balor, and he threw out Damian Priest. But something terrible has happened, so I was like, oh, thanks a lot, Rated R Superstar. I didn't want that to happen, although you must keep in your brains he did not eliminate Dom. And in fact, when he tried to do this, Balor and Priest were so mad, they just grabbed Edge and they threw him out. This is my favorite Royal Rumble rule. As long as you go over the top rope, it doesn't matter if my nan is responsible. The refs still go, I'm sorry, you need to leave. Austin Theory was number 25 as the Judgment Day and Edge fought all the way down the aisleway, which is when Rhea Ripley came out. She beat up Edge for a bit when, of course, Beth Copeland made her return. Not Beth Copeland, Beth Phoenix. I'm losing my brain. That's her wrestling name. And she gave Rhea Ripley a spear, which good old Rhea was actually going to sell in her Royal Rumble in about 25 minutes. Not more than that, about an hour. Everybody was then screwed because Omos was in here, and I was like, well, he's so damn tall. Who's ever going to be able to throw him out? Although I still stand by the fact he should have come out there to help Bobby Lashley so we could rebuild the Hurt Business. And about 40 seconds passed before I went, I bet number 27, is Braun Strowman. And then what happened? Raw! And here came Braun Strowman. Corey Graves also shouted Monster Fight when this happened. I was like, that is a weird thing to just shout there into the ether. And actually, eliminating Omos wasn't hard at all, because Braun Strowman just did it, and then he got naked. He didn't get naked, but he definitely took his thumb off. I was then convinced that number 28 was going to be Cody Rhodes, because it felt like we needed a big pop here, but instead it was Ricochet. For some reason, this is when Michael Cole just started taking shots at Top Dollar. I mean, I don't know why he did do this, and usually I would defend my man Dollar, but he insulted bald people recently, so he gets 9. Sheamus and Drew McIntyre kept on saving each other throughout this, and I think that's important to keep in your brains. I think it's going to tie into something where number 29 was actually quite the surprise, because not only was it Logan Paul, not only was he drinking a Prime energy drink, but I think finally somebody has told him, you have to be a heel, you absolute goober, because he just came out here as the most arrogant man ever. He still hit this amazing buckshot lariat because regardless what you think about him, he is a really good pro wrestler. When it was time for 30, and it was Cody Rhodes. This absolutely rocked too because Cody is so over, although I do think there was a portion of the audience who was like, man, we wanted Sami Zayn, but do not worry about that. And he was able to eliminate Dominic Mysterio. And then this power bomb he took from Braun Strowman, I mean, he murked it. There was then this incredible springboard clothesline collision between Logan Paul and Ricochet, and I kid you not, This was so good, you have to go and find it and watch it right now. And it was also so good, I am giving this up. WWE played it like 9 times. I was like, man, you could have done it 12. It was like nothing else. Theory then did away with Ricochet, meaning our final 4 was Austin, Seth, Cody, and Gunther. Although, of course, I forgot somebody else, but we'll talk about that in just 1 second. And because Gunther was just being put over as the Iron Man, Cody and Seth actually worked together. Who would have thunk it? And then did that again to throw out theories. This was going crazy when they found Gunther and gave him 2 pedigrees, because screw that guy. And obviously this was a wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And it was around about this time that we were told, oh, can you believe it? Gunther has just broken the record for the longest time in traditional Royal Rumbles. That's because we're not counting Bryan Danielson's run when we had the greatest Royal Rumble. But to be fair, that event was stupid, so it kind of makes sense. We then got such a swerve because, as I've already told you, I totally forgot that Logan Paul was in the thing. And I believe this was the idea too, because he snuck up behind Seth Rollins and he eliminated him. And then just all of a sudden, everything came clear as day. Of course we should do Seth Rollins versus Logan Paul at WrestleMania. That's a really good idea, if I do say so myself. He also started pointing at the sign like an asshole, so once again I do think he understands that he should be a bad guy. When Cody grabbed him, he eliminated him, which meant the last 2 was Cody Rhodes and Gunther. And once again, can you see how well this connects? If not, look, I'm doing it with my hands. It was also really good because it tied into the fact that Gunther kept chopping Cody Rhodes in his injured pec, but he was able to fight back. Eventually, he threw Gunther to the floor, and now Cody Rhodes, the guy that left in 2016 because he wanted to be a bigger star, has won the Royal Rumble. Is going to WrestleMania. I love this story. So this was the right move, as I said on many a video, but I do agree, in terms of how this Royal Rumble went, it was far more by the numbers than I was expecting, but I still think we built a lot for WrestleMania. I still had a good time, and it still kind of kept me on tenterhooks throughout, and I love the fact that we built Gunther in this way. We have to do something massive with him too, but the American Nightmare should have always been the guy, and of course he pointed at the sign, so that's an epidemic that's going around. Even though they have got a finger, I am going to give the whole thing an up. The Pitch Black match was then next. And this was stupid. Because all it meant was that we turned off the lights and that all the wrestlers should wear neon. And Bray Wyatt had this mask that was almost like kind of lighting up in the weird lighting that we did have. And my big takeaway was, man, I really would like a Mountain Dew. LA Knight's gear was also neon for no apparent reason. So this was just a big advert. That's all it was. And look, fair play to WWE. You go out there and you make your bags of cash. But when it came to a match, it lasted 5 minutes. They whacked each other with weapons for a while. And that was basically it. Bray then hit Sister Abigail. 1, 2, 3. This was my face. Look, man, we did all that build up for this. You gotta give it a down. Now, I did like the fact that when we were done, we got back into the spooky wookie, and all of a sudden Bray Wyatt's face turned to like a demon face, which was interesting. And even though Lara was hitting him in the head with a kendo stick, Bray Wyatt just no-sold this, because I assume his brain is made out of concrete. They then made their way to this staging area over to the side, when Bray Wyatt took out LA Knight, when all of a sudden, on a platform above him, Uncle Howdy was there doing his dance, when he jumped off, hit an elbow onto LA Knight, and I presume when he did land, he hit the pyro button because all these fireworks went off. A big shout out to Pat McAfee as well, because when he was introduced to Uncle Howdy, he said something like, "Howdy doody, welcome to Texas." So I'm so glad he's back. And I will tell you this, when it comes to Bray Wyatt now, I would rather skits like this as opposed to the matches. I never understand the matches, but this stuff I kind of quite like, even though I have absolutely no idea where it's going. So what we really should have done is that the bell rings, ding ding, Uncle Howdy turns up, he drinks some Mountain Dew and goes, man, that's delicious, because that's how Uncle Howdy talks now. He hit this elbow, and we would have been done. I did like this bit. Up. Alexa Bliss versus Bianca Belair for the Raw Women's title was next, and I clearly have no idea what I'm talking about, because this isn't what I was thinking at all. And why? Because Bianca Belair just won after 7 minutes. As like funny business, this could have been done on Raw, and it was a decent match, like I enjoyed it, but eventually just hit the KOD, and she got the 1, 2, 3. So I was like, what was the point of all this bliss? Oh my gosh, I'm going crazy now. Didn't do anything. Now there was a weird video afterwards with Alexa going crazy, so I suppose we are still heading in this direction. And look, the match was okay. There was nothing wrong with it, so I am going to give it an up. But in terms of the overall feel and how the build tied in, I didn't get this one at all. That was really weird. Down. I tell you what did rock though, mostly because of the winner, the Women's Royal Rumble. Now, Rhea herself was in at number 1, and she was still selling that spear from earlier by Beth Phoenix, and Liv Morgan was number 2. So I was like, oh man, Liv, so close. She wanted to be numero uno, but she didn't get it. The clock was absolutely flying during this Royal Rumble as well, as we had Dana Brooke at 3, Emma at 4, and Shayna Baszler at number 5. Bayley was in at number 6, and she teased that she was going to be thrown out straight away when Liv Morgan hit the Oblivion. This is when I like Bales, because she's just got it. And somebody that did go out instantly was B-Fab. She walked in, she looked around, and then she was on the floor in 32 seconds. I don't think the future is very bright for Hit Row. It was Rhea Ripley who did this, which did tie into the story, and Cole once again took a shot at Top Dollar. But it's the next entrant that made me feel warm and fuzzy in my tum-tum, because it was the NXT Women's Champion, Roxanne Perez. And seriously, she is so good. You could put her on the main roster tomorrow on Raw and SmackDown, and she would just find her way. And she got a nice reaction here. I like this, I'm giving it an up. She also went after Bayley and Ripley right away, which is a great way to establish herself. And of course, the next 2 entrants were Damage Control. My word. Bayley, Io Sky, and Dakota Kai used this. They just started taking out everyone. They chucked Dana Brooke and Emma when they also did the same thing to Roxanne Perez. But it's actually got a reaction out of me. I was like, I can't believe they did that, those sons of guns. So this was actually really smart. Also, if I was in the Royal Rumble, I would launch an investigation into this. How the hell did they come out back to back? I smell shenanigans. Natalya was number 11, and where the hell has she been, with Candice LeRae being number 12? This is when WWE tried to do one of those things, because Natty and Shayna Baszler stared off. And look, yeah, they were a tag team for a few months, but did they do much of anything? No. Damage Control then got rid of them, and I was annoyed, because I was like, damn it, I wanted Shayna Baszler to be like Gunther in the earlier match, so once again, that was quite good booking. When in at number 13 was Zoe Stark. Good. Xia Li was number 14 as Candice got thrown out by Io Sky, so once again we were pushing Damage Control, and the whole reason we were doing this is because who was in at 15? It was Becky Lynch. Well, she did kick ass for a little while, they then fell to the outside through the middle rope. Damage Control just beat her up. Becky Lynch not having a good time. Tegan Nox was 16 and she didn't really care about Becky on the outside, which did make me laugh, which built to another surprise at 17, and this was one of my favorite surprises throughout the entire evening, because Asuka made her return to WWE. She got kind of a brand new character, but also an old one. Because she has gone back to the Kana gimmick that she used to play, and she eliminated Tegan Nox pretty much straight off the bat. And I just like all of this, because as far as I'm concerned, Asuka is one of the best women's wrestlers ever. But get rid of women. One of the best wrestlers ever. I'm giving it an up. The joy continued because Doudrop was number 18, although now she's gone back to calling herself Piper Niven. So I have a question. Why the hell, for a good year, did you decide to ask people to call you Doudrop? That's really strange. The Rumble then did get a whole lot meaner, because here came Tamina, which is when Becky Lynch got back in, and she started throwing bones. When we had another surprise, because it was finally the debut of Chelsea Green. Now this one was interesting, because as soon as she got in the ring, Rhea Ripley grabbed her and threw her over the top rope, to the point the commentators were like, well, that's the fastest elimination in Women's Royal Rumble history. Now, if it was anybody else, I would be losing my rag right now, because I swear WWE always does crazy stuff to Chelsea Green, but given the rumors about which direction her character is going in, and how she sold this, I actually think we're using this as a platform for something else, so I'm going to hold my horses. Lynch then got her revenge, because of course she dumped Dakota Kai and Io Sky, when Bayley then snuck up and eliminated Becky Lynch. But this is when Liv Morgan eliminated Bayley, and that was actually quite a good sequence. The crowd loved it. Selena Vega was 21, and apparently she's doing something with Street Fighter 6, which is very cool, especially because she shares a name with a character in that. She got rid of Xia Li, and I ask you this, dear friend, what has Xia Li done since being called up to the main roster? I mean, basically nothing. Raquel Rodriguez was 22, with Maya Yim being number 23, although maybe she's Mitchin. I have absolutely no idea, because it changes every week. When Lacey Evans came in at 24, and even Pat McAfee didn't know what to make of this, because since he's been gone, she's had like 92 different characters. We zoom past that though, because we get to number 25, which I thought was so damn great. Because earlier in the night, we've been told, oh, look who it is, Michelle McCool, in the front row with her kids. So when her music started to play, she kind of emoji shrugged, like, all right, I guess I should get in there. This is the kind of nonsense I like with the Royal Rumble. If I had any kind of complaint with the whole show, we didn't do enough of this, but at least we did it here. Up. More NXT stars were in after this, because number 26 was Indy Hartwell, and I like this mostly because I like Indy Hartwell, where number 27 was Sonya Deville. Now, She eliminated Stark quite early on. I was a bit like, no, we shouldn't have done that. But as I always say, we should give more respect to Mrs. DeVille. Lacey Evans then threw out Vega as Shotzi arrived at 28. This is when Sonya was just getting rid of all the NXT people because she also eliminated Indy. So that kind of tore me down the middle because I do like both of them. When crazy Nikki Cross was in at number 29, I'm very happy we're going back to her old gimmick. It meant that number 30 had to be somewhat of a surprise because you had to give the fans something. And this had been rumoured earlier in the day, and before the clock had even got to 0, the clock hadn't even appeared on the screen, so somebody screwed up. Who made their big return to WWE? Doink the Clown. No, it wasn't. It was Nia Jax. Now, she was treated like Brock Lesnar because everyone just stopped and stared at her for a while. But this was pointless. Because everyone was like, all right, well, there's like 10 of us in the ring. There's only one of her. So they all beat her up. They all gave her these moves, none of which connected properly. And they just threw her out. Kind of looked around the room. That's like, I don't know why we did it. We then hit a fast forward because Raquel tossed Lacey Evans, Asuka did DeVille, Ripley said bye-bye to McCool, Yim eliminated Shotzi, Niven threw Yim when Rodriguez hurled out Niven. That happened so fast it hurt my brain. Rhea then got rid of Rodriguez, which meant our final four was Ripley, Asuka, Liv Morgan and Nikki Cross. And as soon as Morgan had got rid of Nikki, everybody was fighting on the apron, which is a dangerous place in the Royal Rumble. When Asuka went to spit the mist into Rhea Ripley's face, she ducked and she hit Liv Morgan instead. Whoops. Asuka was so shocked she got eliminated by Ripley, which meant, yes, who had come in at number 1 and 2 were now the last two entrants in the Rumble, which I did enjoy. But of course, Liv Morgan couldn't see here, but we still teased that she was going to eliminate Rhea Ripley. She didn't. She did this like leg scissor thing. She threw Morgan to the floor, and as soon as Rhea Ripley had won, I just started cheering, even though I'm alone in my house. This was the right thing to do, and I was pleased. Now, I do have to say that much like the men's Royal Rumble, this too was a little bit by the numbers. I think we all expected something massive to happen in both, but actually, when you break it down, they all built to WrestleMania, repeating myself now, and the right person won. I got no problem with that. It's a positive show, not going to be a negative Nancy. Give it up. Which brought us to our main event. Oh boy. Because it was, of course, Roman Reigns versus Kevin Owens for the WWE Unified Universal Championship. And man, did we treat this like a massive deal. And the whole time, the commentators were going, well, look, Sami Zayn is at ringside, and is he happy for Roman Reigns? Is he sad for Kevin Owens? What do we know about this boy? Especially because right now, there was no Usos, there was no Solo Sikoa, they stayed in the back. It was just a classic WWE main event match in the sense we went left, and we went right, and we went down, and we went up. But both these guys know what they're doing, so we just built and we built and we built until we started hitting Kevin Owens with spears, but he kept kicking out. The real twist was that shortly after Kevin had hit the pop-up powerbomb, the referee had been knocked to the floor, but when he connected with this move, Kevin Owens actually pinned Roman Reigns, and he had a visual pinfall over the head of the table, but there was no official to actually make it real. I was screaming. Roman then used this to smash Kevin Owens right in the balls as he told Sami Zayn, go get a chair, but as Sam responded, you told me not to do anything, Reigns said, well, I've changed my mind. Now, even though Sami Zayn did do this, he kind of hesitated when he had the chair, which meant Roman Reigns turned around into a stunner. At this point, the official was back, and he went 1, he went 2, and Roman Reigns kicked out at the last second. This was wonderful. Shouldn't have done it. We then went full on modern wrestling because Kevin kicked out of another spear as Sami Zayn and Paul Heyman were basically having kittens on the outside. But by this point, you could just feel something was brewing. I mean, Sami was even telling Owen, stay down, why won't you stay down? When Roman Reigns went to the outside and he speared KO through Barry Barricade. And what did I tell you? That's right, I'm not going to let this drop. When are we going to start being nice to Barry and remember that barricades have feelings too? Owens was so murked by this stage, he was basically hanging up like a puppet, which is when Roman Reigns took him over to Simba the Steel Steps and he whammed his head into it not once, but twice. And we are not talking about a normal whamming here. This was absolutely disgusting. Kind of made me feel a little bit sick. Somehow Owens kept fighting, but you could see what coming here. He was a dead man walking. So he did get speared for the 89th time, and it was a 1-2-3. But do not forget, 1, he actually had Roman Reigns beat, and 2, just you wait until what came next. But before that, good match, I liked it up. Usos and Solo Sikoa then did join, and Jay was going to put one of those flower necklaces around Sami Zayn's neck when Roman Reigns stopped him, and I just went ruh-roh. Because he instructed the Bloodline to absolutely decimate Kevin Owens, which they did do. I mean, they used a chair and they handcuffed him to the ropes, which is when Jimmy and Jay hit so many super kicks on him, I thought they were going to grow a cape. Of course, this is when Roman got the chair and he was going to wallop Kevin right in the head, when Sami Zayn got in his face and said, "Nah, Tribal Chief, you don't need to do this. You're better than that. The man is clearly done. Let's just go and have some pizza." Now, the reaction to this was something truly special because the crowd is so damn connected to this storyline. And when Roman heard Sam say this, you should have seen his face. It was like his wife had cheated on him. He was so disappointed. It was a huge mistake because, of course, he gave the chair to Sami Zayn. I was like, all right, well, if it's beneath me, you better do it. And the sheer emotional roller coaster we went on after this, you just got to give WWE a round of applause. Everybody played their roles here so well too, especially the Usos who looked like they were going to explode. And this is when Reigns went full on gaslight, going, "I love you, Sammy. He doesn't love you. You gotta do this for your family. Why won't you do it?" Reigns then started pie-facing Sami Zayn, which actually made me mad. This is what was happening during this damn thing. When he took the chair, he went to hit Kevin Owens, and instead, he nailed Roman Reigns right in the back. And honestly, trust me, trust your bald boy Simon. You have to go and watch this just to listen to the fans. They lit up like a Christmas tree. Jimmy Uso then took him out instantly and Solo Sikoa spiked him. But somehow it got even better. I never thought WWE was going to do this. Jey Uso was in the corner and he looked so damn conflicted. And while he never laid a hand on Sami Zayn, he got out of the ring, he walked off as Roman started to scream, "You've ruined my family." Listen, Reigns, that is definitely your doing. I mean, I actually got goosebumps during this. One, because it was so good, but also because, again, the reaction was just so crazy. And, of course, the head of the table then got a chair and he kicked the crap out of Sami Zayn. And there was nobody there to save him. We even got a "F you Roman" chant because Sami Zayn is so over as a babyface. When the bloodline did leave and they left Kevin Owens and Sami in the ring as two fallen men, and I cannot shout loud enough about how good this visual was. This is all-time pro wrestling, and I don't even care. I never in my wildest dreams thought the Rumble was going to end with an angle as good as this, but it did, and I'm so happy it did because it was the right move. To the point, it doesn't just get an up, it gets a golden up. And even if you didn't like anything else on the show, this was enough to make you just go crazy with your fingers. We all want to do that. Which did indeed, of course, bring us to the end of the Raw Rumble, and I do admit, did it actually hit the expectation I was imagining? No, it did not. But I left being like, well, I got to tune into Raw, I got to tune into SmackDown, I got to watch Main Event, I got to watch NXT. I just got to suck up everything in case I miss even the little piece of information. I am giving it an up. The Elimination Chamber pay-per-view, premium live event did indeed start with the Women's Elimination Chamber, or how my autocorrect kept changing it to the Women's Elongation Chamber. I don't want to know what that means. The thing is though, WWE did exactly what I hoped they would do here, so I felt all happy in myself and warm and fuzzy in my tum-tum. Natalya and Liv Morgan were number 1 and 2 in here, because of course Natty is from Canada, and honestly, this crowd was so good. If another crowd now turns up and they're rubbish, I'm going to be super duper upset. But even though that was the case, it was basically Liv grabbing Natty and throwing her into the steel. And every time that gives me the heebie-jeebies, it does not look nice. And then laugh because Liv ran up Natalya and Nat dodged out the way, so Morgan went right into the pods. And this is my sense of humor, when it was time for another competitor, and in came Raquel Rodriguez. Now again, because she's super duper strong and super duper powerful, she started to murk everyone. Natty would eventually sunset bomb Rodriguez into one of the pods, and some people online were actually saying, well, I didn't think it was that brutal. I was like, are you crazy? What were you watching? When Nikki Cross was allowed to get into the chamber, and she acted crazy, Nikki Cross is crazy now. Carmelo followed all of this, and she was able to get a few licks in there before she was like, actually, I don't want to deal with this at all. She freaked out, and she went back into her pod. So do you know what Raquel did? She grabbed Nikki Cross and she threw her into this thing and then basically went to Carmella, well, where are you gonna hide now? This was kind of ironic because in this moment, it was Rodriguez who came across as Nat. Of course, Nikki got pinned after this because how hadn't you? She was essentially dead when Liv Morgan decided, oh, well, I saw you do a sunset flip bomb earlier. Why don't I do one off the top of the pod? I don't care what anybody says. If you do not appreciate the effort these people put in, I think you're a wacky backy. Asuka was the final person in there, and I was desperate for her to just kick everybody's ass and win because she's the perfect opponent for Bianca Belair. And that kind of happened, but it also kind of didn't. I mean, she did start ruining people until Natalya was like, I'm gonna lock Liv Morgan in the sharpshooter. But because we're trying to push Liv at the moment, she refused to tap out. She's like, I don't care, we're in Canada, I want to win this match, I want to be the women's champion. When Asuka was like, all right, well now I'm going to apply an armbar at the same time. And Liv Morgan had no choice. She basically passed out and the referee was like, she's done. Well, that was quite good. Natalya was then going to shoot the shot on Rodriguez when Carmella was like, nope, and just gave her a super kick and pinned her. And I did think that was a little bit lame. As it was, when Asuka and Carmella then teamed up and they kicked Raquel Rodriguez once, they kicked her twice, they kicked her 3 times, I think we got to 4, and then they got the 1, 2, 3 as well. And I was like, there's a whole chamber here. Look, I don't want anybody to hurt themselves, but I just thought we could have come up with something a little bit more crazy. Thankfully, after this though, Asuka basically did apply the armbar to Carmella. She did tap out, meaning it is going to be Bianca Belair versus Asuka at WrestleMania, and I am totally cool with this. I can't think that this went more than 20 minutes, but I actually think that benefited the thing because it just felt so damn fast. It was like boom, 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 boom. I had a really good time. I enjoyed myself. I appreciated the work they put in. Giving it up. And then WWE went WWE. Of course they did. Now firstly, look, fair play. Nobody wanted to see Brock Lesnar and Bobby Lashley go 42 minutes. What we did want to see was big men slapping man meat. And that's what we got. Because Brock instantly drove Lashley into the corner when he was suplexing him around like he was some kind of child. When Bob was like, nah, bruh, that ain't gonna happen. And not only did he hit him with 1 spear, he hit him with 2, which is 1 more than 1. He then went for the hurt lock, but Brock is too big and so damn over with this audience that he was able to reverse it into the F5, but when he tried to pin Lashley, he kicked out. So he hit another F5 and Bobby kicked out again. And at this point, I was loving it. Because like I've already said, I've said it once, I'll say it twice. It was big men and they had man meat and they were slapping it. What? Lesnar then went for another one, but everybody had their finishing meters up, so Lashley hit another spear, and then he did apply the hurt lock. Now, to get out of this, Lesnar remembered that he had a leg, he swung it backwards, which hit Bobby right in the penis, so the referee went, well, I'm really sorry. That's a disqualification. That's pants. I mean, it was so disappointing. It's like when I go home and see my parents and they tell me how I really feel. And we did the whole thing afterwards when Brock Lesnar went crazy wazy and he started F5ing everybody through Alan the announce table and whatever else he could. And that is cool. I do like it. But I cannot believe this was the finish we came up with, especially because all the fans went boo. They weren't saying boo words. So it means we haven't really got a proper winner. So what does that mean for Bray Wyatt at WrestleMania? Because he made the challenge. Unless we're gonna do Brock versus Bobby versus Bray. And the only reason I like that is you could market it as the 3 Bs. That's also preposterous. So I'm sorry, it's got to get it down. However, I am still going to throw an up in there because like I say, for around about 5 minutes, I was just doing the dance of joy. They were just kicking each other's ass. And sometimes it is okay for somebody to be victorious and somebody to be defeated. I mean, it's meant to be a sport. Judgment Day versus Beth Phoenix and Edge was after this. I just want to tell you, I loved it. Beth was wearing Bull Nakano makeup too, so I thought that was cool. And we started with Edge versus Finn Balor. We could get to the year 2076, and if somehow they're both still alive, and somehow they're both still able to have a wrestling match, and if somehow I'm not dead, I will always sit in and watch it. That was a long-winded way to go about that. I also don't know what's going to happen at WrestleMania, because the long rumor has been, oh, we shall do Edge versus Balor in a Hell in a Cell, but the Judgment Day lost here, the Copelands won, which kind of feels like the end of the feud. As ever, it was women against women and men against men, so we did get the tags. It was Beth Phoenix versus Rhea Ripley. And as much as I like and respect Beth, I can't help it. I was like, get her, Rhea, get her. I want you to kick her ass. Because 2023 should be the year of Rhea Ripley. It was actually Beth that took over because she threw Rhea into Simba the Steel Steps. When Dominic remembered that he is the greatest asshole in the history of wrestling, he caused distraction that allowed Rhea Ripley to knock Beth Phoenix off the top rope. Eventually, Edge just chased the condom away, and when Dominic came back out there, because of course he was going to do that, the Canadian crowd absolutely hated him. So that is it. I'm the biggest Dominic Mysterio fan. Can I please have some merchandise? Eventually, Beth wanted to make the tag, but this is when Finn Balor was like, no, that's not going to happen, and he hit the final cut onto the floor. Ultimately, that didn't really make much of a difference because he got the hot tag about 2 minutes later anyway. As ever too, when you do one of these tags, all of a sudden Beth Phoenix had taken a Phoenix down and she was back to 100 health when Edge locked in the Educator, which apparently is one of his submission moves. Now, if I do go into my memory banks, I am 99% sure I remember this from back in the day, and I deliberately deleted it, which is what I will be doing again. I mean, the Educator is the least threatening name for a move I've ever heard. What's he gonna do? Teach me maths? I already know 2 + 2 = potato. Dom wasn't enjoying any of this, so eventually he sneakily passed some brass knucks to Rhea Ripley, which led to an awesome near fall. And then this thing went off the rails because both the girls grabbed both the boys and they gave them a double power bomb. The kind of intergender wrestling I like. Ripley then went all kinds of crazy because she was like, Beth, I'm gonna hit you with the concerto, which is essentially a death sentence. And sadly, she shouldn't have done that because she got hit with a glam slam instead. Edge took out Dominic, which once again made me chuckle. And then the Copelands hit the Shatter Machine because wink, wink, nudge, nudge, they are friends with FTR. They got the 1, 2, 3. And this was just a satisfying ending to a really good match. I mean, the feud has gone a little bit long. I don't care about that if you do things like this. It's getting it up. So it was just enjoyable with a great crowd, which was exactly the same for the men's Elimination Chamber. I mean, this could have been one of the best yet. You've got to see it. WWE also gave fans what they wanted straight away because it was Seth Rollins versus Johnny Gargano, and they just did some tech wrestling. When in at number 3 was Austin Theory. And I like that because it rhymes, and everybody booed him too. That didn't work because Seth and Johnny just took shots at him, and when Austin was all like, but Gargano, we used to be friends in NXT, why can't we be friends again? John was like, no, I don't want to do that, I'm on the main roster now. So much like Carmella, Austin Theory went and locked himself in his pod. Once again, I liked it. I don't know why, I'm a simple man. It kind of worked out the same for him too, because when Damian Priest entered, he just went, no. He beat him up and he hit a flatliner on Johnny Gargano. And the kill switch onto Rollins when Seth somehow fought back with a Falcon Arrow. And have you seen Damian Priest? He's massive. How the hell did he do it? Bronson Reed was in after this, and of course, he just went all big man. And what a great big man he is. And at one point, he picked up Seth and Johnny Gargano and slammed them around at the same time. And once again, these are human beings and it shouldn't be overlooked. He also pounced Damien into one of the pods and made sure Theory got his too. When Montez Ford was the last guy in there, I was actually a bit worried. I was like, oh no, Bronson Rhodes gonna kill him. But he didn't, mostly because his name isn't Bronson Road. Seriously though, Montez was able to spinebuster Theory, and from this moment on until he was eliminated, he was so damn good. So if we were using this as some kind of litmus test to decide whether Montez Ford could be a single star, I have the results for you. I'm gonna ring up the fake hotline and they say yes. I mean, he did go for the people's elbow at one point, which is when Reed just steamrolled him. I was like, Montez, what were you thinking? Don't steal people's moves. This is when they just started doing the most insane stuff, including Gargano being on Reed's shoulders, which is when Seth Rollins came off the top with a clothesline. And because Gargano was falling in that direction anyway, he gave Bronson a poison rana and he landed right on his head. This was terrific. Ford then basically climbed up to the top of the chamber and fell down like he was some kind of missile, so I was losing my mind. And at this point, Bronson Reed was a little bit wibbly wobbly, so everybody hit their finish on him and he was out. 1, 2, 3. What will never be beaten, however, is the spot that came next, because Seth Rollins and Johnny Gargano climbed onto one of the pods and decided they had chosen chaos. Because when they were up there, Seth put John in the powerbomb position. When they walked, what am I doing? When they walked to the edge of the damn thing, and Johnny Gargano reversed it, did a Hurricane Rana, and they fell from up there into everybody else. Now look, this would have been sick anyway, but don't forget, neither Seth or Johnny would have been able to see, because John was facing the other way, and Rollins had Gargano's crutch in his face. So that was just absolutely out of this world, and we've got to give it a round of applause because it was tremendous. And it looked like Johnny was going to follow this up when he hit one final beat on Austin Theory. And then Damian Priest was like, no, I don't like what you did. He hit the razor's edge and Gargano was gone. Seth and Austin then kind of teamed up to eliminate Montez Ford because Rollins gave him a curb stomp onto the steel, and Austin was like, I'm going to nick the pin, which meant that either Seth Rollins or Austin Theory was going to walk away as the US champion. And just when it looked like Seth was going to do it, who popped up? That's right, Doink the Clown. It wasn't Doink the Clown, although it kind of was. Joke, it was Logan Paul. Because Ford had been absolutely wrecked here, so they had to open the door, although really, don't we have to do that for all competitors so they can leave? Which is when Logan did turn up, he hit a damn good buckshot lariat, and then he curb stomped Seth Rollins. He was like, I don't care, I'll take the win however I can get it. He hit A-Tane down, 1, 2, 3, and he kept the championship. And this was such good booking because now we know what we're going to do at WrestleMania, and Austin Theory becomes like a mega super double triple title holder, which is something I just made up. And if he faces John Cena at Mania and wins, boy howdy, what a year he is having up. In fact, it was so damn good, it was this close to getting a golden up, but then we got to the main event, and my word. Because this was just the greatest thing ever. Because as soon as Sami Zayn's music hit, this Montreal crowd lost their mind and they just kept singing and they just kept chanting. And it was so loud that one, it was like we were at some kind of concert, and two, I actually said out loud, this is how it made me feel in the tum-tum golden up. That's right, no hyperbole, it just came out of my lips and I'm making it official now. This thing had gone 5 minutes and Roman Reigns and Sami Zayn had done nothing, and I was already giving it a golden up, because sometimes wrestling is just about atmosphere. Roman also smirked and blew a kiss at Sami Zayn, so he was just the most hated man on the planet, and I was so damn excited in my bones about this, because I assumed I knew the finish, but I wasn't entirely sure, but I did know, but also I didn't. They know that our tribal chief was only joined here by Paul Heyman too, and we'll get back to that later. And yes, in around 2 minutes, the fuck you Roman chant started again. This was like all the greatest wrestling moments ever put into one. I mean, you want to talk about John Cena and RVD at that ECW show, or The Rock versus Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania 18, there were absolutely similarities here, so when these come along, you got to embrace it. Eventually, Reigns got annoyed by all of this, so they did do a lockup and he kept taking Sami Zayn down for a while. But when Sam was able to get back at him and knocked him to the outside, he hit a dive, because it's 2023 wrestling. Zayn knew what he was then doing because he did the 10 punches in the corner and an elbow off the top. I was like, well, I guess that's 1984 wrestling. But when he tried to do this again, the head of the table took over. Because he threw Sami back to the outside where he hit the drive-by, which don't forget is slang for killing someone from a car, when this became your traditional WWE main event. I mean, you could have called it beforehand, but I don't mean to keep going on about this, but because you just had this amazing feeling in the air, it came across like it was the greatest wrestling grapple you'd ever seen in your life. Reigns was soon using Barry Barricade, and I don't have my sign today because I am on my travels, but believe you me, I was annoyed about it, when he also saw Sami Zayn's wife in the crowd and he started yelling at her. And honestly, bless her as well, because she snapped back going, he loved you, and water came out my eyes. Eventually, Sam was just taking a beating too, and you're like, oh no, he's in so much trouble, when all of a sudden he wasn't, because he hit a sunset flip powerbomb off the Timmy the Turnbuckle, which I was not expecting, especially because her name is Tina the Turnbuckle. And when Reigns was able to retaliate with the rock bottom and he went for a spear, Zayn got out the way of that and he hit an exploder into the corner. He was then all ready with the haluva kick when instead he got hit with the Superman punch, and this is when the crazy near fall started. It went 1, 2, kick out at 2.9. I had kittens and I started shouting, oh my gosh, it's 5 stars, 6.25 in the Tokyo Dome. I mean, they'd barely done anything, but it didn't matter. And when Reigns went for another spear, Sami instead got the most devastating move in all of sports entertainment, the surprise rollout for a 2. And can you imagine? And when Zayn hit a Superman punch of his own and connected with the haluva kick, well, once again, I am clapping for this Roman Reigns kick out. It couldn't have been any later, and I genuinely bit on it. Sam was then ready for more, but Reigns kind of bailed, so once again they were fighting outside of the ring. But when Roman went to spear Sami Zayn into Barry Barricade, Sami dodged out the way, Roman went through Barry. Once again, I just started to believe that maybe, just maybe, he was going to do it, even though it would make no sense so close to WrestleMania. He eventually hit the Blue Thunder Bomb, and again he got this ridiculous false finish, and this was off a Blue Thunder Bomb, the move that doesn't beat anybody, but look at me. Shenanigans were just around the corner, and you could see this coming a mile away, because eventually they did crash into the referee and he went down. And this is when Sami finally got the haluva kick, and he had the tribal chief beat. He pinned him. I think the fans counted up to 10, but again there was no official, so he didn't win. Surprise, surprise, Jimmy Uso then arrived, and I was like, well, you didn't stay at home, did you? You're meant to be watching it on TV. And he super kicked Sami, and he hit him with the splash, but once again, when Roman covered him, Sami Zayn kicked out, and in that moment, he became my hero and my new dad. But don't tell him because he doesn't know. Sami then lost his mind and started to beat up Jimbo, but that counted as a distraction, so Roman hit him with another spear, and we got another 2.99999. And the reason this was so smart is because you started to think to yourself, well, what else can they possibly do? Maybe Zayn is going to win, which just made us all idiots. We then had another referee taken out. So this was pure sports entertainment when Paul Heyman passed Roman Reigns a chair when more members of the Bloodline turned up, because here was Jey Uso. Now seriously, Roman needs to stop giving people chairs and then turning his back to them, which is what he did here. But actually, Jey didn't do nothing. He looked at Roman, he looked at Sami, he had this sad look on his face. He threw the chair on the floor, which is when Roman Reigns started to pie face it. It didn't go well at all because Sami was then like, well, I'm gonna hit a spear. Roman got out of the way, so he took out Jey Uso instead. So I spent the whole time terrified that Jey was gonna get his revenge here, but interestingly and shockingly, we didn't really see him again. The worst part about all of this though is that it did leave a massive opening. Reigns took that chair and he hit Zayn and he hit Zayn and he hit Zayn until you started to say, stop, he's already dead, which was true, because he basically was down. Roman Reigns pinned him, and that was that. Sami Zayn was not the Universal Unified Champion. Jimmy Uso was then back and he started laying in some shots, but this is when you did get your good guy ending, because Kevin Owens' music hit and everybody lost their minds again, and he just beat up everyone. He hit Jimmy Uso, who also got thrown through Al in the announce table. He stunned Roman Reigns, and when Paul Heyman got in there to say, listen, my friend KO, I always really wanted to be with you, he got stunned too. And bless Paul Heyman, he had to get his comeuppance here, and he did. Zayn also then recovered after taking his own Phoenix down, and he was able to hit one final haluva kick onto Roman Reigns, as Kevin looked at Sami and Sami looked at Kevin. But you could just look out into the sea of fans, and they were genuinely devastated about this. But that also meant they were invested, and emotion, my friends, is the art of good storytelling. So this was pretty damn beautiful, and as I've already said, I am going to give it a golden up, because for 45 minutes it was just joyous. It took me on such a roller coaster, and it begs the question what we will do at WrestleMania. Is Cody going to win? Find out soon. Which brought us to the end of the pay-per-view premium live event, and I am just going to give it an up. Honestly, the rest of it could have been utter shit. And just based on this last match, I wouldn't have minded. This is the reason I started watching wrestling, and I had a joyful old time.
Remind me, what the hell was the first match? I can't remember. I know it was John Cena, Austin Theory. Yeah, I was testing you. We all forget. That's the thing. So it was John Cena versus Austin Theory. Makes perfect sense in the world. Austin Theory comes out. He gets loads of boos. John Cena comes out. Everybody went flipping crazy. Now, the interesting thing about this match is it was kind of like, I love you as well, but we have to date first. But the best thing about it was, I would only assume, and it makes perfect sense, come on here, my friends. Come around. Come join in.
I listen to you every week.
My name is not WhatCulture, but I appreciate it.
It's the guy from WhatCulture.
As I was born. The guy from WhatCulture. We're on YouTube.
Yes, I made it.
Progress Wrestling.
That's also true, yes.
Yes.
They call me WhatCulture YouTube Progress Wrestling.
Yes, Progress
and I went, no one's going to remember that. I changed my
Yes.
name to Simon, you see. It's just one of those things. Did you enjoy WrestleMania, my friend?
Yes, we did.
Yes,
Did we enjoy WrestleMania, my friends? Yes, we did. That's right. That's what I'm talking about. Give me some love, give me some atmosphere. So, John Cena versus Austin Theory. If I was to hazard a guess, I would imagine that... I would imagine that he had been told, don't go and get injured because you have a lot of movies to do. But I actually really enjoyed it. I thought it was really, really fun. We didn't muck around. We kept it nice and simple. And as far as I'm concerned, the right person won. Is anybody really upset that John Cena lost? Oh, you really were. You really were. Why were you upset? So tell me why.
John Cena's lost.
Why were you upset that he lost?
Well, I would have loved for him to do an open challenge and then maybe have like Jay White or someone come in.
You think Jay White is coming?
That could have been cool to see. Or even have like Braun Breaker come out. That would have been cool too.
That would have been cool too.
But,
I like the fact that John Cena lost. And the reason I like it is because if we're going to push Austin Theory, let's push Austin Theory. Also, you're meant to hate him. You're meant to hate him. That's the point. Yes. He's meant to be a bad guy. But do I like your shirt?
Yeah.
I do like. Is that an official shirt? Or did you make it?
No, I got it.
I know you did. I was kidding. I was winding you up. Imagine that. Do you like my merch I made myself? No, but seriously, John Cena got hit in the balls. Doesn't matter how old you are. It's going to hurt if you get hit in the groin. And Austin Theory gets the win. And now we have to see what we're going to do with Austin Theory throughout the rest of the year. So you could all decide the first one, because I'm very, very grateful you've all come up or down. Make some noise for Austin Theory versus Cena. That's universal. It's absolutely getting an up, and it could be the last we ever see of John Cena. It won't be, but it just sounds good if you say things like that. And it does sound good, doesn't it? At this stage, oh my gosh, you've got a I can't even remember the name of the Alexa Bliss doll. Lily.
It's for my kid.
Right.
Bro, I'm such a huge fan.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
How much did the Lily doll cost you? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to.
$35.
They got you.
Yeah,
they saw you
got me.
coming. Don't worry. I spent $35 on a cheeseburger, so it's absolutely ridiculous. And it wasn't even that good of a cheeseburger. I was very upset. It wasn't. Should we give the cheeseburger a down? Should we give the cheeseburger a down? Should we do it? Should we do it? Sorry, so far your cheeseburger is getting a down. It's too expensive, it's ridiculous. Chips were quite nice, actually, to be fair. Right, what am I doing? Hello, my friend. No, he's gone, he's just walking around. So, oh man, the men's showcase fatal four-way. Did I make a mistake with that? I thought it would be fun, and I thought it would be enjoyable. I did not think that I was going to have a whale of a time. This was excellent. And they did a Tower of Doom spot where there was actually a tower. They held him up there and Ricochet came off the top. Look, this was your fun, exciting, let's just enjoy it for 8 minutes, 10 minutes, something like that. Street Profits won. Hopefully now they can be inserted into the tag team scene. But I will just tell you this, I will sum up WrestleMania. Every single match delivered, as far as I'm concerned. And it delivered in the way that I think that it had to. You didn't have to do anything else with this. You just had to make it fun. And it was absolutely fun. And that's why I'm giving it an up. Right? Yeah! Right. Good. And of course, if anybody disagrees, please do let me know. I'll come and talk to you because you will always be the most fun person. We then had some kind of, we had some weird simulation with Xavier Woods on. It was just a 2K23 advert. It was fine. It did what it had to do. When we got to Logan Paul versus Seth Rollins. Now, we'll start with the bad. The screens kept going out. Now, please fill me in. Please fill me in. Was anybody in a section where everyone around them just booed the hell out of this? It was so funny because I may be seeing things, but it felt to me like Seth Rollins was like, what's going on? Why are you booing me? And I think at one point the information was relayed to him when he did all those dives. I know he does it a lot, but I kind of think someone told him, but I mean, listen, I don't do this a lot. But we're not just giving the screens a down. The screen's got to work. We're giving it a brown down. That's right. You can't mess with the finger of power. And as somebody asked me the other day, someone said, Simon, does brown down mean shit? And I was like, yes, that's what. I called it. Look at this guy. Oh, he's going there. I wanted to call it the frown down. And then it was lovely people like you said, no, just call it shit. And I was like, oh, I call it shit. But seriously, I don't know how everyone's going to react to this. As far as I'm concerned, Logan Paul is a terrific professional. Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Hang on a minute. You talk about Logan Paul. Certainly the stars are out here in Los Angeles, but what people really need to think about is that the real influencer is right here on your channel. Who am I? I'm Brian Zane. I'm from Wrestling with Regret, which in my opinion is a much better channel than this operation here. And for the record, Simon, I'm going to prove that Wrestling with Regret's the superior channel when I beat you tomorrow at Mitzvah Mania, Jack.
Listen, Brian Zane.
You couldn't beat a paper bag.
For starters, you couldn't beat a paper bag. Why you'd want to beat a paper bag, I don't know. But look, you do you, my friend.
Well,
that's
his idea.
Right, so I don't even have to say anything, because right now, there's probably around about 50 people that want to kick your ass.
Yeah!
So I don't have to kick your ass. However, tomorrow morning at Mitzvah Mania, I will kick your ass. Yeah! Okay? But not now. Not here. Not now.
Kick his ass! Kick his ass! Kick his ass! Kick his ass!
Wait. Before you do go, because you are about to leave, I have one thing to say to you, Mr. Brian Zane.
What is that?
Of Wrestling with Regret. You're getting it down, Mother Hubbard. That's right. You get him out of here. You get him out of here. I see it tomorrow. Again. I say it tomorrow again. cool, Ryan. It's cool.
Hey, you looking jacked.
I'm trying. No, notice as well how I wear green because I can never wear it at home. Can't wear green. What were we talking about? I don't even know. I will say, this means nothing to the poor YouTube people. I do actually have a match with Brian Zane tomorrow morning. It's in a synagogue in about 10 minutes away. It's going to be in Mitzvahmania. It's going to be the greatest thing ever. You want to come on down? I'm absolutely going to kick his ass. Right, I'm going to say something. I think we universally agree there's usually one person, I get it. Logan Paul is a damn good professional wrestler. I don't even care. And when it comes to Seth Rollins, he doesn't watch these videos. But Seth, you are one of the best wrestlers I've ever seen in my entire life. This was flipping excellent. This was brilliant. This was so damn fun, especially because they had to fight the screens. We gave the screen. They got brand down right. We did that, right? We did that. But honestly, you just have to go and see it if you haven't seen it. And I know everyone always goes, oh, well, Logan Paul gets to practice his matches all the time. Listen, I'm a wrestler. I practice matches. They're terrible. They're absolutely terrible. He has something to him. He has a natural ability. He has a natural rawness. And now that we're allowing him to be a heel, oh my gosh, if he wants to hang around in WWE, he will absolutely fly. He will absolutely smash it. And when it was revealed that the person in the prime costume was KSI, I watched an interview with KSI a week ago where he said, I will never do WWE. I will never do it. He worked us, and I love being worked. I love the spot through the table when Seth Rollins pulled him onto it. I loved all of it. You get the stomp, 1, 2, 3, and I've been thinking about this. I'm going to break my system. We're getting a lot of golden ups on this show, and this is one of them. It's getting a golden up. I was losing my damn mind. And also, I respect the fact that Logan, it was what, third or fourth match for Logan? Third? Miz, Roman, Seth, right? That's it. Holy crap, man.
Don't forget the tag match he had with me, so 4.
4, okay. Yeah, of course, yeah. But either way, man, I just thought this was... I'm jumping ahead a little bit. The coolest thing about this WrestleMania is every single match felt like a WrestleMania match, right? It really, really did. Because right after this, we jumped into the women's six, the women's six tag, and I was like, I don't know what they're going to do. I think they've been put in a bad spot. And what did they do? They came out and they absolutely kicked some ass. That's what they did. It was nothing out of the ordinary. It was nothing special. It was just so good with a load of interesting spots. They all worked well together. Here's my big question. There's a lot of people here now. How are we doing? Yeah? That's right.
We love
So,
you, baby.
I love you too. But we have to date first. I always say this. So, there is this rumor going around. Someone's going to get mad, like spoilers. Man, I don't care about spoilers. That Trish Stratus may turn heel tomorrow on Raw. Who wants that? Who wants Trish Stratus to turn on Becky Lynch tomorrow?
I'm indifferent.
Indifferent. You were really excited. Why do you want her to turn? Do you just hate Trish
Then we get
Stratus?
Trish as a little bit of a run, and we might not get it if she doesn't turn heel.
Okay, I mean, you wanted it too.
Because Trish Becky would be amazing.
That's it. That's the right answer. That's the correct answer. But no, I really, really enjoyed this. I thought this was really, really, really good. Again, it actually served as a really smart place on the card because it didn't take you too high, but you didn't go low or anything like that. It just did what it needed to do as we zoomed through. So it's absolutely getting it up. I thought this was really good. Really, really good match. And I'm intrigued to see what we do on Raw because there are surprises coming as we keep getting told. Right, where am I up to on my thing? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I don't know what I've done here. I've just fallen backwards for no apparent reason. Dominic Mysterio versus Rey Mysterio. Hang on. Wait. Who got robbed?
Dominic got robbed.
Do you know what? I agree with you.
Yeah.
He did get robbed. Dominic Mysterio is the greatest wrestler in the world.
Yes.
Here's the deal. I'm going to tell you.
He got whooped with a belt. That's a disqualification.
I'm gonna,
Somebody else interfered. That's
it's true. Disqualification.
Daddy won and it's still his daddy and he's whooping
He's a
his
deadbeat
ass.
dad.
So, I did. Look, Dominic and Rey Mysterio right here. Who knew? No, genuinely.
I relate with Dom.
As good as the match was, and as good as all the smokes and mirrors was, the greatest part was Dominic Mysterio's entrance. I was rolling. I was dying. The thing that made no sense, why would he go back into jail to come out of jail? But I love it. Goofy wrestling for knife. Never change. Give it to me. And I genuinely mean this. Right now, it kind of ties in, obviously, because they're together. The two wrestlers that, for me, are flying away as Wrestler of the Year are Dominic Mysterio and Rhea Ripley. I think you're great. I think you're awesome. You're entertaining the hell out of me. And also, when it does come to it... Imagine my mum did turn up. I tell you a story. I told this to the WhatCulture guys earlier. No joke. My mum rings me that day. Ring, ring. Hi, Simon. I'm with some friends. Remind me what you do because I still don't understand. And why would she? Why would she sees this and she thinks it's absolutely baffling. She has no idea. But no, I thought, oh, he's got to give me up sign. Have it up, my friend.
Give it up. Give it up for everything.
What's your name, my friend?
My name's Michael, bro. How about you?
Michael. Did you hold that up during WrestleMania?
You're damn right I did.
Do you give me a fist bump right now? Give him it up! Give him it up! Come on! Thank you so much, dude. Absolutely. Absolutely. Put it on that damn counter. I damn well mean it. As we are, actually, do you know what? I've never done this. As we are all here, I'll get, just give me 1 second. I will be there in 1 second. While everybody is here, we'll go from the signs to the more ridiculous stuff. I want it, this means the world to me. Give yourself a round of applause. Gets me every single time. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. I love you. I love you. I love you. Come here. Come here. Enjoy this. Enjoy this.
Try it, dude. I'm so nervous right now.
Don't be silly. Security guard doing his job. All right.
Don't shut us down. You next up. You next up.
Are you really? Give him it up. He gets that up. Okay. We need to do this. Have you, I know that we're going to do the way we have to do it. Have you dressed up as Repo Man?
No, this is the first time ever.
But you have dressed up Repo for WrestleMania.
Oh, of course. Absolutely.
I have a bigger question, obviously, from me.
Yeah.
Why have you dressed up as Repo Man?
Because I knew no one else would.
You are my... What is your name?
Caleb.
Tatum, thank you so much. Caleb, sorry. You have made my day. Repo Man is the greatest character ever. Give it up for this guy. Give it up for this guy.
Thank you, guys.
I'll take a picture with you before you go. Don't leave.
Absolutely.
Hang around. Hey, man, good to see you, dude. Tantalizing Tony right there. So, how you doing, man? So, here's the thing. Dominic Mysterio versus Rey Mysterio. I loved everything with the Judgment Day and the LWO coming out and Bad Bunny. We're obviously going to do something massive in Puerto Rico. Do you know what? I can't help myself. Dominic's entrance was so good. It doesn't just get an up, it gets a golden up. I don't even care. We got to do this. Right, so we've been relocated to a different position because always respect security guards. It's important. They're doing an important job. Absolutely. But yeah, in case we have to tie it back in, I'm giving the Mysterio match a golden up just for Dominic's entrance. I had the best time of my life. I thought it was flipping brilliant. And I'm intrigued to see what we're going to do. I also love you.
Let's go! Simon! 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 Simon!
That's good. It's fun. Isn't it fun?
Best YouTuber out there!
Oh, Simon Miller!
Oh, Simon Miller! Woo! Oh, Simon Miller! You too, champ! Oh, Simon Miller!
Come on!
Oh, Simon Miller! Oh, Simon Miller! Oh, Simon Miller! Oh, Simon Miller!
I love you! I love all of you!
We love you! We love you! We love you!
Oh, my days. All right. So what... What came next? All right, it was Rhea Ripley versus Charlotte Flair. You know what? She's finished. Rhea Ripley versus Charlotte Flair for the SmackDown Women's Championship. Now, clearly, what happened here is two people were very sadly told, I can imagine it was disheartening, that they're not going to be in the main event. So they walked out there, and as far as I'm concerned, had one of the best women's matches I've seen in a long-ass time. A long-ass time. Now, really, you can go back a year, and Becky Lynch and Bianca was awesome. Then you had Sasha Banks and Bianca was awesome. But this was so damn good. They kicked the crap out of each other. There were so many innovative spots. I love the fact that Charlotte kept going for the figure eight, and Rhea was like, no, you ain't doing that. And then we do this crazy spot where finally we get to talk about this, some ring names. Rhea takes Charlotte Flair, hits her into Rita the ring post, my favorite of all the wrestling names, hits the Avalanche Riptide, gets the 1, 2, 3. And the coolest thing about this is that Rhea Ripley was flubbing over. She was so damn popular. She was so damn popular, and this is what we need to do now. I said this on my Twitter, and someone went, you can't get higher than SmackDown Women's Champion. I was like, shut up, you fool. We take Rhea Ripley and we push her to the moon. We don't just make her. Justice for Barry Barricade, indeed. That's right. That's right. To be fair, Barry had quite a good evening. Not many people went into him. Alan was screwed. But no, genuinely, like, I just thought they both went out there and killed it. And if I was WWE, of course you make Rhea Ripley the champion, but now you make her a superstar. You make her a Roman Reigns. You make her a Cody Rhodes. You make her a Becky Lynch. You make her a Stone Cold Steve Austin. You make her The Rock. That's where we go. That's where we're going to go. And that's why this episode of Ups and Downs is going to be utterly ridiculous. And that one guy who will love in the comments that says, oh, Simon, you promised not to break your rules anymore. This one's getting a golden up too. Loved it. I loved it.
You wanted chaos. You love chaos.
I love chaos.
You get chaos. You get it.
However, we are then going to go the other way. So we come out of this, you know, actually, no, I've gone one step ahead of myself. We had a Pat McAfee match. The Miz came out and said, way. Snoop Dogg was there, he went, way. And the Miz pretended he was going to have an open challenge. Pat McAfee accepted he beat him. I just thought it was a lot of fun. I had no problem with it whatsoever. It was just good. I love seeing Pat McAfee. What was the name of the tight end from the 49ers that helped him?
George Kittle.
There we go, George Kittle. I recognised him, but I don't know his name. But it was all good. It was fun. I'm going to give it an up. It was harmless fun to get people down. But also, I want to talk about what I believe to be the best part of the show. Because if I'm laughing and tears are coming out of my face, something has gone right. You had the Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn versus the Usos promo video. Everybody was hyped. I could feel it. I could feel it. You could feel it deep down, warm and fuzzy in your tum-tum. And then we came back and we had a TurboTax advert. Everybody booed. Everybody booed. And then poor Lil Uzi Vert had to come out. And everybody, it wasn't his fault. It was terrible, terrible planning by WWE because people just wanted to see the tag team match. And I get it. WWE is an entertaining show. Move him a little. Don't, the poor guy, I felt so sorry for him. Nobody, look, some people wanted to see him. And I have a, in my conspiracy brain, I'm like, maybe he was told to cut it short. Because they're like, oh man. But TurboTax, I know you paid a lot of money, and I'm sure you paid like $500,000 more when WWE said, oh, we'll put you in the main event, but you're getting it down, bro. You're getting it down. It did not work, however. I do think putting the tag team match in the main event was the right thing to do. That's the story. And I tell you why, slap your head, it's because the last guy to come out on the first day of WrestleMania was Sami Zayn. Who's the MVP of the year? Sami Zayn. Who deserves that position? Sami Zayn. Who makes me feel warm and fuzzy in my tum-tum? Sami Zayn. Kevin Owens just fired up. The Usos are one of the damn best tag teams in the world. Just go and watch this match. It was awesome. What I loved about it as well, it was slow-paced, in a good way, though. It told a story. There was emotion. We had the standoff between Sami Zayn and Jey Uso, which is how it ended. We had Kevin Owens kept fighting for his partner. And the coolest bit is after the kick out from the 1D, which got me, oh my gosh, I thought they were going to do it. You get the 3 haluva kicks in the corner onto Jey Uso. You get the amazing bit when Jey and Sami are basically not hugging, but you know, they're kind of leaning against each other. Sammy pins him as Kevin comes in and he stuns Jimmy Uso, who goes out the ring. And the reaction to that, and the reaction to Rey Mysterio winning, and Rhea actually, were absolutely wild. And the fact that a tag team match has main evented WrestleMania, the fact that Usos have main evented WrestleMania, the fact that Sami Zayn has main evented WrestleMania, but also Bring it in. Come in. What we got here? Read it for me.
Simon, give me an up.
Simon, give me an up. Give it an up. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We put it up on that damn counter. I really appreciate it. Just to finish my little soliloquy, not even the right word, and the fact that Kevin Owens is now a 2-time main eventer. I think it deserves it overall, this WrestleMania. I don't mind breaking my system, because it doesn't just get an up, it gets a goal. I don't even care. We'll get there. Seriously, this WrestleMania was brilliant. This WrestleMania felt like WrestleMania. And given that everybody is chanting it, always settles. WrestleMania is getting a golden up. That's right. My friends. Right, listen, my friends. I love every single one of you. I do. Oh, okay.
Everybody wants the golden up. I want the brown down.
Right, okay. Listen, we'll get there. Why do you deserve a brown down, I suppose, is the question.
I mean, I deserve a brown down. Only 2 of my people that I wanted to win won.
So who was that? Who's your 2 people?
I had Austin Theory for sure.
Yeah.
Austin Theory, yes. A-Town down.
Who's the other guy?
Down. And then Rhea Ripley.
And everybody else you want to lose. All right, what's your name, my friend?
Leo.
Leon or Leo?
Leo. Leo.
Leo. So Leo, he's getting a brown down. Right.
How about them lowriders? You're a star.
Just go. Let's go. Come on. It's the best time. My friends, I love every single one of you. Thank you so much for coming out and making this the best damn time of the year. Thank you for watching the shows. Also, make sure you come back tomorrow for night 2. Like the video, share the video, subscribe. I'll see you soon. Bye. Because we started with Omos versus Brock Lesnar. Oh, you didn't like it. Wait, Dabba. Sorry. What's your name, my friend? Lewis. How you doing, Lewis? You good? And what do you think about Omos Brock Lesnar?
Okay.
It was okay.
Yeah.
It was okay. Do you know what? Sorry?
It was over very fast.
It was over very fast. Do you know what? I think that is completely accurate. It was okay. It was over very fast. But I got to see 2 big men pummeling each other. And while that sounds weird out of context, we'll get to the man meat. But I don't care, man. I'm giving it an up. I had seen plenty of good wrestling on Saturday. I wanted some nonsense. Brock and Omos came out and they gave me some nonsense, and I was a happy man. So I'm giving it an up. We'll get to the other nonsense, don't you worry, my friend. Because kind of weirdly, the second match was the women's tag, right? Showcase. Whoa. Did you like it a lot?
Yes, I did.
You did?
I met Chelsea Green, so...
You met Chelsea Green?
She was very...
Was she lovely?
Huh?
Was she really nice?
Yes, she was.
Good, that's what I like to hear. I like niceness. I like nicest. Listen, I think it kind of looked to me like Shayna Baszler got injured, right? She seemed like injured. Ronda Rousey, clearly not cleared to wrestle. Right, yeah. I just want to point out, it's not going to stop this one. If aliens landed right now, they would take off and fly away. Nah, seriously, look, I thought the women's showcase match was fine. It was fine. It did its job. I knew that Ronda Rousey and Shayna were going to win. I don't think either of them was fit to compete, but it can have an up, right? Who cares? It can have an up. I wasn't offended by it at all. It served its purpose, I agree. This is the best thing ever. My Face ID doesn't work. I wonder why. It doesn't work. It's like, you're not Pikachu. Oh my gosh, right. Then we got to some big men slapping my meat. Oh my gosh. Man meat, baby. Man meat. This is all I want from pro wrestling now. You can take your 450s, you can take your springboards, you can take your dives. I want to see a bunch of muscled up men just slapping the shit out of each other. That's what I want. Honestly, Drew McIntyre, that's right, Shib, Flub, son of a ditch, Mother Hubbard. I tell you, man, Drew McIntyre, awesome. Sheamus, awesome. Gunther, awesome. Kind of surprised by the finish. I thought Drew McIntyre was going to win it, but the fact that Gunther got in there and just slammed them all around and powerbombed their ass, I'm not just giving it an up, I'm giving it a going up. I thought it was damn good. That's right. Golden up, baby. Golden up. What? Hang on, wait. What did you say?
Simon in the bank.
Simon in the bank. That doesn't make any sense. Imagine that. Imagine you cash that in and you just got someone called Simon. Sorry?
Excuse me.
Oh my gosh.
My name is Greg Miller. Boo yourself. Boo yourself. My name is Greg Miller. I have a real show on Peacock. We don't need this. Cut this off. We don't need fake wrestling shows. There is a real show on Peacock.
Listen.
Boo yourself.
Come in. Wait.
Shut up.
1 second. Listen. I'm never going to shut up. Lovely seeing you, by the way. Listen. Shush. 1 second. 1 second. Whoa. It's never going to work. Listen, Greg. Greg, you've already stolen my last name. You don't get to steal my show. You take your ass, you turn around, and you get out of here. I don't know what they're chanting.
Don't you boo me! He's rotting the youth of America. This is an infection from London, and we need it. I am getting WWE security. There is a real show. There's a real show called This Is Awesome, and you should don't play it. Don't blow it.
You get out of here.
This is awful.
Not in a million years did I think I'd be stood here as Cowboy Pikachu yelling at Greg Miller. Nah. Listen. I hear you, Greg. I'm going to give Greg Miller a down. He's getting down. Also, I secretly love him, but don't tell him. Right, what are we talking about? I don't even know. Big mess happened. It was flipping fantastic. It's getting a golden up, and now I can't even remember where I'm at with my notes. Does anybody else remember what the next show was? The next match was? All right, it was Oscar versus Bianca Belair. This is kind of another one of those matches. I just thought it was really good. I thought they were in a very difficult position because the crowd was quite clearly exhausted from watching people try to kill each other. But listen, I think Bianca Belair is the most... Well, look, we're getting loads of cameos. One day Johnny Sins will probably turn up, right? He'll probably turn up. I like this match. I thought it was really good. I think Bianca Belair is the best babyface to have on the roster. I think Asuka is one of the best, not women, screw that, one of the best wrestlers in the world. Woo! I really didn't mind who won this one. If Asuka would have won, I would have popped. If Bianca Belair would have won, I would have popped. I'm giving it an up. I thought it was placed in a very difficult position, but they went out there and did what they could. But that's WrestleMania for you, right? There's not much we can do. What was after this? I can't remember anything. Right. I thought it was. All right, okay. Here's what we're going to do. This is a Positive Pete show, all right? So it doesn't matter if you like him, if you don't like him. Let's all make some noise and hope Shane McMahon gets better. Right? Right. All right.
Shane O'Mac! Shane O'Mac! Shane O'Mac! Shane O'Mac! Shane O'Mac! Shane O'Mac! Shane O'Mac!
However, at the same time, Shane McMahon returned to WrestleMania and he cursed the show. He cursed it. However, I do have to say this. Snoop Dogg and The Miz, I think both of you are credits to your profession to handle that on the fly and make it work. Snoop Dogg, again, doesn't take himself seriously, smashed it. The Miz doesn't take himself seriously, smashed it. So I want Shane McMahon to get better, I do. But in terms of watching professionals do their thing on the fly, it absolutely gets an up. I was super impressed. I thought it was amazing. And you save what could have been an absolute disaster to just being something that we'll talk about for a little bit of time, which was actually kind of the sell with the Hell in a Cell match.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. What is happening? What is happening?
What's going on here? What's going on?
It's just people going nuts. I don't know what's going on anymore. It's out of control. It's chaos. There's people in the comments that get mad. I understand where you're absolutely coming from. But the Hell in a Cell match was really good. But the main thing we have to talk about is that when Finn Balor took a ladder in the face, he was so badly busted open.
Simon.
I got to turn around. I love you. I love you all. I'll buy you a present. But seriously, apparently Finn Balor was so badly busted open. I've had this kind of confirmed by two people. That someone came to ring, they took a numbing agent, injected it into his head, and stapled or glued or whatever the hell they decided to do when he was there. So as far as I'm concerned, Finn Balor, you're a tough son of a bitch. I'm genuinely amazed that you did that. Of course, it took away from the match a little bit, but I don't care about stuff like that. I like seeing humans operate in that kind of environment, and wrestling is so damn hard that it is. I still enjoyed the match. Edge coming out to Slayer sent me crazy. Sent me crazy. How good was that, right?
That was amazing.
Because I'm an idiot and I hated myself afterwards. I went, oh my gosh, it's Pantera, and I was like, no, it's not. No, it's not. There we go. Here's my metal card. I'm checking it back in. I am going to give it an up. I do think it was meant to be longer than this. But like I say, there was this section of WrestleMania where things just fell down. What I'm going to do, given that especially I have a live crowd, human beings make mistakes, man. And human beings make mistakes in a wrestling ring. You don't botch. You don't flub up. Things happen and how you react to that. And as a guy that wrestles, I know how hard and important that is. I could only be your pappy if I had sex with your mammy. And I don't think that's it. Didn't see it coming. Which brought us on to our main event of the evening. All right, okay. Here's what I'm going to do. Did you say that? Come in, my friend. You said the right man won?
No, this gentleman.
Please
right
come
here
in.
said the
Please
right
come
man
in,
won.
The Rock. The Rock, come in. What's your name, my friend?
Victor.
Victor, pleasure to meet you, Victor. Be honest.
Yes.
You're going to get booed, but don't worry. It's all done with love and cheers. I'll protect you.
Okay.
I'm a very strong man.
All right.
Why do you think the right man won?
I'm a Roman fan. I was surprised. I was surprised that Cody did not win.
Yes.
But I'm a Roman fan.
So it's just to your love of the Roman.
I'm a Roman fan
Good
more.
for you, my friend.
I'm a Roman fan more.
Good for you, man.
But we'll see what happens at SummerSlam.
Exactly. We'll get to that in 1 second.
I think Roman Reigns was the right winner.
You think the Reigns was right? Tell me, man. Talk to me, man.
Roman Reigns, he's the greatest of all time in this generation, and the next generation, he's on my Mount Rushmore, WWE. Hulk Hogan, Stone Cold, John Cena, Roman Reigns is the Mount Rushmore of WWE. And that's all I gotta say about that.
Done. There we go. Now, here's the thing. I thought the match was flipping brilliant. I loved the match. I was so invested. I didn't know what was going to happen. It was going left, right, and all over the place. It was going all over the place. We had a bunch of craziness. Solo Sikoa getting involved, the Usos, Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn coming in and getting a massive reaction. But I tell you, when Roman Reigns hit that spear, I'm going to come get that guy in a minute. When Roman Reigns hit that spear and he got the pin, you can't do it now, but if you're ever in Back to the Future, don't watch The Ring. Turn your back and look at all the fans. It is amazing to see pure passion and pure emotion. Now, here's my deal. I actually said on a lot of videos that because I said it last night, because I thought it was going to be The Rock versus Roman Reigns, and The Rock was never going to win that match, the WWE's plan was always going to be for Roman Reigns to win. I didn't want that to happen. I love Cody. I actually think I'm in love with him. However, a plan is a plan is a plan is a plan. So I actually thought what we're going to do here is this. So I'm gambling. I get it, I'm gambling, but it's a positive peak show, and that's what we do. Cody Rhodes comes out of Raw, he's sad, he's upset, he's depressed, he's ironically down. Then he starts to get some wins. He beats Solo Sikoa. He beats somebody else. And when we get to SummerSlam, and by SummerSlam, Roman Reigns has passed that record. He beats Pedro Morales, or whoever it is, in number 4. You beat him at SummerSlam. Cody Rhodes becomes the champion. And then, not only do we finally get our moment, but WWE, from a business point of view, not that we need to care about that, can establish SummerSlam as the kind of event that WrestleMania is, which is what they want to do. Which is why I'm putting my faith in you, WWE. I've done this numerous times, and you know what you do? You see, they know what you've done. However, I will always, that's right, I'm a proud fantasy nerd booker, so what I'm going to do is this, I'm going to give you an up. But if I get to August and you let me down, I mean this, I'm taking my glasses off. That's right. Look into my blue eyes. Do you know what I'm going to do about it? I am going to go and moan on Twitter. But seriously, I'm going to start giving my paraphernalia back to people. Where's the hat man? There he is. Here's the deal, man. When it comes to WrestleMania, I love the spectacle, and I love the pageantry, and I love this so much.
We love you, 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 we love you.
Seriously, I love this so much that I struggle to give anything a down. I am feeling warm and fuzzy in my tum-tum. So, just for the experience and the 2 days alone, I'm taking this damn finger, which admittedly is on the wrong hand, and it doesn't just get an up. The whole 2 days of my experience gets a golden down.
Well, seriously, Puerto Rico, what an amazing crowd you are. So much so, I don't think we've ever done this before, up. I'm not even kidding. We're not even 5 seconds into the video. But if you were going to make this much noise and you were going to make me feel this warm and fuzzy in my tum-tum, I'll do whatever I can. Massive up for you. Also, hello my friends, it is I, Simon Miller from WhatCulture here, and it is Sunday morning over here in the United Kingdom, and I presume across the world. I think that's how life does work. And given that WWE just gave us a Backlash pay-per-view premium live event, I shall take the finger of power and give the good bits an up and the bad bits a down, because otherwise we'll all die. Let's go. But seriously, this crowd was absolutely mad. It made this entire event so damn fun, especially when we kicked it off with Bianca Belair versus Io Sky for the Raw Women's Championship. Or maybe the SmackDown one? I have no idea. The audience had also decided, well, we're going to support you, Io Sky, and we're going to boo you, Bianca Belair, even though Bianca got a massive reaction when her music hit. But do you know what this did? Hopefully it sent information to the WWE powers that be that said, have you seen how Io Sky wrestles? She's a really good babyface. Listen to the reaction she just got. Let's do it. So we do not have massive plans for her in 2023. We're crazy. And I tell you, Bianca just has everything. So what we need to do now is we need to put her into a super duper mega feud that feels like a big deal. Because at the moment, all her programs are just a little bit unfocused and it's stupid. I mean, the champion's backbreaker dropkick vertical suplex combo was like Mortal Kombat levels. And then when she did the one-arm press slam, she just threw Sky right onto her face. And I was like, that's it. She's gonna break her skull. We also had the story hanging over our heads that maybe, just maybe, Damage Control weren't very happy that Io Sky was in this position. When Belair went for a 450, and everything shifted because she missed. To get revenge for earlier, Io was then able to reverse a powerbomb into a facebuster of her own, meaning that nobody was gonna go home without their own face. What? When she also hit the double knees, when these two just started reversing everything, they had been practicing their Y button counters. Sky then did this ridiculous moonsault to the outside when she was going to go for a Hurricane Rana, when Bianca Belair caught her and hit her with a bomb of power. Honestly, for an opening match, this was so damn entertaining. It, of course, brought out Damage Control as well, and this was really subtle because Dakota Kai was kind of going, Bailey, I don't think we should do this, although Bells was adamant, and this ties into the fact that maybe, just maybe, they are going to break up. What we probably should do is keep these two heels, as we've already talked about, make Io Sky a babyface. They started to grab Bianca's hair as well, which never really does much for me because I can't empathize. When we had this great near fall, because Kai was casting distraction, Bianca had to go to her, which is when Sky hit the most devastating move in all of sports entertainment, surprise roll-up, now available on Pro Wrestling Tees. Honestly, I actually bought it. Idiot. Bailey was then just getting in the way, so Belair had to deal with her, and because the referee was distracted, Dakota essentially kicked Bianca Belair right in the head, so there was more teases and there was more distractions, especially when Bianca Belair was on the floor. Bailey just grabbed her hair. So, you're not going to be able to get up. But the ref was looking at this, said, listen, you can't come out here and do this. Would you just stop? It also created the opening for Bianca Belair to hit the KOD, and she got the 1, 2, 3, or the Uno, Dos, Tres, and retained her championship. But we did a lot here. We were layering it like it was an onion. And like I just say, it was just the best way to kick off this pay-per-view premium live event. I really enjoyed myself, and it's getting it up. And then we just had some fun. Because Bad Bunny was in the back as Rey Mysterio was like, man, you're going to be so great later. I'm going to pump you up. When of all the people, in walked Savio Vega, clearly the most popular man in Puerto Rico. They couldn't help but laugh because the reaction was so loud, and who doesn't love Savio Vega? And he was like, hey, Bad Bunny, here's a kendo stick, here's a flag, I'm with Ray, you've got to go out there and do us all proud. And my word, did he do that? I am actually excited to tell you about that match. It may be perfect. When we got some more sports entertainment, and it was fine. Now, do not get me wrong, when it does come to Seth Rollins versus Omos, we don't know why this exists. We don't know why they were having a match. And really, we don't know much of anything. I mean, other than the fact that Vince McMahon loves a good giant and wants to insert them onto every show, I suppose that makes sense. But here's what we did. Seth Rollins is a terrific professional wrestler, one of the best in the world, so he turned this into a right hoot. And as for Omos, I'm saying it right now. I think he gets better each and every week, and we are doing him a disservice by going, oh man, he's not very good. I say, good. It's also quite funny as well because Seth was just standing there as the fans went, whoa, ho, ho. So he just booted him right in the face. It's a bit like, yeah, you would do that. You wouldn't just stand there and let this happen, take him out. The referee also had to go check on Rollins as we were all like, oh, he may be dead, but he wasn't, so he was able to get back to his feet. And then he went to hit Omos with a dive, but this was like trying to attack a wall, it didn't move. Instead, Omos grabbed Seth and he slammed him into the ring apron. And the ring apron, hang on. I'm gonna make him a ring apron he can't refuse. What did he say? I think he said he's gonna make them a ring apron they can't refuse. He's lost it. Yeah, but the ring apron It is the hardest part of the ring. Rollins knew that combos were going to be the way, especially if he focused on the legs. Of course, it doesn't matter how tall you are. If you can't walk, you're not going to be able to be a big man wrestler or something like that. Which is when he actually went for the pedigree. I was shouting at my TV, Seth, what are you doing? It even looked redonkulous because Omos is so big, he was coming out here like a step. And of course, he just gave Rollins the back body drop and was like, you absolute fool. We then did this really cool spot because Seth Rollins was able to hit the frog splash and Omos just kicked out at 1. And the commentators sold that like it was the greatest thing ever. So we were doing all we could to ensure that Omos remained a big guy. Literally and figuratively, I'm going to stop doing it. He also tried to hit him with a curb stomp, but Omos would not be moved when the leader of the Homo sapiens gave him this big old choke slam. Because I wasn't entirely sure what direction we were going to head in, I actually thought he was going to win. I was wrong. Instead, Rollins superkicked MVP, who was trying to be an interfering Ian. He was like, man, I am done with this. When he essentially just hit Omos with all the curb stomps. When that didn't work, he went to the top rope. He hit a super avalanche curb stomp and eventually beat him for the 1, 2, 3. But this is just everything it needed to be. It was David versus Goliath. It reminded you that Rollins is great. And of course, you have to imagine Seth is at least going to be in contention to become the brand new World Heavyweight Champion. And this was a great way to justify it. I may even watch this again. That's right, I'm not going to, I'm exaggerating, but up. Which is when WWE kind of just did exactly the same thing. Because look, I like long matches. Usually that's where the goody great wrestling stuff is, as you peel open its innards to look at the guts inside. But sometimes you have to look at a card and go, you know what? Let's not overcook the pudding. Let's just get things done, which is exactly what we did when it came to our United States triple threat match. Because this couldn't have gone more than 6-minute tops, and it was Bobby Lashley taking on Bronson Reed versus Austin Theory. And they kind of just did exactly what you would expect them to do. Bronson and Austin teamed up to begin with to beat up Bob because he's a monster, when Bronson was like, I'm only kidding, I don't want to be friends with you, and he took out Theory. Reed was also crushing people with tackles when all of a sudden Bobby Lashley had the hurt lock on people. So it was just a good bit of wrestling tennis. Bronson also flew in with a tsunami, but Austin Theory broke that up at 2, which was a really good little spot. Basically, this was big men slapping man meat, while Austin was like, well, I'm, kind of jacked too. Can I join in? And they said no. Reed was so incensed, he then went for the moonsault, and honestly, nobody was able to hit a moonsault at Backlash, so he did miss, which is when Lashley was back on his feet, and he ran in with the spear. And I accessed my brain, and my brain told me, yes, we are having fun. That's all I need, F-U-N. This also opened the door for WWE to do their favourite three-way finish, because by this point, Austin Theory had taken his Phoenix down, he saw what was going on, he got Lashley out the ring, and he made the pin, and he ran away going, I just stole my United States Championship again. Now, I really do think we need to push the whole I beat John Cena more, but we've talked about it before, we're not going to talk about it again. Or at least not here. This was actually quite good. It was fast-paced, and before you could even sit down to get comfortable, it was over, and we were on to something else. And there is a certain beauty to this. Once again, you don't have to have everything go forever. That'd be ridiculous. Giving it up. And then, oops, we did it again. Bless you, Britney Spears. Because look, it was Rhea Ripley versus Zelina Vega for one of the damn women's championships. And we didn't have to do anything. Because as soon as Zelina made her entrance, everybody went wild. And when she got her ring announcement, even I had water in my seeing device. You could see how much this meant to her. And I was like, this is what wrestling is all about. Screw the moves, screw everything. It's about the moments. Ripley didn't care, of course, so she ran in and just smashed her. But when Vega started to come in with these strikes and started to do moves off the top rope, I actually said to myself, well, clearly Rhea is going to win. But given how loud everybody in this building is, if WWE decided to call an audible, have Zelina Vega win, and then you get to Raw, and Rhea Ripley just wins it back, I wouldn't have moaned about it at all. At one point, Rhea also cut her off by just headbutting her, and that made me laugh, because I'm like, yeah, that'll do it. But once again, Zelina Vega was the ultimate underdog here, and if she was victorious, as you could tell she wasn't, even M. Bison would have been fine with it. He would have understood. There was this great moment when Rhea went for the riptide, but Zelina Vega turned it into a DDT and even hit the 619 for a near fall, and the crowd absolutely thought this was gonna be the end. More fool them because it wasn't. Instead, Ripley basically dusted herself off and just hit the riptide, and my gosh, she squashed Zelina Vega and got the 1, 2, 3, and look, all of this is fine. I think 2023 should be the year of Rhea Ripley, but this was just warm and fuzzy in your tum-tum stuff. This whole Backlash show, who booked it? I'm giving you a round of applause, and I'm giving you it up. And as bonkers as all of that was, it was nothing compared to what we were about to get. Because it was Bad Bunny versus Damian Priest in a street fight. This is one of the best things WWE has done in ages. We even made sure we threw some story in here because much like Rhea Ripley, Damian Priest was wearing white because they believe they're the heroes of the piece. And the reaction that Bad Bunny got, I want to be too hyperbole here, but if you want to compare it to a Stone Cold Steve Austin pop, you probably could. People loved this man, and that energy generated from the TV, it came flying out, poo-poo, it hit me in the face. And I felt it too. Also, whoever decided to let the Naughty Rabbit do a singles match and ensure it was a street fight so we could have all the bells and whistles, well, you deserve a kiss and a hug too. I can't remember if I already said this, but I'm gonna say it now. This was pretty much perfect. I mean, Bad Bunny hit a Michinoku driver early on. I was like, how the hell did that happen when he got his kendo stick? But this is when Damian grabbed it and just went blah, and he broke it. If I did it, it would look stupid, but he makes everything look so damn badass. Bad then fought back for a little bit when Priest cut him off, and this is the most important part. He hit him with that big old choke slam, and he had him pinned. That's right, the ref went 1, the ref went 2, and he was gonna go 3, but Damo picked him up and was like, no, not on my watch. He disrespected me, so now I've got to kill him. Now, of course, you can see how this is going to end, but when we get to Raw and SmackDown, or wherever the hell Damian Priest goes, he can say, well, this was my fault. That was really clever. He did pose for way too long, though, so Bad Bunny got a chair and just threw it right into his face. When he did get a kendo stick, he just started to light up on this guy. Plus, he got a trash can and was just whacking him in the skull. I was like, oh my gosh, Damian Priest is being murked. He also hit this amazing DDT and this even more amazing crossbody to the outside. And don't forget, this is like the equivalent of Michael Jackson versus Shawn Michaels 30 years ago or whatever. It doesn't make any sense. It was the best 2 + 2 = potato ever. We then had more garbage cans as the rabbit hit this picture perfect Falcon Arrow. I was like, what was going on? And he had kind of whammed Priest so much, he was busted open a little bit. Yep. Damian then went full asshole because he pretended he was gonna leave, but this was a ruse just so he could start using garbage cans of his own. Then we were using Savio Vega's kendo stick as well. When they walked off into the crowd, and they went on this box-like structure, and Damian Priest gave this Falcon Arrow to Bad Bunny. And look, it was through a bunch of tables and a bunch of stuff that was there to protect their fall. But this guy is a really successful musician. He doesn't need to be doing this stuff. It was absolutely wonderful. This man is a legend. It was also great because Damo then just grabbed his corpse and was dragging him back to the ring as Adam Pearce and all these officials were like, please, would you stop? You're going to end this fall. When the shenanigans somehow increased further. Because the way Bad Bunny got back into it is by going, wait a minute, I can see Rita the ring post and Damian Priest is quite tall, so maybe I should start working on his knees. When he also got a steel chair and just started to blast him. Now clearly Dominic Mysterio and Finn Balor had been watching from the back because they ran down. This when it was gonna get fun. Because after Damian had been smashed in the testicles, Balor and Mysterio started to light him up. When Rey Mysterio came out, he got a massive ovation. But of course, the wrestling math doesn't work out here. We needed one more guy. When of all the people, Carlito's music hit, and you would have thought this was, I don't know, the king of the world. People went crazy. And as someone that always thought Carlito was underrated, it actually made me feel proper joy. It was also the condom as well who tried to spoil this party because he is the best heel in the world. But Rey Mysterio, old Daddy Ray, he eventually gave his son a 619 when Carlito got his apple and decided that Dominic wasn't cool, and he spat it right in his face. Once again, biggest cheer you've ever heard. And they got even better because Savio Vega's music hit. And everyone went, ah, it's Savio Vega. And he was here to deal with the Judgment Day. And once again, even though he doesn't move very well these days, he's just so damn cool. Look at me. Look at my stupid face. This is sports entertainment done right, and no one does it better than WWE. And some people have gone, oh, it was overbooked. I'm like, oh, shut up, get back in the oven with you. What are you even talking about? And then the LWO were here, and Zelina Vega was here, and she was taking on Finn Balor and Dominic too. And it also made me laugh, because this is classic NWO stuff. You just keep adding members, but who cares? I'll be part of it too. We then went back to the ring, and all of a sudden, Bad Bunny had Damian Priest in the figure 4. It's like, what the hell is going on? But when Priest was back into it and he went for something, the rabbit turned it into the most devastating move in all of sports entertainment, and he almost won. I tell ya, I bit again. He then did level up though, because he hit a sliced bread of all things, when after he had wrecked Damian Priest with a chair, he hit the Canadian Destroyer, and basically fell on the Judgment Day man, and he got the 1, 2, 3. And seriously, the reaction to this, I had tears in my eyes and I don't even know why. Everybody came out to celebrate too, and I don't know what to do with this. No, that's not true at all. I know exactly what to do, because it doesn't just get an up, it gets a golden up. This is honestly something every single wrestling fan needs to see. And there'll always be one guy, oh, well, it wasn't for me. Okay, I don't care, because I thought it was joyous, absolutely a golden up. Bad Bunny, man. You are a flippin' hero. We still had a couple more matches after this, which was always going to be hard, but given who was in it, these worked too, especially because next up it was the 6-man tag. Ruh-roh. That did indeed mean Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn and Matt Riddle taking on the Bloodline. And think of the stakes here. The Usos had basically been told, do your job and win, or Roman Reigns is going to kill you. That is pressure. Now this went the opposite way to most of the card because they did get loads of time, but that's actually why it stood out. They had loads they needed to do, they had narratives they needed to tell, and here they had the space to do it. Smart. Ow. A lot of this too was all about Solo Sikoa having to sort things out as well, which was very interesting, especially because Jimmy and Jay must have felt the tension all around them, because at one point they accidentally super kicked each other, and as Corey Graves says, that doesn't happen to the Usos. What the flub is going on? It also led to a great near fall because Kevin Owens then slid in and hit the pop-up powerbomb, but it was 1-2 kick out, which is when Sammy tagged in, and he hit the least devastating move in all of sports entertainment, the Blue Thunderbomb. Because as I told you before, it never works. Surprise, surprise, it didn't work here either. The Usos were then spamming super kicks so much so I started to laugh. I was like, look, if your kicks are that super, I guess you would do it. When Jey Uso and Sami Zayn got into it again, because Jay was like, you ruined my family, you ruined it. I was like, Jay, I don't think it's got anything to do with him. I think you need to look above. Solo was sick of this though, because he just wanted to get the match won, so he tagged in. But Jey Uso looked at him like, how dare you spit in my soup? So when he did go through the ropes, he then slapped Solo Sikoa on the chest to tag himself back in. Oh my gosh, you could see the look in Sikoa's eyes. He had decided, well, now I don't care about anybody else, and I'm going to finish you off. Uh-oh. It's also when Sammy flew in with the haluva kick and Jey Uso ducked, meaning he did take out Solo instead. And he turned around. He gave another haluva kick to Jey Uso, and that got broken up at 2 as well. These guys are great wrestlers. Once again, you could just see that Solo wanted to take out Jey, but all of a sudden Riddle was back in there when Kevin Owens was too, and he got Samoan spiked for another near fall, so I was going all wibbly wobbly. Because there was so much carnage, all of a sudden somebody came behind Sikoa, touched him on the shoulder. He turned around and went, ha ha, I'm gonna hit you with my silly thumb. But it was Jey Uso, and they had this moment where it was like, oh, I don't like you anymore, and you don't like me, but we can't tell each other that, what are we gonna do? I mean, Uso basically dared him to take him out, and if we ain't doing Roman Reigns and Solo Sikoa versus the Usos in a few months, what the flub are we even doing? It all got stopped because Sami Zayn was back in here, and he was trying to get the win. But at this point, Solo Sikoa had basically evolved into a man-mountain. He saw Riddle, he gave him the Samoa spike, and he just pinned him. Now, I didn't think they were going to be victorious, but this worked so well, because again, Solo Sikoa just keeps getting better and better and better. The absolute best bit, though, was afterwards, because Jimmy was like, wait, we did it. He had no idea about the tension. He had no idea what was going to happen here, and he's in trouble too, because the Usos come as a pair. So this was another great match. It is getting an up. Once again, I don't know what we do now, but Backlash, greatest pay-per-view premium live event I've ever seen, kinda. Which brought us to our main event. As ever, because it is Brock Lesnar, we're not mucking around here. It was 10 minutes, it was all like, look, here's your muffin, stick it in your toaster, we're done. Cody Rhodes must have felt the same because he attacked the Beast during his entrance and he dove on him, he was hitting him with steel chairs and he was hitting him with some of the steel steps. He was like, I understand you're a man mountain, but I'm Cody Rhodes, whoa, and I will not be beaten. The best thing about Brock too is that if he does like you, he will just sell like crazy. And he took a right ass kicking here until Cody went for the Cody cutter, and then, my word, Lesnar went crazy wazy. Because he caught him in midair and gave him a German suplex, hot off Zu Schneiden, and then it was the usual, suplex, 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 or suplex, I suppose. That is how it's written. All of this built to Cody accidentally grabbing Tina the turnbuckle and exposing the steel underneath, and then when he was laying in the corner and Brock Lesnar charged at him like an Arkham Asylum boss, the American Nightmare got out of the way, and honestly, there's no way this was planned, and if it was, good grief, it was pulled off well. But Lesnar's head went right into this and he was definitely busted open for real. I mean, the blood flowed like a fountain, although you can't lie, flood me, this added to the atmosphere. Cody also sold this like Brock had just revealed him to be Santa Claus, which is when he not only hit a normal Cody cutter, but he hit a super Cody cutter too. And I don't know why it's funny seeing Brock Lesnar sell a cutter, but it is. But as ever, he did it wonderfully, even more so, because Rhodes then grabbed him, gave him 1 crossroads, gave him 2 crossroads, and then Brock kicked out at 2. So we were doing the near falls, but I tell you, I was plugged in. The blood was also flying around everywhere, which again helped the spectacle. I was like, man, we should all dream of being booked as well as Brock Lesnar. But then he hit the F5, and Cody Rhodes kicked out of that. So now they were on an even keel. Kinda. Brock basically whooped his butt. Around this stage, the referee also tried to wipe the blood off Lesnar's head. And I was like, what are you doing? He's never going to allow you to do that. It would be like going up to a lion and saying, hello, Mr. Lion, would you like to go out for a cup of tea? Lion would be like, no, and now I'm going to eat you. I really was truly into this though, because I had no idea which direction which he was going to go. But I should have known. Because after Lesnar had locked in the Kimura and Cody was like, oh no, I don't want my arm to break, he remembered his training. He remembered what wrestling is. And he remembered the most devastating move in all of sports entertainment, the surprise roll-up. And he got the 1, 2, 3. And honestly, you very rarely see that in a main event. I was losing my mind. So of course, bring down the counter, we add another 1 to that. And I have seen some criticism to this match online. I disagree entirely. I thought it was awesome. You want Brock Lesnar to be the beast. You want Cody Rhodes to be the fighter who's like, man, I'm not going to die. And he still got the win here. The story continues. Honestly, it's absolutely quite tremendous. I mean, it would have been better if the title was on the line, but let's not worry about that. So it was just really solid stuff, and it felt like a big deal. Now I can't wait to see what we're going to do on Raw. It is getting it up. Which brings us to the end of Backlash ups and downs, and of course the show overall gets an up. This was just a joy, brought on by a crowd that did all the right things at the right time when they were meant to do them. So honestly, WWE needs to take all of these shows and go around the world. I mean, it is a traveling circus at the end of the day. Absolutely great.
We started with AJ Styles versus Seth Rollins for the brand new, but not brand new because it has a lineage, World Heavyweight Championship. And everyone was going, I can't believe we're doing this. How are we meant to give this title prestige if we're putting it on first and we're putting Roman Reigns on last? Well, the rumor, and as always, it's just a rumor, it's just speculation, we just don't know, is that apparently Seth Rollins had to fly back from Saudi Arabia to continue filming the Captain America movie. Now, that is just absolutely badass. Can you imagine if you're Seth Rollins right now, you're on the top of the world in professional wrestling, and you're about to star in a AAA Marvel film? I ain't gonna get mad about that. I'm just going to say, if that is true, Seth, you are totally smashing it and you're an inspiration. Otherwise, it was him versus AJ Styles. You could visit any kind of planet, any kind of reality, or any kind of Earth that you wanted to. This was always going to be good. I mean, I've just got a bunch of notes written here. Do we even need to go through them? I mean, back and forth, wrestling tennis, amazing top rope reverse DDT by AJ, a buckle bomb into a frog splash by Seth Rollins. That's where the near fall started. We teased the pedigree. We teased an Avalanche Styles clash. I was like, please don't do that. Seth Rollins got a pedigree from AJ Styles. We did that. We did every thing. Eventually, one point, I think I've got here that Seth Rollins stomped AJ's hand. I don't even remember that, but he did. But the cool thing is that we had some psychology in here as well, because Seth Rollins' knee went halfway through the thing, so he went to give AJ a stomp. It went out. He fell down. He went all wibbly wobbly. I'm not if you really want me to look for some kind of negatives, even though it's a positive Pete show, I suppose you could say deep down in my tum-tum, I never thought AJ was going to win. I think it was always a title that Seth Rollins deserved to win. As he said in the promo later on, it's the first championship he's won in 4 years. And in that 4 years, after he got over the Hell in a Cell debacle, he's been absolutely smashing it. So he hit the pedigree, hit the stomp, 1, 2, 3. The fans here were crazy. So shout out to the Saudi Arabia fans. Ever since we actually, put people that want to watch wrestling in the building, the atmosphere has been so much better. And I tell you, the best thing about this being the opening match is that it was, we want to get super nerdy about it, like a 4.5 star match, or whatever numbers you want to equate to it. So I really enjoyed this. I think AJ Styles is an absolute legend. One day Seth Rollins will be in that category as well, and the only reason AJ gets it is because he's been wrestling longer. It's tremendous. And if you're not planning to watch it, you absolutely should. It should get an up. Well, it should get an up. It is going to get an up. And now I'm intrigued to see who is Seth Rollins' first opponent. You could do it with a Damian Priest, maybe. If you wanted to throw Dominic Mysterio in there, I wouldn't mind. Finn Balor could be waiting. I loved all of it. I genuinely did. Seth Rollins is a hero. AJ Styles is a hero. You're a brand new World Heavyweight Champion. And I'm just pumped to have a championship that is going to be defended week in, week out on TV. it gives Raw a little something, right? A little special. So I liked it a lot. We then went to the back and we saw Cody Rhodes having his arm casted up, which actually was going to tie in later. We also saw the Street Profits in the crowd. I don't know. And then later on we saw Karrion Kross and Scarlett in the crowd. And given the sunglasses that Karrion Kross were wearing, I thought it was Justin Timberlake. And I was like, that's a very weird thing to get in there. Also, apparently Cristiano Ronaldo was watching this show live. We never saw him, so that could be absolute nonsense. We then moved into Becky Lynch versus Trish Stratus. I just like this feud. Trish Stratus' gear had thank you Trish on the back. Becky Lynch was wearing like a Kill Bill outfit. They both looked absolutely great. And the best part about it was a fight. It was a scrap. They don't like each other. Becky Lynch got screwed over by Trish, so she just wanted to punch her in the face. Now, once again, I'm not going to go through all this stuff, although there was a very good near fall when Becky Lynch hit the manhandle slam. 1, 2, and Trish got her foot on the ropes. What we really want to talk about is the twist at the end, which I don't think anybody saw coming because they were outside of the ring. Trish was doing something under the ring. All of a sudden, Zoe Stark was here. She hit the Z360, whatever we call it, on Becky Lynch. Maybe a little bit too real because she shattered Becky Lynch's nose. And remember the last time Becky Lynch shattered her nose, it started a whole revolution. So maybe it happens again. That allows Trish Stratus to hit the Stratusfaction 1, 2, 3, and she beats Becky Lynch with the help of Zoe Stark. So 1, we can continue this feud, maybe to potentially SummerSlam, but 2, we've taken Zoe Stark, who only got called up like 3 weeks ago, and we have put her in what is essentially one of the biggest feuds in the women's division. We've also teamed her with Trish Stratus, and we're also going to allow her to feud with Becky Lynch. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's going to help. When Trish and Zoe were going up the ramp, they were all like, ha ha ha, we've done a dastardly act. I thought they looked great together, and because she had busted open Becky's nose, it's like what happened back with Nia Jax. Lynch just looked like an absolute badass. She looked so damn cool. And check out her Instagram post as well, where she looks even more cooler than that. I enjoyed all of this. No, it's not the best match you're ever going to see, and you can be like, oh, man, that's fine. You want to do that, that's cool. But in terms of what we tried to achieve here, and in terms of stuff that I want to see carry on, when we get to Monday and Raw is on my television set, I'm absolutely giving it an up. I think Trish Stratus as a heel has been great. I think we've used all of this to get Becky Lynch into that position where she feels like the most important person in the division, and we're going to raise somebody else up too. And Zoe Stark has all the potential in the world. So this was great stuff, as was Mustafa Ali versus Gunther for the Intercontinental Championship. Now, when we were talking about this in the week, I was like, we don't need a squash match here. We do need one later, for the simple reason that we've seen Gunther squash loads of people. Whereas now, if he squashes Mustafa Ali, what do we get? Nothing. We're in the same place. It's like taking 2 steps forward and 2 steps back. Oh, look, I still ended up on these crazy rocks in the hottest place on earth, known as Las Vegas. What we did here instead is Gunther was kicking his ass to begin with. He was chopping the hell out of him. And all of a sudden, Mustafa Ali used his agility and he used his speed. And when he hit the 450 splash, 1-2 kick out, ties into the first match. Did I truly believe that Mustafa Ali was going to beat Gunther? No. But did I love the fact that we kind of teased... I'm not going to say maybe he was going to, because I never believed it. But the fans did, that were in the live crowd. And it was one of those matches where Mustafa Ali got something out of this, because he was such a good, I'm going to fight for my life babyface. And there was something else he did that drove me absolutely crazy. I can't even remember what it was now. But every time he lit up Gunther, Gunther was selling for him like crazy. And then eventually, Gunther was like, I'm done with this. He killed him. With 2 lariats. I mean, he killed him. Ali missed another 450 splash. Gunther hits the powerbomb 1, 2, 3. But this is exactly what we should have done. I don't think it could have gone more than 10, maybe 12 minutes. But I do think Ali comes out the other side with more momentum. And if WWE wants to capitalize on that and not go back to that weird positivity character that I secretly do like, I think you can. And obviously Gunther's modern-day breaking record title reign, or whatever we want to call it, continues. And he should break the Honky Tonk Man's record. And don't forget about the Honky Tonk Man. In the world of kayfabe, he entered wrestling and decided, I know how I can win championships. I can pretend to be Elvis. That's something a human being did. I don't know, wrestling is weird, but I'm giving this an up too. I thought the first 3 matches took everything we had done. So obviously AJ Styles and Seth Rollins was about a belt, about a championship. Becky Lynch and Trish Stratus was like a blood feud. And this one was like some guy won a Royal Rumble and 2 dudes just fell out. But they all gave you a little something. And then by that point on, I was like, you know what? I think this is going to be damn good. And this is when I can't see my screen anymore because the sun is so bright. Damn you! Would you calm down? He's looking at me, which makes sense. Why am I screaming at the sun? We need the sun. Otherwise, we'll die. Although one day it will explode and we'll all be dead anyway. We went to the back. We had this amazing, I loved it so much, this Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn promo. It wasn't even really about what they were saying. It was about the fact they were so overwhelmed to be in Saudi Arabia. A different video for the different day. If you know, you know. If you don't know, Google it. You should. It's really, really important. So I like that immensely as well. We also saw LA Knight in the crowd. And I like to think they were put there because during the press conference, everybody was going crazy for LA Knight. And WWE, if you're watching, which you're not, you've got to push the guy. You've got to push the guy. He's ready. I'm not going to do the impression because it sucks. Which brought us to Asuka versus Bianca Belair. This one carried weight with it too. One, as I was saying throughout the week, as my phone goes crazy, Asuka had to win this. Otherwise, why do the heel turn? It just makes it look an absolute goober. And also, Bianca Belair being the chasing babyface, I actually think works better. But also on top of that, in order to, and I don't think they have the last 2 shows we've done in Saudi Arabia, but in order to stop them feeling like glorified house shows, you need big title changes. And that's what we got here. Asuka was kicking her ass, and then Bianca Belair did that thing where she fired back up, and she's so damn good. We need to put her in a feud that has a story, and I'm hoping this is it. Like, we can go to SummerSlam, and she can win the belt back. That's fine. Asuka's Asuka. She's all time forever. But the finish to this was awesome because Asuka tried to mist Bianca Belair as you would do. It didn't work, and the referee was all like, oh, I don't know what's going on. So Asuka snuck to the outside, somehow recharged her mist. She must have had loads of MP, I don't know. But this time she was like, I'm going to take it, and I'm just going to stick it in Bianca Belair's eyes. So that's what she did. She kind of rubbed it. What did I write down here? It was the most ridiculous thing ever. Yeah, Asuka puts mist on hand, blinds Bianca, and kicks the shib out of her. And when she pins her, she cut her hand and she stuck it in her eyes again. It was such a good finish, to the point I haven't done it justice at all. Go and watch it. It is so damn good. And of course, it came when she was about to be KO'd. And she was like, well, I got chili mist on my hand now. And she stuck it in Bianca Belair's seeing devices. Bianca Belair has an amazing out. 1, 2, 3, brand new champion. Obviously, the fans reacted because you always want to see a title change. I just thought this was exactly what we had to do. And it ties into the Rhea Ripley match that I'll talk about in a couple of minutes. Sometimes things just make sense. Bianca Belair doesn't feel any weaker that she has lost her championship. She held it for like 9,267 days, or whatever it was. And I think she'll get it back sooner than later. And finally, we have justified this brand new Asuka character. And she's like conniving, and she's deceiving, and she did not care that she had won this way. So I'm absolutely going to give it an up. Again, such a smart and such a well thought out finish. It made me pop. It made the WhatCulture guys pop. We did a live stream. Make sure you check it out. Special guest Thunder Rosa. That's right. That's what we do when we get to Vegas. And then we did get to Rhea Ripley versus Dominic Mysterio. Not versus Dominic Mysterio. We'd do that match. Kick his ass. We did Rhea Ripley versus Natalya. Now, some people went crazy at me because they're like, why are you saying that Rhea Ripley should squash Natalya, but Gunther shouldn't squash Mustafa Ali? Again, Rhea Ripley hasn't squashed anybody yet. She's a superstar, and she's not like a badass, but they're not going to do anything with Natalya, which is a problem, but they're just not. We can see that. She does have the experience. She does have that aura to her because she's been around all the time. So if Rhea goes out there and just crushes her, she looks great. So what happened? Dominic kind of did the distraction. Rhea grabbed her, threw her into with the still steps, just whooped her ass for a little bit, hit the Riptide 1, 2, 3. I had it down at 2 minutes. And Rhea Ripley was so damn proud. She kind of had this Catwoman costume on, so she looked more like a badass. I thought this was terrific. And it goes back to what I've been saying. 2023, the year of heat, is the year of Rhea Ripley. Push her. Turn her into a superstar. Have her beat Roman Reigns. Have her beat the Usos. Have her beat Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. I do not care. I thought this was terrific. She had Dom written on her face. Should have been Dom, I suppose. But those two guys are just the perfect pairing. It's probably those two and Ricochet and Braun Strowman as surprise double acts of the last 12 months. I loved all of this. And Rhea Ripley has the world at her fingertips, and I hope the WWE continues to push her. It's getting an up, and it paced the show out so much better. We've had 10-15-minute match, 10-15-minute match. Give me a squash. You can do that. You can get away with it, and it told a story. As John Cena said the other day when he was describing his Brock Lesnar SummerSlam match, it's not your night, kid. And tonight was not Natalya's match, and I couldn't have been happier about it, which is when we got to Brock Lesnar versus Cody Rhodes. Now, some people say they don't like this story. You're allowed to feel that way. You're allowed your opinion. I respect you. I think it's damn terrific. I thought this was going to be a fast match too, and I would have been fine with it. But instead, what we did, after Brock Lesnar had opened up on Cody, he started to use the cast on his broken arm to smack Brock right in the head. And he was doing it for real. And then all of a sudden, it felt like Cody was actually going to win. They made me bite. And that's when you know you got two damn good professional wrestlers. He was hitting crossroads. He was hitting disaster kicks. He was hitting Cody cutters, but Brock kept cutting out. Then he put him in the Kimura. Like, well, he's got to tap out now. He's got a broken arm. What does Cody do? He gets to the damn ropes. He then gets hit to the F5, and he kicks out. He then gets a crossroads on Brock Lesnar again. And Brock Lesnar kicks out. Ultimately, Brock did get him back in the Kimura. And this time, they kind of raised the hand, and it dropped. They should have done it 3 times. They should have gone 1980s here, but they didn't. But they kind of tied it into MMA. Then Cody Rhodes passes out because he can't handle the pain anymore. I know it's a finish that WWE likes doing. But the whole point of this was to get Cody Rhodes across like the toughest dude ever. And what I really like about Cody Rhodes right now, you go back to John Cena, he got a mixed reaction. You go back to the original Roman Reigns, he got a mixed reaction. Cody does rub some people the wrong way. I don't personally get it, but again, you're allowed your opinion. Here, what has happened, no matter where he goes around the world, people actually care about him. And people actually like him. So the fact he was a one-armed man in an ass-kicking contest. And the fact that he went to, well, toe-to-toe, I suppose, with the beast, Brock Lesnar, I don't think it even matters that he lost. He fought so damn valiantly. And now I want the third match because they are 1-to-1. Brock Lesnar loses, Cody wins, and he probably goes on to win a championship. So I just thought this was so well. It was a great story match. That's what I wrote here. I knew there was something I'd put down. It was a great story match. Cody had all the guts. Brock Lesnar probably wanted to eat his guts. I'm absolutely giving it an up. I mean, wrestling is all about moments, and wrestling is all about narratives. And I think these two have great chemistry. I think they genuinely like each other, so they're happy to sell and do crazy stuff. I mean, Brock took a beating in this match, even though Cody Rhodes had one arm, like I say. How many times have we seen Brock Lesnar run through people, especially when he shouldn't have done? That Kofi Kingston thing on SmackDown still hurts me deep down in my tum-tum. You could have done this with Kofi. You could have done, but here we are. So he gets an up. It was a fantastic match, as was the main event. Roman Reigns, Solo Sikoa taking on Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn for the tag team titles. We can zoom through it. The match was awesome. It was excellent. It was a Roman Reigns match, but that always works. It's a WWE-style main event, but I get into them. Everyone was behind Sami Zayn. He spoke in Arabic, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is just... Again, it's a moment, but it's about when we get to the finish. And let me try and get this right, because a lot happened, man. Kevin Owens was going to throw Roman Reigns to Alan the announce table. Alan was getting worried. He didn't want that to happen to him, which is when the Usos arrived, even though Paul Heyman and Roman Reigns had told them not to be there. Right, where are we going to go? Because I'll get this wrong. I absolutely do want to get it wrong. By the way, we all saw the Blue Thunder Bomb, the least devastating move in all of sports entertainment by Sami Zayn. Still not beating anybody. One day it will, and I'll go absolutely crazy. But yeah, the Usos take out Kevin Owens. They bury him under a table, even though he wasn't really buried. I mean, it'd be creepy if they did that. And then they're going to town on Sami Zayn. The Usos accidentally superkick Solo Sikoa. Roman sees this, and he thinks, well, those mother hubbards, they've turned on Solo Sikoa because they're a bunch of ass clowns, so now I've got to take care of them. And Jimmy and Roman start getting into it, and they start yelling at each other when Jimmy snaps after he gets pie-faced. And Roman is pushing his face, and he superkicks him, and Jay has a mental breakdown in the corner. The poor guy, he just cannot get a break. He's never going to sleep again. He's being like, what are you doing? And when Roman's on his knees, selling the first superkick, what did Jimmy Uso do? He did it again. He did it again. Jay's freaking out. Jay's like looking through his phone, looking for psychiatrist numbers, for counselors' numbers, because he can't get his brain around this. They then decide to leave. By this point, Roman Reigns is spilled to the outside, and then sure, Kevin Owens hits the stunner. Sami Zayn hits the elbow kick on Solo Sikoa. They get the 1-2-3, and they retain the tag team titles. And it's kind of bad of me to say this. That was almost secondary, but I get it. We're telling the story of the bloodline here. I still think Roman Reigns could have taken the pin on his 1,000th day of champion. He had a massive out because the Usos have basically murked him in the middle of the ring, but it doesn't really matter either way. Solo doing it's fine. If anything, you could argue it's better for Solo, because when we eventually do the Roman Reigns-Solo Sikoa feud, Solo goes, man, you left me high and dry once again, you absolute goober. So this is terrific. The bloodline is now broken up. There's no way that Roman Reigns is going to forgive them. This wasn't an accident. Even though they cost them the match, at the end of it, or in the middle of it, Jimmy decided to take out Roman Reigns. He did a hit on him, and Solo Sikoa was the guy that paid the price. I was going loopy for all of this. I was making reaction. I was making noises. So were the rest of the WhatCulture guys. It just drags you in because they've invested in it, and they've given it the time, and it's a long-term storytelling. And again, with all the stuff with Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn being in Saudi Arabia too, it was just a wonderful, wonderful thing all around. I'm trying to decide, is this an up or a golden up? And you know what? I've decided it is a golden up just because that sun, once again, is beating down on my head, and the sun is basically golden. But I just think when you tell a story this good, and I'm this invested, and I'm making that much noise, it's like a goat giving birth, we should probably give it a golden up. But now I think a Money in the Bank or SummerSlam, we can do Roman Reigns and Solo versus the Usos. Then we can do Jimmy versus Roman. We can do Jay versus Roman. Then you get to Solo versus Roman. The fact we're doing all of this with the Roman Reigns thing, I think it justifies the fact he's still a champion, even though the story probably would be better if Cody was a champion, but let's not worry about that. It was a terrific main event, so well thought out. Whoever is putting these story beats together, you are totally smashing it. So when it gets to Night of Champions, overall, it's going to get an up. Love watching it in the morning. Sometimes it's just cool with the time difference. Feel privileged that I got to watch it here in Vegas, especially because in 24 hours, we will be going to Double or Nothing as well. And of course, we're up those downs after the show. But yeah, if you're on the fence about whether you should check out Night of Champions, Simon Miller, the Bald A-Hole, says that you probably should.
The very first match was our men's Money in the Bank match. Now, as ever, every single person that was in this, I massively respect what the hell you go through. It is nuts. I am a wrestler. I've been in normal matches. I'm like, oh, it hurts. I don't like it. And you go absolutely crazy. Just go nuts for everybody in this damn match, would you? Seriously, man. It was just... That's right. That's a perfect segue, right? These kind of ups and downs are always a little bit crazy. It was a little bit all over the place. I'm just going to say it out loud as plain and simply as I can. Was I disappointed that LA Knight didn't win? You bet your ass. I was very disappointed because when LA Knight came out, the O2 Arena came unglued. And it was the first moment I was like, man, I love the fact I get to experience this. And you could see it on LA Knight's face. He was having the time of his life. And when you see a performer having the time of their life, all of a sudden you're having the time of your life too. It's called energy in your tum-tum. But here's the deal. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Even though I was super disappointed, I'm a human being. And I can have conflicting emotions. And I can't lie. Given that we weren't going to give it to LA Knight, when I saw flipping Damian Priest, Punishment Martinez, from Ring of Honor, who I have liked for a long time, I was super happy for that guy. Now, I understand it's a stupid way to watch wrestling. It's like, oh, he's worked so hard, I'm so pleased. But it's just true. And I love the Judgment Day, and I thought it was going to tie into later. So here's what I'm going to do. Look, I've written a bunch of stuff down here. This is the stuff I have to write, right? Everyone jumps on Logan Paul. That was very funny. Everyone just beat up Logan Paul the entire time. He's too talented. He's too talented. We can't do it. But here's some other amazing notes from Simon Miller, and it'll make you question why I have this job. Ricochet, crazy dive through ropes. Knight climbs. People go nuts. But actually, we should talk about, oh my gosh, Logan Paul and Ricochet, holy crap, man. They were meant to fall off a ladder and springboard off the top rope, and I presume do a Spanish fly through the table. Now, instead, Ricochet and Ricochet's crotch decided to get into a wall with the ropes, and he just grabbed Logan Paul, and they went head first through the damn thing. Logan Paul's shoulder was bleeding like crazy, man, so I hope they're okay. Anyway, let's get to the point here. I thought it was a great Money in the Bank match. I thought it was a great ladder match. However, I'm going to be an honest pup, because that's what I am. I was sad. I was a sad panda. I was sad in my Tootsie Toes that LA Knight didn't win. So I think we did miss out on a moment here, so that's getting it down. But for the match and that Damian Priest won, honestly, I can't help myself. I'm giving it a damn up. I thought it was a terrific start to Money in the Bank. Terrific start to Money in the Bank. Boo, boo. And
Simon, can we call my brother a bald a-hole as well?
no, we can't call your brother a bald a-hole.
But he loves it.
Let me tell you the story about the bald a-hole. Some people are very confused why I call myself a bald a-hole. I think we're long. I think we're long enough into the video now. It stands for asshole. Apologize to kids in the audience. Here's what used to happen, right? In the comments on YouTube, people would go, I hate this bald asshole. This bald asshole doesn't know what he's talking about. So I stood there one day and thought, well, if I start calling myself a bald asshole, it totally negates their comment. So here I stand, the bald asshole, and I'm not going to lie, I got 100 bald asshole tees made a few years ago, and I sold them all. So there you go. We then moved into... He's trying. We then moved into Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler versus Raquel Rodriguez and Liv Morgan for the women's tag titles. Honest opinion, right? I want everyone. Who saw this coming? No one. Now here is the deal. Do you know how hard it is to be in this spot where you've just seen 7 guys trying to kill each other? It is so damn hard. And honestly, from nowhere, I am talking about nowhere, Ronda Rousey blind tagged herself in. And Shayna Baszler, I think, must have gone, you told me this morning you didn't like Warhammer. So she just kicked the absolute crap out of Ronda Rousey. To the point I was looking around where I was sitting going, what? What is happening? This was crazy. This is the most out of nowhere turn I think I've ever, not one tease, not one nothing. Someone just shouted out SummerSlam. I think you're right. That's my man. How you doing? But here's why I liked it, right? I'm there live in the arena. I don't want just another boring tag team match. I just saw Money in the Bank. I want shenanigans.
Simon Miller. Oh, Simon Miller. Oh, Simon Miller. Oh, Simon Miller.
Rubbing my head. Are you allowed to rub somebody's head? Maybe you are, I don't know. Look, I'm a magic champion from nowhere. How'd that happen? So here's the deal. He does that. We're shushing. What a polite crowd. What a polite crowd. But here's the deal. She chokes out Ronda Rousey, and then Raquel Rodriguez hits her finish. Liv Morgan hits her finish. Oh my gosh, she killed Ronda Rousey with that. And they won the tag team championships. Now, here's the 2 reasons I was massively happy with it. 1, I like a good out of nowhere turn, even when it makes no sense. I ain't writing the thing. I don't have to come up with why that makes sense. But 2, you had Raquel Rodriguez and Liv Morgan doing the whole, oh, I can't believe we won. I was like, man, your enemy helped you. You have to acknowledge that your enemy. I was cracking up. But honestly, I genuinely think for a show I was live at, give me some craziness, man. It made me react. Everyone else around me reacted. I'm giving it an up. I'm giving it an up. I'm giving it an up.
Let's go, Simon!
Where are we going?
Let's go, Simon!
Where are we going?
Let's go, Simon! Let's go, Simon! Simon starts!
Wait.
Let's go, Simon! Simon starts! Let's go, Simon! Simon starts! Let's go, Simon!
Why is my family here? Hello, Mum and Dad. My poor Mum and Dad. I make jokes about them all the time. We then had a promo. I've got another question for you, right? We had a promo with Damian Priest. He said, maybe I'll go with the US title. Maybe I'll go to the IC title, the World Championship, or will I go after Roman Reigns? Who do we want to see Damian Priest go after? Seth. I agree. Right. We then got Gunther versus Riddle for the Intercontinental title. And do you want to know why this was amazing? Because it essentially ended with Gunther giving a chop to somebody's foot. That was essentially the finish. So this is going to be twofold. 1, I don't think I've ever seen that before. And 2, let's be honest, a lot of wrestling fans, I know, I get a lot of DMs, have a foot fetish. One day, maybe I will share these DMs that make me feel disgusting.
This is why he's the champ.
So, given that Gunther clearly has a foot fetish, also, do you know what I loved about this too? Because he hit the foot fetish drop, whatever we're calling it, and then he just locked in the ankle lock submission and won. This is why I love Gunther. He doesn't really have a finishing move. I know he uses the power bomb, but it's more, I'm just going to kick the absolute shit out of you, you mother flubber, and I'm going to win. But also, look, Riddle was a sacrificial lamb in this match because this was all designed so we could all go, yeah, Gunther, because as John Cena would tell us later, we cheer the bad guys. We love doing that. When Drew McIntyre's music hits. And this place went absolutely nuts. Who went crazy for Drew? Honestly, my word.
Oh, Drew McIntyre!
Oh, Drew McIntyre!
Oh, Drew McIntyre! Oh, Drew McIntyre!
He obviously took out Gunther. My favorite thing about Drew McIntyre is that Drew McIntyre will let you know when he's going to do his finish. He'll count you in, like we're on Sesame Street. Here it comes. It's coming. You got 3 seconds to move. Oh, he didn't move. Anyway. Claymore! Imagine somebody had ran in and Claymored me just then. I would have shut the whole thing down. The whole thing down. Not true. I would have let you pin me. I would have done. But listen, the whole point was to set up. Obviously, we're going to do Gunther and Drew. I would imagine at SummerSlam. Gunther's still the IC champ. This was, of course, big men slapping man meat. It's getting it up. Of course, it's getting it up.
Man meat.
Which actually brings me, now look, I'm not going to lie, I'm going to be honest with you right now. I still massively enjoyed it, but we got to the strangest match of the evening, which was Cody Rhodes versus Dominic Mysterio. Now, this is the word I'm going to use here, which I think is strange. Somebody's like doing preaching. Somebody just said, if you release your soul, you will be free.
Do you work for fence?
That's weird shit, man. But yeah, it was Cody Rhodes versus Dominic Mysterio. And essentially what happened here was this. Dominic Mysterio got his ass kicked. Sorry, I just heard a chant. I was like, oh, who's chanting? Rhea Ripley would then get involved. So then Cody Rhodes would go, screw you, and he went and whooped Dominic Mysterio's ass. And then Rhea Ripley would get involved and goes, listen, I need to whoop Dominic Mysterio's ass. So Rhea Ripley would get involved, and Cody like, you're really getting in my way here. I need to whip the condom's ass. That sounded terrible, didn't it? I want to go on record. This won't be true at all, but you have to have a few things in your life. I'm pretty sure I was the first guy to call him the condom. I'm pretty sure I was. It's my level of humor, people, in the toilet. But then he hit the Cody cutter, he hit the crossroads, and he won. Now, everyone in my section was like, Here he comes. Brock Lesnar's going to come here. The rumor all day had been Brock Lesnar, and I was like, do we not know Brock Lesnar? It would have cost him $7 million to get on a plane and come to England. He was never going to be here, but it was just kind of strange because it was just a match on a pay-per-view. But it was fine. I can't get mad at it. I enjoyed it, and I'm in love with Cody Rhodes. I just am. Sorry, Brandy. I love your husband. So I am going to give it an up, but compared to every other thing on this show, it was just there. And I was like, oh, okay. But it actually didn't matter. And I actually think it was very well placed. Because after this, I mean, in case you're watching Ups and Downs, someone told me earlier, I didn't watch SmackDown, I only watch Ups and Downs. I promise you, everything I'm going to tell you is true. Here we are in the UK, at a pay-per-view, premium live event. Welcome, WWE Universe. I'm surrounded by the W Universe. And now I hate myself. But honestly, here we were in the UK for the first proper event in like 30 years. And who came? Tell everybody on camera who came out. It wasn't Simon Miller.
Reaper Man!
What should have been Reaper Man? So, not only did Mother Hubbard John Cena walk out, honestly, I'm not going to lie, sometimes at shows these days, I just like to sit there and enjoy the energy everyone else is bringing. I went absolutely crazy. I love me some John Cena. And not only did he come out and get maybe the biggest pop I've actually ever heard in my life in terms of live, I think the one before this was Cody when he came back at WrestleMania. I think this was louder and it had like a quarter of the people in it. But he said, oh, hi, everyone. Would you like WrestleMania in England?
Wembley Stadium!
Which only means...
Wembley Stadium!
Which only means one of two things, right? It means one of two things are about to happen, right? One of two things. The first of which is the saddest thing ever. Either one, John Cena, Mr. Hustle, Loyalty, and Respect, has lied to us. And how am I ever going to recover? I mean it. I trust that man. Or two, within the next, I would say, 5 years, we're probably going to get WrestleMania in England. And I tell you right now, if we do get WrestleMania England, I make you a promise, I will shave my head. You would... I do love how close we all are. There's some people just feel close enough to me to just rub my head. Imagine you do that to a stranger in the street. Here's the point. Grayson Waller came out. I thought he cut a very funny promo about WrestleMania in Australia. Cena gives him the AA. The segment ends. This is some of the most fun I've ever had at a live show. And it's not just getting an up, it's getting a golden up. That's fucking brilliant. It was flubbing brilliant. I'll tell you now. You cannot beat a surprise pop. When you don't know someone's coming, you cannot do it. Which we'll get to the tribal wanker. Give me one more match. 2 more matches. Which goes to the women's Money in the Bank, right? Now this is much like the one we talked about earlier. I actually thought in many ways it had more depth to it. You had a load of stories. You had everything with Becky Lynch and Trish Stratus and Zoe Stark and Io Sky and Bayley. And they had put a lot of work in there. But what if earlier, right? This is, I don't mind we did it twice. I thought it was weird. Butch did an amazing moonsault off the ladder in the first match. So Io Sky then went, well, I'll just do it too. And I was like, that's a weird thing to do. It was still absolutely amazing. Think of this. Think how scary it would be to go onto a diving board and jump forward. Then imagine turning around and doing a thing. It's crazy. No. When we chant it like that, it sounds like we're a cult. It does. And a lot of people already think we're a cult. So, but here's the deal. The one spot I want to shout out the most, I believe it was Zelina Vega onto Zoe Stark, please correct me if I'm wrong. The Canadian Destroyer off the top of the ladder into this other ladder, or sunset flip bomb, whatever you want to call it, I don't care. Crazy power bomb move. Zoe Stark's head bounced on the ladder and then she bounced off. I lost my flubbing shib again. That was absolutely horrendous. But the best part about this match, maybe ever, I may be happy to... Stone Cold is here. I always knew he would turn up. Hello, Stone Cold Steve Austin. I mean, it's like, it's like equal parts realistic, equal parts terrifying.
And that's the bottom line.
Hell yeah! Right, here's the deal. The ending to this Money in the Bank match, I'd have to go home and think about it like the nerd that I am. I think it could be the most creative ending to a ladder match I've seen in years. Because basically early on, Zoe Stark and Trish Stratus put a handcuff on Becky Lynch. They weren't able to handcuff her to anything, so they just gave her a metal punch weapon. And I was like, well, that's interesting. But then later on, when Bayley and Becky were trying to go up, Io Sky reappeared after Bayley had screwed her over, obviously, so damage control is done. She handcuffed them together, she climbed up and she grabbed the briefcase. And I was like, whoever came up with that, you deserve a massive pat on the back. But more importantly, not only is Io Sky just completed her face turn, she's flipping Mrs. Money in the Bank. Io Sky. I loved it. Io Sky. If Io Sky becomes world champion, you know what I'm going to do? The Dance of Joy. That's right. I'm going to do it. I'm doing it right now. Of course it's getting it up. Of course it's getting it up. It's getting it up. No, that's when we get in trouble. Put him down. Put him down. No.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Whoa.
Please put him down. Father Simon is here now. Daddy Simon says, don't do that. No. If you get hurt, I get sued. Don't. Yeah, boo. Boo. Boo health and safety. Everybody should die. Everybody should be dead. Right, which brought us to our World Heavyweight Championship match. Listen, if I get sued in the morning, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to sue all of you too. Heel turn. Heel turn. Right, it brought us to Seth Rollins versus Finn Balor for the World Heavyweight Championship. I don't have a lot to say about this other than I think they're terrific wrestlers. I think they worked this match. Some of the reversals and the counters and the pace they had was awesome. But once again, it actually ties into the story because halfway through, Damian Priest walks out. It was a bit of a weird finish, right? Finn Balor had this one with the coup de grace. After he'd done a coup de grace, after Alan the announce table and Simba the Steel Steps, also they threw people into barricades. I saw it. Do you know how hard it is to see this happen and be so close? Yes.
Oh, justice for Barry! Oh, justice for Barry! Oh, justice for Barry!
I don't know how he got here either. I do, it's me. It's my fault. But essentially, when Balor was going for the coup de grace, Damian Priest, who had sat down, just stood up and he looked at him. And Finn Balor decided, I can't handle someone looking at me when I'm trying to wrestle. So he decided not to do his move, which would have won the World Championship, but look, it makes sense. Curb stop, 1, 2, 3. Seth Rollins is now your champion. Here's the deal. Before Damian Priest won Money in the Bank, I was having sleepless nights. I don't want Judgment Day to break up. Judgment Day are amazing. However, if it ties into a Money in the Bank thing, and it ties into a world title thing, and it potentially ends with Damian Priest being the champion, I'm totally cool with it. Totally cool with it. Mostly though, I just think that Seth Rollins and Finn Balor are great, so it's getting it up, right?
Burn it down!
We then had a quick interview with Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn in the suite, because obviously they're very, very excited about the main event, because obviously it ties into everything they've done. They were very close to me, and I looked at them and I was like, isn't this wonderful? Then I saw them left, and I'm like, they're not even sitting in the suite. Well, that ruined kayfabe for me. But it brought us to the bloodline imploding. Now, do you know what? I'm going to be completely honest with you. Loved the first couple of minutes. Then I thought it was a bit slow. I thought, this is kind of strange. It's kind of strange. But what a nerd. What a geek I am. Because they were building, and they were creating, and they were structuring, and they were deliberately taking their time. Now, amazingly, the absolute highlight of this is when the fans started to chant, stand up if you hate Roman. So now,
Stand up if you hate Roman. 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 Stand up.
What can we do?
If you hate Roman. Stand up.
Me too.
If you hate Roman. Stand up.
Now, I think Paul Heyman told him to do this, because what did Roman Reigns do? He sat down on the ring apron. I'm just going to ignore them for now. He sat down on the ring apron and he sent 20,000 people into hysterics. So that guy is just the absolute best. He really, really is. But all you need to know is this. The ending was so damn clever, because Solo decided he was going to splash Jimmy through Alan the announce table. Poor Alan, had a terrible evening. But he missed, which of course meant Solo had taken himself out of the game. So now it was the Usos versus Roman, and they hit super kicks, and we had kickouts, and we had spear kickouts with Jay, and also Jay did the damn thing when he punched Roman in his testicles, which Roman did for everybody, which led to the super kicks, and it led to the Jay Uso splash. And I thought, there's no way they're going to do it. And what did the ref do? He went 1. And what did the ref do? He went 2. And what did that referee do? He went flubbing 3, meaning 1. Not only did Jey Uso just pin Roman Reigns, which is something we wanted to see, but 2, it was the first time in 3 years, my friends, 3 years, the Usos stood tall. Roman Reigns looked at Solo Sikoa like he was going to kill him. The last 5 minutes to this match are so wonderful, you've got to go and watch it. And this is the other point. The Usos are so crazy over. They have benefited from this program. They have benefited from this story. I think they are so damn good. And now moving into SummerSlam, it's going to have to be Solo versus Roman. We're going to have to do it. So here's the deal. I didn't know that John Cena was going to be on this show, so I'm breaking my rule, my golden rule, ironically. When Jey Uso pinned him, I shot out my seat, like someone had just stabbed me in the ass. I just jumped up right into the air. It's not just getting an up, it's getting a golden up. This story is flubbing fantastic. And Roman Reigns. That's right. You see, the people on the internet say I'm too positive, but live and in person, people love the positivity.
Now, the reason Logan Paul and Ricochet was on first is because right after this, Logan Paul, in his damn wrestling gear, got on a plane and he flew to watch his brother Jake Paul take on Nate Diaz. And I watched that boxing fight too. I think it was very good. Michael Cole also tried to act like SummerSlam had 4 main events. I'm like, this is getting so out of control. It used to be 1 main event, then it was 2 main events. So in like 2037, we're gonna have, everything is a main event. And as soon as you do that, you may as well pull your pants down and run around naked. What? Logan was also trying to break some necks here because he was doing neck breakers when he did a power slam and he pretended he was Braun Strowman. I was like, why is he pretending to be Braun? Then I remembered that Strowman was the tag team partner of Ricochet earlier in the year. I know, I'm an idiot, I forgot. It's also so much better that Logan Paul is now buying into being a heel, because everybody was booing him, and he was playing up to it, and that just works. And at one point, Ricochet pretended he was going to do the people's elbow, but instead he did a standing moonsault, and Logan Paul then did the Hulk Hogan leg drop. I had to make sure I hadn't died, because this was really weird. Ricochet then remembered that Logan had tried to kill him with a neck breaker, so he did an avalanche one off the top, which was nuts. And then they were just reversing all the moves. I mean, they were coming off the top, and then they were grabbing each other in midair and giving each other DDTs. I wouldn't say there was one big spot in this that made you go, oh my gosh, it's going to go viral. But all the little things they did do, when you stacked them together, you had the best game of Jenga ever. Paul then hit a springboard frog splash like it was nothing, so Ricochet was like, oh yeah, and he hit a springboard moonsault, and that mother Hubbard went for the 630, but damn it, he missed. From here, it was just two people pinging around the place, like we're all this athletic and we can just get in a ring and go, ha ha, watch me go. When all of a sudden, I could smell something in my nose. That's right, it was shenanigans. I mean, we should have known. Because from nowhere, as Logan Paul was kind of dead on the outside, one of his security team just gave him some brass knucks. This person was never identified, so unless they become the biggest villain on Raw, what the flub is happening? Of course, the referee didn't see this though, and Logan already has the punch of doom, so he smacked Ricky right in the head. Down he went. He had been, I don't know, killed, I suppose, and he got the 1, 2, 3. And actually, this was better than I was expecting, because I knew deep down in my Tootsie Toes Logan Paul was going to get the victory, but I didn't think we'd give Ricochet out. Now he's got that out. So I just thought this was so damn entertaining, and once again, kind of makes me mad how effortless Logan Paul makes professional wrestling look. But I could watch these two guys wrestle every day. Makes me sound a little bit like a stalker. I'm not. That wasn't me hiding in the bushes. That was somebody else. Shouldn't have made that joke. It's gonna go bad. Giving it up. We then saw Sheamus arriving in a monster truck, which died into nothing, although I suppose we were in Detroit. When this madness continued, it was time for Brock Lesnar versus Cody Rhodes. And this really did make me laugh, as clearly Brock wanted to go on first, but Logan Paul usurped him by going, no, I've got to go see my brother. And man, when Cody made his entrance, this place went crazy. He's a star. He really wasn't playing games either, as he jumped Brock Lesnar before the bell, but as soon as we got ding ding, Bron was like, man, you have pissed me off now, and he started to suplex him. Obviously. Turns out Cody wasn't going to take any of this shit, because he then started to hit all these damn disaster kicks when Lesnar just ran over him and he was suplex him again. It's so I'm beast. We really weren't done with the wrestling tennis though, because all of a sudden Rhodes was like, oh wait a minute, I forgot that 2023 wrestling is sponsored by Dive, so he did dive onto Brock Lesnar when we saw Cody Rhodes' mum in the crowd. And this time she wasn't nonchalant, she looked super duper worried. As she should have been, because Lesnar was about to kick this guy's ass. I mean, he destroyed him so bad at one point, he was just shouting at Cody, save yourself, save yourself. And I was like, man, I never thought we'd get here. Brock Lesnar actually thinks he's in Titanic. This is Jack talking to Rose. He also screamed, this is only going to get worse, like an alien had taken over his body and he wasn't in control anymore. But actually, he was telling the truth. Because not only did he hit an F5 onto the floor, my friends, he also did it again through Alan the announce table. So I'm sorry, Cody Rhodes is going to wake up this morning and be like, oh man, I'm in a little bit of pain. It was such an awesome idea though, because the whole point was Cody Rhodes almost got counted out and he got in at 9. Then he almost got counted out again, but he got in at 9 because he just wouldn't quit and he was going to fight from underneath. So what we've done here is we have turned Cody into the quintessential babyface, but for whatever reason, it totally works. I mean, I love this guy. We still continue to sell this idea that maybe, just maybe, Cody had bitten off a little bit more than he could chew. But when Lesnar went for another German suplex, he grabbed Tina the turnbuckle and he pulled her away from her home, which was a callback to their last match. It turns out Cody actually didn't care about this because he had another plan. Because he got Simba the Steel Steps and he just went blam and he smacked Brock right in the head. And the referee saw this. He was totally fine with it. I suppose he wanted Rhodes to win. He also then hit 2 Cody cutters, and the second one was from the top rope, so it was a super cutter, but Brock Lesnar got out of that when all of a sudden he must have taken his Phoenix down because he locked in the Kimura. It's another callback. Cody scurried to the ropes because obviously he didn't want to die. When Lesnar was going to finish him off, that's when Codes decided nope, and he pushed him into the exposed Tina the turnbuckle, and Brock hit it right in his tum-tum. Cody could now apply the Kimura, and I'm sorry, I don't care what anybody says, Brock Lesnar may very well be the best seller that has ever walked this planet Earth, because honestly, he genuinely looked like he was in pain. The dude, even with all the praise, is still underrated. As soon as he did escape, he decided he was going to go for another F5 because that's his favorite move, when Rhodes was like, no, you're not going to do that. And not only did he hit 1 crossroads, not only did he hit 2 crossroads, but he hit 3 crossroads, which was his favorite combo in AEW, and he beat Brock Lesnar 1, 2, 3. Just like that, clean in the middle, I was genuinely stunned. Amazingly, Lesnar also hugged Cody afterwards and shook his hand, which means that Rhodes is now the new beast incarnate. That's how that deal works. And apparently, according to Triple H, none of that was planned, and Brock Lesnar just did it. And actually, I didn't believe this at first, but when you go back and watch it and look at Cody's face, he's terrified at first, like, oh no, he's gonna kill me. But I tell you, to use WWE speak, what a moment. So honestly, if we do not use this to send Cody Rhodes off into the stratosphere now and have him beat Roman Reigns at WrestleMania 40, then I do not understand the plan anymore. This was Fabu. SummerSlam went 2 for 2. That rhymes, so I'm happy. Giving it up. It was then time to shake up the pacing a little bit, because it was time for the Slim Jim Battle Royal. The Miz, AJ Styles, and of course LA Knight, I got proper entrances, but there was a surprise here. Just as everybody was about to get into it, MVP walked out and he was like, there's one last competitor, and it is the giant known as Omos. And I was like, well, clearly Omos is gonna win. He's 7 feet tall. How are you going to throw him out of the ring? It also meant that MVP must have pushed start on controller 2 because here came a brand new competitor. And I just want to say this. 1, I was very happy to see Omos back because I think he's great. Screw the haters. But 2, we are not casting him in the right role. When you see him in interviews, he's such a lovable guy. So I think we should present him as that. And of course, WWE will never do it. And now the comments are mad at me. He also threw out Apollo Crews, JD McDonough, and Rick Boots instantly. So if I was one of those guys, I'd be a bit worried. When Otis was eliminated by Imperium, so I was a damn sad panda. Chad Gable didn't like that, so he got rid of Giovanni Vinci instantly, so that was revenge. When Tommaso Ciampa not only eliminated both Viking Raiders, but he got rid of Shinsuke Nakamura. I was like, man, maybe he's getting a push. Sadly though, of course, he does kind of have a thing with Bronson Reed, so soon Ciampa was out of there as well, as was Ridge Holland. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even realize he was in it. This is when I noticed that Austin Theory was in the thing. He got rid of Cameron Grimes, so he screwed him twice this week. When Karrion Kross got rid of Santos Escobar. Once again, I was just scrambling with notes here. I couldn't actually keep up to date with who was in it. Gable then finished the job because he was able to get rid of Ludwig Kaiser when Otis threw out Butch and Matt Riddle. So whatever plans we may have had for Riddle at one stage, we'll take them, put them on your foot and go whoop, out the window they go. Finally, we got to LA Knight, who tried to get rid of the big man. But when that didn't work, everybody in the ring was like, okay, look, we have a real dilemma here, but maybe if we all come together, our combined strength means we can knock Otis over the top rope. I was like, why did you say Otis, Simon? I meant Omos. It did end though with AJ Styles hitting him with a phenomenal forearm when 68,722 individuals came together, and that's right, they did knock the giant to the floor. I couldn't believe it. Mostly because this Battle Royal spot will outlast us all. Knight was then able to throw Miz out the top rope, and everybody loved that, as Sheamus got rid of Grayson Waller, and AJ Styles got rid of Karrion Kross. So at least at this stage, he murked him again, but actually it was going to be his undoing. Reed also suplexed Chad Gable out of there, and this got booed, so that made me happy, but then everyone was cheering again, because LA Knight was like, ha Reed, out you go. We then did get to the wonderful rules of the Battle Royal, because Karrion then just came back out, and he grabbed AJ Styles' foot. And look, the referees saw this. They were like, well, there's not much we can do. Which is when Sheamus spied all this, and he broad kicked Styles out of there. So I guess the Karrion AJ stuff is going to continue. Whatever. I also thought this was really smart because it means our final 2 were Sheamus and LA Knight. And given that LA had won on SmackDown, everybody started freaking out going, oh no, he's not going to win. But he did, my friends. He got rid of Sheamus. LA Knight won. The evasion was so big, you would have thunk he just won the damn Royal Rumble. Now, I actually don't know what you get for winning this thing. Nobody told us. So I'm just going to make it up and say you get a wonderful new hat. And I think this is very good for LA Knight because it does seem like WWE is going to push him. And they have to now. He just got a brand new hat. You can't not capitalize on such a situation. I enjoyed this. When we got to the argument of the evening, well, actually the first of 2, there's always so many. Because it was Shayna Baszler versus Ronda Rousey in an MMA rules match, and look, I totally get it. This wasn't going to be for everybody, and if you're into your more traditional pro wrestling, you probably watched this and thought, well, I don't get it at all. That is totally cool. The thing is though, I did, and I would like more of this all of the time. Well, not all of the time, just some of the time. But as I always keep going on about, there's so much wrestling on my television set, and while I am very blessed that I get to review it all, when you do give me something different, I just start doing the dance of joy. I flubbing love it. This was also two people who are badasses in real life just kicking the shit out of each other. At one point, Ronda took her leg and just smashed Shayna in the head. And I was like, man, that definitely wasn't fake. It looked like it hurt. Also allowed Baszler to fire up as all of a sudden we went into the submissions because we had Kimuras, we had ankle locks, and we had arm bars. And somehow during the ankle lock, Ronda counted it into a sleeper. She must have been tired. There was this really weird bit where Shayna was beaten up a little bit too much, so medical professionals were working on her. I was like, man, you don't do that in a real fight, and you wouldn't do it here. And apparently the rumor on the street is that Shayna Baszler and Ronda Rousey wanted to do this one way, but the creative people in WWE wanted to go another way. So I still think you could fine-tune this, but as a little bit of a spectacle, I give it a tick. Eventually, Shayna Baszler was able to lock in the Kira Fuda clutch as well, and because Ronda Rousey was running out of air, she did pass out. Rightfully, the ref was like, well, I'm gonna have to end the match, otherwise she'll die. It's true. I also will admit that the live crowd didn't really get into this. That's mostly because I think it translated better on TV. And either way, if Ronda Rousey is going away, and we don't see her for a while, if we pull the trigger with Shayna Baszler now and present her as the badass that she is, I think she could fly. I'd even have her win the Royal Rumble, if she can get some momentum. So I am giving it an up. It only went 8 minutes. It was a nice experiment. I had a good time. When there was just more ass kicking, because it was Drew McIntyre versus Gunther. And again, they were in the back and somebody said, oh, hi guys, what's the plan? And they just turned and went, we're gonna try and murder each other. There was also big men slapping mad meat for the Intercontinental Championship, and also I just love the two directions that we could have gone here. Because one, do you have Gunther win and go on to beat the Intercontinental title record? Or two, do you surprise everybody and have Drew get the win? I mean, it was solid instantly when Gunther decided, I'm going to slam Drew McIntyre onto the Simba the Steel steps. And when Drew hit, he was all like, oh no, me back. And even I was squirming like a worm. That looked horrible. We also then got all the chops and all the suplexes and all the clotheslines. And I was shouting at my television, I'm sorry, Gunther is a murderer. That's what he's trying to do here. Why is nobody helping him? It really did start to rock and roll though, because the Intercontinental Champion then hit a German suplex and Drew just got to his feet and whammed him with a line. This is when it was the Scottish Warrior's turn, because he started to hit some neck breakers, which was the theme of the evening. Let's try and break somebody's device that holds your head in line with your body. I don't know why I didn't make it as a doctor. He then went for the Claymore, but Gunther ducked that, went for the Bomb of Power, when all of a sudden Drew hit his own, and hit the Future Shock DDT. That's when the near fall started. It was Wrestlemania. Somebody must have also whispered in McIntyre's ear, we're not shouting out our 2023 sponsor enough, because then he did this amazing dive, and look, he is not a small guy, and he landed on his feet. I thought that was absolutely tremendous. He then got back in the ring, went for Claymore round 2, but Gunther got out of the way of that and he hit the power bomb. And I actually bit on this. 1, 2, Drew kicked out. 5 stars in the Tokyo Dome. Of course, we then had to bring balance back to the force, so McIntyre got the Claymore and Gunther kicked out of that. But at this point, I was like, right, I don't know who we're going to give this to, and I already think whoever does win, nobody's going to lose, because I just think it's so well put together. They then decided they were going to climb to the top rope and punch each other because they are crazy. And actually, this was a terrible idea for McIntyre because Gunther crotched him on the top ropes. He was like, oh no, my penis. When he hit him with the splash, hit him with the most horrible clothesline you've ever seen. He got the power bomb and he beat him 1, 2, 3. So I tell you, I love it when WWE does this on pay-per-views, premium live events. You have two people going at it, one wins, one loses. I don't look at Drew and go, oh man, you're an absolute loser now. I go, thank you for the memories. I don't know what that means. I would also turn McIntyre heel now, and he did storm off looking really pissed off. And surely now Gunther does defeat the Honky Tonk Man's record, which he should do, because this has been a phenomenal run. He's getting it up. When the joy kept on coming too, because it was Seth Rollins versus Finn Balor for the World Heavyweight title, I think this is the best match they've had. We had a bunch of wink, wink, nudge, nudges as well, because Seth was wearing gear that was very reminiscent of their 2016 Summerslam match, whereas Balor was much less subtle. He had 7 written on the shoulder that he injured in that match. Either that or he likes that movie, or he likes that character that Dustin Runnels played in WCW, but it can't be that. In fact, never look it up. It don't make any sense. Balor also attacked Rollins because he was just stood there enjoying the whoa, whoa, when this just turned into a brawl straight away. I was like, good, that's how it should be. Finn was then so desperate to be a comic book villain, he was going after Rollins' shoulder because he did want revenge, when Seth was like, nah man, you ain't gonna do that to me. And he was hitting the Falcon Arrow. It's like the first 1 minute. He also hit 3 consecutive dives, so our 2023 wrestling sponsors were over the moon. And then when we cut back to Balor, he was bleeding from the mouth. Can't lie, it made him look pretty damn cool. He also then took Rollins' arm and just hurled it into the ring post over and over again when he did the powerbomb into Barry Barricade, which again is a callback to 2016. It also upset me, hence why I'm wearing the shirt. It rolls up to 92. We're only 8 away from Barry's funeral. Rollins then came back with a frog splash for 2 and a superplex, and just when he was about to finish it, from nowhere, Finn hit the most devastating move in all of sports entertainment, the surprise roll-up. And a big piece of me was like, please let him do it. He didn't. Seth then dodged the coup de grace and hit the pedigree for another great near fall, when all of a sudden somebody must have shouted, we need more shenanigans, because here came Damian Priest, and he's got the damn briefcase. He wasn't playing either, because behind the ref's back, he just punched Seth right in his damn nose, and this is when Finn Balor hit the pedigree, and we had another 1, 2, ooh, and look, not in a million years did I think Finn Balor was going to beat Seth Rollins with a pedigree, but by this point, I was so damn plugged in, I lost my mind. Rhea Ripley and Dominic Mysterio were then here, which made you go, oh my gosh, maybe Finn Balor is going to do it. But this is when Damo's like, use the briefcase, use the briefcase. But Seth Rollins didn't want to use the briefcase. I'm screwed up again. Finn Balor didn't want to screw the briefcase, so all of a sudden these two were looking at each other. I do not think they're going to be friends for very long. That's when Rollins used all of this, because he hit the curb stomp, but my word, Balor kicked out of 2. And this was so damn smart, because then I was going, well, all of Judgment Day is here, and Seth has now hit his finisher. I think Finn is going to do it. That totally doubled when all of a sudden Dominic Mysterio was being a prick, so Seth Rollins had to go to the outside and hit him with the stomp. Then when he got back in the squared circle, Finn Balor did get the coup de grace, and I thought he was going to become the champion. Rollins kicked out at 2. Priest then decided he was just going to leave the briefcase in the ring and be like, Finn, I think you should use this as a weapon. But when Balor went to get it, all of a sudden, Rollins ran in, he hit the curb stomp on the briefcase, and he got the 1, 2, 3. Now, look, I was a big advocate for Finn Balor winning here, and maybe even Damian Priest cashing in, but doing it this way, you have just opened the door to so many potential opportunities and directions. Just getting a round of applause. The last 5 minutes of this especially was so damn good, and even though they do get a lot of plaudits, we do not sing their praises enough. It's like a Brock Lesnar situation again. Go watch it up. It then turns out there was a reason we didn't do the men's cash in here. I'm pretty sure you can figure out what I mean by that. Before we do get to that though, given that we have just mentioned Rhea, I do want to bring Rhea Ripley back into the conversation, as well as Trish Stratus, Becky Lynch, and Raquel Rodriguez. Let's just be negative Nancy's for a second, because it's getting it down. Because now that we know that Trish is cleared, meaning we could have done Becky versus Stratus, and that there was no reason not to do Rhea Ripley versus Raquel, I just think this was such an oversight, especially with Rhea's WWE Women's Championship. When you get to something as big as Summerslam, that should be being defended. And I do get it too, this show went 4 hours long, which was a little bit too much, so you don't want to add any more matches, but it doesn't mean you can't understand, but also be disappointed. And that's where I am now. It's like how my parents feel about me, and that's why it's getting it down. Anyway, it was then time for Charlotte Flair versus Bianca Belair versus Asuka for the WWE Women's Championship. And amazingly, as I talk to you now, none of these 3 actually hold that belt. Before all that though, Charlotte and Bianca were just flying around like it was nothing when Asuka got in there and she started suplexing everyone. And I think what I enjoyed most about this match is usually what you do in a triple threat is that you beat one person up and they go on the outside and the other 2 get at it. But here, they tried to come up with creative ideas, meaning all 3 could wham into each other at once. Now, sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't, but that should be the whole point. You give it a go and see. Flair also came flying off the top with a double crossbody, which was cool. And then, yeah, I think something happened with her ring gear, because Asuka and Bianca Belair were kind of fighting in the corner, and Asuka had to go to the Asuka lock while Charlotte sorted this out. Who cares? They figured it. It wasn't a problem. Move on. Poor Belair then continued this by doing a moonsault, but she landed onto everybody's knees, which looked horrible. When Charlotte climbed to the top rope and she did one to the outside, doesn't matter how many times I see that, it's always damn impressive. Thankfully, she did a more successful one later because Asuka locked on the Asuka lock to Charlotte when Bianca came in and broke it up. And then we were just going crazy. Because somebody went for a DDT? No. Somebody went for a German suplex? Nine. Asuka putting Belair in the Asuka lock as Charlotte snuck over and kind of let on everybody to try and get the pin. Didn't work. If I tell you, that was a cool spot. This is when Flair also hurled Bianca over the top rope and her knee went right into Simba the Steel Steps. And at first I was like, oh my gosh, I think that may be legit because Belair screamed out in pain and there were a bunch of doctors and she started to limp. Now look, as soon as she did get taken down the R-way, she turned around to return to the squared circle. I just thought that worked very well. And this was doubly so because the reason she decided to turn around was that Charlotte had Asuka in the figure eight, and because she arches her back, Bianca went to the top rope and she hit her with a 450. 1-2 kick out. That ruled. It did piss off the Queen though, so she applied the figure eight to Bianca. This is when Asuka snuck over, when she spat the mist in Charlotte's face when she was gonna run in to do something, but the EST realized this and she hit the most devastating move in all of sports entertainment, the surprise roll-up, and I could not believe it. She got the 3 and she was the champion. And as it wasn't on my bingo card, I went crazy. As it turned out, it sucked to be her because instantly Io Sky's music hit. This place went nuts. She came out with Bayley. They used the briefcase as a murder weapon because they twonked everyone when they gave it to the referee. And because this was an official cash-in, the official knew what to do. When you do the tease, the ref will be like, oh my gosh, I don't understand what's going on. Why are you talking to me in Russian? Here, no problems. It also meant that Sky could go to the top rope and she hit the moonsault to get the 1, 2, 3. And this place came unglued again. And I just thought this was damn wonderful. Warm and fuzzy in your tum-tum stuff. Because Io Sky did it. It was a good period where I didn't think we were going to pull the trigger. We also saw all of Damage Control celebrating afterwards because Dakota Kai was here, so that was wonderful too. And yeah, if we do this right, well, just you wait and see. Give it up. When Roman Reigns took about 10 minutes to get to the ring. It's just what he does. It also meant that it was Roman Reigns versus Jey Uso in tribal combat, and I would just tell you this. I was so damn pumped. There are a few things we need to talk about. Because I think the WWE misconstrued this one a little bit because, again, it was Roman, it was Jey, it was family, it was the bloodline, it was tribal combat. And for the first 5 minutes, they kind of wrestled. Now, eventually, we did get to the weapons and kendo sticks and chairs and tables. But I was like, I don't want to see you do headlocks and stuff. I want to see you kick each other's ass. And eventually, Uso did chuck Roman into Simba the Steel Steps and we did get going. And then he got a table. This was very smart, because have a guess what the crowd was chanting for? That's right, tables. Our tribal chief went and used a kendo stick as well, so I was mad, because I was like, well, that's betrayal right there. What do you call yourself, the head of the table, and there was some wood, and you went for a stick? You should be ashamed of yourself. Paul Heyman kept casting distraction too, because that is the way, although it didn't work out. Because Jey then got this stick of kendo, and he just went to town on his cousin. It was like he thought there was gold in his ribs, and he wanted to check. Jey then flew off the top rope, but Roman wrecked him in midair. But I tell you, when he went for the spear and Jey turned it into the most devastating move in all of sports entertainment, well, I did bite a little bit. Like I never actually truly believed that he was gonna win, but I had that 1% of doubt. Jey Uso was then using chairs where he somehow found every chair on the planet and threw it in the ring. And while he was going to suplex Roman onto these, Reigns was like, well, no, that doesn't really sound like much of a holiday for me. So he powerbombed Jey into them instead. Honestly, we should have done this 10 minutes earlier. And I suppose if I do have one critique about the thing, just a little bit too long. It was pure escalation though, because then Jey Samoan dropped Roman Reigns from the ring apron through the tables. And I went and did my research and everything is okay because they are both Samoan. Otherwise, this would have just been the drop. He also then started to literally whip Reigns because he had this strap. And I've been thinking about this all morning. Why was that under the ring and who put it there? Eventually they started to fight in the crowd, which of course is when Solo Sikoa turned up. And as there was just a random table, he grabbed Jey and he hit the spinning Solo through it. I was like, man, this is getting totally nuts. Though once again, you could have shaved off 10 minutes. I'm going to leave it there, I've said it. There's always one moment in these matches though that does send you absolutely loopy, and we got it here because they got back to the ring and Roman Reigns and Solo were going to go for their spear spike thingamajig, which from now on I'm going to call the ear Ike. But man, Jey Uso pulled Solo in the way, meaning Roman speared Sikoa. I was like, man, he ain't gonna forget that. It also allowed Uso to spear Roman for another close near fall, and I was totally into it by this stage, when apparently Solo just can't get over anything, because he was back, and he super kicked Jey. And I was like, what about Roman, Solo? What about Roman? But that's when he took his eyes, and he looked at the tribal chief. I was like, oh my gosh, they're staring at each other. This is super serious. It also totally distracted Roman because Jey then ran in and speared him through Barry Barricade. So once again, mixed emotions from me. We drag it down, 93, but also looked pretty good. Jey had leveled up by this point as well, so he then got revenge for what Solo Sikoa had done to Jimmy Uso because he splashed him through Alan the announce table. When once again, my nostril hairs picked up, which is a horrible thing to say, I could smell shenanigans. Because I kid you not, after this, Jey Uso hit the spear, and he hit the big splash, which was the finish at Money in the Bank, and he had the head of the table pinned. No ifs, no buts, no maybes. And just when the referee was about to hit 3, a hooded man appeared, and he pulled Jey out of the ring, and all my dreams were dead. Amazingly too, when this person revealed himself, it was Jimmy Uso, and I don't care. Once again, WWE is all like, oh man, we're about moments, we're about moments. The look on his face as he just tilted his head, I thought it was damn brilliant. The crowd was also chanting, "Fuck you, Jimmy," excuse my language, when of course he super kicked his brother, and then he threw the bones to Roman Reigns, who speared Jey through a table, and he got the 1, 2, 3. Now look, a lot of people didn't like this, but just stay with me 1 second. I do understand this wasn't for everybody, and once again, the match wasn't entirely what I thought it was going to be, but actually when you go back through all the story beats, this is exactly what WWE should have done. Because look at it this way, the Usos have said for years that their dream contest would be a one-on-one match with each other at WrestleMania, and if you can hold it out to WrestleMania 40, not only do you tick that box, but what else can they do as a tag team? They're already one of the best tag teams ever, so if this situation comes up where you can break them up, I say do it. I also think that WWE has had this planned all the way through till April 2024. It's not like they just came up with this on Thursday. And also, it does make sense. Ain't 2 + 2 = potato. I bet Jimmy gets on the microphone and says, "Oh, Jey, I can't believe you were picked as the tribal chief. I was jealous." Also, given how successful this whole thing has been so far, I ain't gonna get mad at it. But also now, you can do exactly what we did with Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. You can move the Usos away from Roman Reigns. They're done. They can become bigger stars because of it. Then we do Roman versus Solo Sikoa. Eventually we have that done. Then Roman loses his titles, and you put a full stop on it. So I think this was very well put together, and I am going to give it an up. I mean, it was just a rollicking good time. It's like watching a TV show. You don't have to agree with the fact that one of the characters went bad, but you kind of still want to see where it goes. But yeah, look, the next time we do tribal combat, maybe make it a little bit more tribal, a little bit more combat. Which did indeed bring us to the end of SummerSlam, and I am going to give it an up. I do not think that WWE misses with PLEs. A stupid thing to say these days. I was excited for it, and I felt like it delivered. Up. Seriously though, my big surprise was our first match being Trish Stratus versus Becky Lynch in a cage. I mean, at one point I was like, oh man, maybe they'll main event the thing, but they didn't. What they did do is they walked out there, they totally smashed it. Now I think we all agree that this feud went a little bit too long and we should have pulled the trigger at SummerSlam, but given that we did get here to Payback, honestly, I don't think they could have done a better job. And we can't go back in time because we're not Doc Brown, and yes, we saw Tiffany Stratton in the crowd, and as we would learn later, Becky Lynch is going to head to NXT to tell her off where these two went at it, and you know the deal. They were in a steel cage, they were like, there's some steel right there, I'm going to throw you into it. And at one point, Trish grabbed Becky's face, she was just mushing it into the holes. I was a bit like, what exactly are you trying to achieve? We then got a powerbomb off the top rope as things did start to escalate. When Becky went to apply this disarmer, Stratus hit her with a widow's peak for a 1-2. So Becky was like, oh man, you want to bust out other people's moves, do you? So she hit Trish with the twist of fate. Because of course, don't forget, when this began, Lita was around. Seriously, where did she go? That ended with a 1-2 ooh, so Trish then hit the Stratisfaction for a 1-2 ooh, and she hit this crazy bulldog for a 1-2 ooh, and by this point I was like, that would make a pretty good song. 1, 2, ooh, and I realized this is a really bad idea. They had me by this point as well, because I was like, well, I assume Becky Lynch is gonna win, but what if she doesn't? When Trish tried to escape the cage, they fought up there, and like Stratus's legs kind of got caught, so she wasn't able to move. So do you know what Lynch did? She gave her a super duper plex all the way from there to the floor. That was it. I was just clapping like a seal. That was tremendous. That also gave us another great false finish when Becky decided, well, I'm going to climb out the cage, and Trish started going towards the door, because WWE does has funny rules when it comes to steel cage matches. They also do not care what the stipulation does mean, because at this point, who turned up? That's right, it was the handson of Mae Young. Wasn't the handson of Mae Young. Imagine it was. Totally ruined. It was Zoe Stark. Now, Lynch noticed this instantly. She was like, well, now I've got to turn around and stop this, because Zoe was just going to drag Trish out of there, when Stark took the door and just smashed it right into Becky's head. Now, we do this a lot, and every single time it makes me go all weebly-jeebly. It then basically turned into a handicap match because Becky was still able to get rid of her, and she hit the manhandle slam onto Trish Stratus, and so it was like, bro, I'm right here. So she just broke it up. Because Becky must have just taken a bunch of Phoenix Downs, though, she would not allow herself to be beaten in this way, so she took out Zoe Stark, and that's right, Trish and her then went climbing right to the tippity top, where she gave Stratus this crazy manhandle slam, like surely the craziest manhandle slam we've ever seen, and she pinned her for the 1, 2, 3. So this was genuinely terrific. When I researched my feelings, I don't actually think they could have topped it. We also got some follow-up to this, because Zoe was all like, oh, Trish, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. When Stratus just slapped her right round the face, and Stark was a bit like, well, I ain't sorry now, am I? And she laid her out with the Z360, so now surely we got to do something with that. But she got this totally wrong, because we're meant to be thanking Trish and not kicking her ass, but once again, if you do not intend to watch this today, you are making a mistake. Unless there's something else you'd rather do. I mean, it's your life. Who the hell am I? But I tell you this, it is getting it up. It turned out the WWE just wanted pops on this pay-per-view premium live event as well, because who came out next? Jonathan Cena. That was a bit weird because he was the host of Payback, and yet he was arriving after the first match, although he was all like, do. What a tremendous fight that was. Let's all put our hands together. It also turned out that somehow he was in charge of the damn thing, because he was like, we're about to have The Miz versus LA Knight, and I've decided I shall be the special guest referee. Now, The Miz heard this. Right away, he marched to the ring. He was just like, are you kidding me? No. But he basically told Jonathan this was absolutely BS. So Cena was like, look, man, I am new at this gig. Why don't you give me some advice? So The Miz said, yeah, I'll give you some advice. You shouldn't have starred as a merman in that Barbie movie. That genuinely made me laugh. The Miz also leveled up here too, because he was like, actually, I've got more information for you. Stop dressing like a Teletubby. Honestly, Cena takes these insults so damn well, but he was like, look, sorry to be the bearer of bad news. I am going to be the referee. I do have a shirt, which is when LA Knight's music hit, and this place went crazy. Remember when everyone was like, oh man, it's only 5 minutes of fame? It's not. I really was super pumped for this as well, because I think these two have done a great job in the build. Their promo offs have been excellent. Although I'll put my hands up and say, yes, it went a little bit too long. But I suppose that's why John Cena was there. When all was said and done, I pondered, and I decided to say, yes, this was pretty damn good. I mean, Miz just bailed at the start because he is a giant asshole after all of his rambling and rolling. And this is when both guys started going for their finishes. I was like, Miz, come here. LA Knight, come here. You can only do this if you've added extra finishes before you press start, and I don't think either of you have done it. Knight then decided he would take Miz's head and smash it into Alan the announce table over and over again. And every time he did this, the crowd went, yeah. Out of context, this wouldn't have made any sense. Like, imagine you've never watched wrestling before. You'd be like, right, every single person in the audience is like well into violence. Why do they keep saying, yeah? The Miz, of course, was able to reverse his fortunes by throwing LA into damn Barry Barricade. And as you know, if you do watch Ups and Downs, we did reach 100 assaults. So next week, we will say goodbye to Baz, as once again, we send him to the great guardrail in the sky. We then did that whole thing when John Cena decided, Miz, you are beating LA Knight up too much, so I'm going to drag you off. Then LA Knight was beating the Miz up too much. He was like, oh, I'm going to drag you off. And I get it. You have to have a 5 count. Sometimes this rubs me the wrong way. I'm like, man, just let them whoop each other. The internet then started to have a meltdown because The Miz hit all the DDTs, but Los Angeles Night kicked out at 2, when basically John Cena and The Miz started to have an argument. Now, this is when Knight did creep up behind him, was like, ha ha, I'm going to get you. He didn't. The Miz hit the skull-crushing finale. I tell you, that was a good false finish, because it is WWE. I thought they were going to do Knight dirty. They didn't. Miz then made the ultimate mistake though, because he was now so pissed off with John, he forgot what he was doing. So he did the "you can't see me," and he was gonna hit the 5-knuckle shuffle. Never forget what that does mean. It refers to masturbation. Don't get mad at me. This is when La did pop up though, and he hit the blunt force trauma, and he just beat The Miz for the 1, 2, 3. But the most important bit this here is when they got to the R-way, John Cena decided to whip his top off for some reason, just so he go, hey man, look, I'm still jacked. And he basically passed the torch kinda to LA Knight, because he raised his hand like, this is the guy, this is the guy. And look man, that means a lot. Because so many people love John Cena, as do I. They think he's the greatest of all time, so he takes his power and he pushes it into LA Knight's tum-tum. Well, it's only gonna help. So I do believe they call this a good bit of business, and we just tick the boxes. I mean, there were no surprises, but I don't want to be surprised. WWE then got their timing absolutely spot on, because it was Rey Mysterio versus Austin Theory for the US title. It went 10 minutes. And it was just good stuff. Now, it did suffer because not in a million years did I ever think Austin Theory was going to win this championship back, because Rey Mysterio has only held it for 5 seconds, and as we know, or at least as I'm predicting, we have to wait for Santos Escobar to turn on him and say, I hate you, Rey, and now I'm going to destroy you. I also want to point out that if you go and find all these clips that WWE keep posting of Austin Theory behind the scenes, interacting with fans, he is totally miscast. So when we are done with this run, we have to turn him babyface and let him be that guy. I mean, he seems like a stand-up dude. Amazingly too, this match was sponsored by Cinnamon Toast Crunch. The whole time I was like, man, maybe I should go eat some cereal. Although we can't get Cinnamon Toast Crunch here in the UK, or at least I've never seen it. So what a damn tease. Theory did start this off then by just wrecking Rey Mysterio with clotheslines. I was like, take that and party. When he decided, haha, I'm an evil villain and I'm going to rip your mask off. I was like, don't do that. That's just gonna piss him off. And he did. Rey Mysterio went, haha, and he went nuts. Because he really did start to cook, but as always, when he went for the 619, he got hit with the power bomb instead. And we gotta have a word with Rey Mysterio and be like, Rey, you always go for the 619 at least 7 times in a match. On the first go, you never hit it, you gotta sort it out. Ultimately though, Austin did get him up for the A-Town down when Mysterio used all his years of experience and he hit him with the most devastating move in all of sports entertainment. It's a pros roll-up. He just beat him. 1, 2, 3, just like that. Bring it down, goes up by 1. Still, we did the job, it was fun, and Santos Escobar and the rest of the LWO came out afterwards. They were like, yeah, Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Sorry, US title. That will be good. So look, we're still planting these seeds. And yeah, can't get mad at it. We then did get Becky Lynch and Tiffany Stratton interacting with each other, and Bex was like, well, maybe I'll turn up to Tuesdays, although she does not speak like that. When we got another surprise, and flubbing Nora. Because it was Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn taking on the Judgment Day in a street fight, and as I stand here talking to you today, we have brand new tag team champions. Oodalally. And I tell you why this was so good too, and it's because I love Kevin Owens, and I love Sami Zayn, and I would have their children, whatever that means. But when they did lose here, especially in the way that they lost, I was mad. I was like, damn it, you can't do that. They haven't even had a proper feud yet. What the flub are we doing? And I was like, oh wait, that's the whole point of wrestling. I like the good guys, I do secretly like the bad guys, but in this moment, they had totally reeled me in. Bravo. It was also a superb street fight because, my word, what didn't they do? If they had sat down and busted out a game of Monopoly halfway through, I would have been like, yeah, I saw it coming. We also had chairs, kendo sticks, garbage cans, and we were taking trash cans and putting it over people's heads and smacking it with the kendo stick. This happened to poor Finn Balor. And we even had a spot with a terrible towel. If you know, you know. If you don't know, just pretend it's like Towley from South Park or something. There was also proper emotions here too, because at one point Kevin Owens did undress and he was wearing a Terry Funk t-shirt. We've got to keep the memories alive. When we got some of these chair shots that were so stiff, I felt like my head was going to get crushed in. Because this kind of went in favor of the tag team champions who turned up. It was Dominic Mysterio. Well, that makes perfect sense, because why wouldn't you help your buddies in an ODQ match? At this point, Kevin Owens was just bleeding, so if John Moxley was watching, he would have loved it, and there was no way this was planned, because a bunch of people were trying to clean him up. But even then, him and Sami Zayn just turned their attentions to the condom, And not only did they beat the shit out of him, but Kevin Owens lay him on this table and he climbed up all the way into the rafters and he hit this senton. I don't think he hit it exactly how he wanted to. I mean, a large portion of his body hit the floor, and this is what I did. It's just face palming. I was scared. By this point, too, the Judgment Day had set a bunch of chairs up in the ring, which is when Sami Zayn took Finn Balor and he hit him with the least devastating move in all of sports entertainment, the Blue Thunder Bomb. And even though he did this onto weapons, did it work? Of course it didn't. KO was then breaking up pinfalls by throwing chairs into people, which made me chuckle, as Sami Zayn was doing flipping moonsaults. This is when all of a sudden Dom Dom was back, and it just made me laugh. He's like a wasp. Bzz, bzz, bzz. He doesn't go away. By this point, Zayn was going to go for the haluva kick, which is when Damian Priest returned, and he just hurled a garbage can into his face, so everybody was going down. Which is when Balor went through another table, Owens hit the stunner, and Sami Zayn hit the haluva kick. I just had to lay down. I was like, this is totally crazy. He also had the damn thing won when JD McDonagh turned up, and the commentators were like, oh my gosh, it's Finn Balor's friend. But seriously, the Judgment Day are going to have to say thank you to him now. McDonagh saved the day. Now, I totally admit the interference on this show was totally out of control, but I forgot about McDonagh, so when he did do this, well, I made a noise. He did get thrown into Alan the announce table by Kevin Owens, though, because screw would, which is when Rhea Ripley teleported in. And do you know what she did? She speared KO through Barry Barricade, and even if we still had the counter, I wouldn't add anything to it, because this was so badass. Rhea is the best. Somehow, though, Sammy still had the thing won, but the numbers game was going to be way too much for him. So just as the referee was about to hit 3, Dominic was there. He whammed him in the head with the Money in the Bank briefcase, which allowed the Judgment Day to pin him. And when the referee did hit 3, I actually shouted out, well, flub me sideways. I never saw it coming. Brand new champs. This was so damn smart, though, because not only did it make you feel like the Day of Judgment were a unit again, but they are such a force. I guess the only disappointment is that Finn Balor didn't win the World Heavyweight Championship, because can you imagine that visual? It'd be beautiful. This absolutely was fantastic, though, and it was sports entertainment done right. And ultimately, if I go through the whole show, it was this or that cage match. They really brought it to the next level. It is getting it up. And given that we just did talk about entertainment in sports, I really did like what WWE did do next, because we had the Grayson Waller effect. And I'm that guy. Even though it is a pay-per-view premium live event, I enjoy it when we do things like this. Grayson is also such a wonderful dick, and of course his guest was Cody Rhodes. And Rhodes was going to do the whole, so what do you guys want to talk about? And Grayson was like, shut up, it's my show. I'm going to decide what we talk about here. Once again, I laughed. I don't know why, I'm a fool. Bless Cody as well, because he then started to go, oh great, you got a talk show, have you? As he listed every single talk show that WWE has ever done, and he's right, there's too many, none of them make any sense. He also called out the fact this is so stereotypical and they'll probably end by having a big fight, when for some reason he just shouted out Carmelo Hayes, which was nice, as he asked Grayson, hey, do you like SmackDown? I was like, this conversation is going in a very odd direction. I mean, it was a bit like, oh, hey, James, how you doing? I really need to leave this city. See you soon. He did have a reason for this, though, because behind the scenes, he had done a little bit of drafting, a little bit of trading, because he's secretly in charge. And guess who is now on Monday Night Raw? The returning Jey Uso. He's here, and he was. Now, my dreams did die here, because before Cody announced it, I was like, say Repo Man, say Repo Man, say Repo Man. And he didn't say Repo Man. And now all of a sudden, my nerd brain has gone crazy. Because if Jey has gone to Mondays, somebody needs to go to Fridays. And given that it was Cody doing the trading, could he jump there and then challenge Roman Reigns at WrestleMania 40? Yes, he could. Waller once again was brilliant because he was like, why would we be excited about this? You've only been gone for 2 weeks. And he also should have said, you quit WWE, and that includes Raw, but I don't care. Eventually, Jey Uso super kicked him, and I'm so excited about this because we're obviously doing it because at WrestleMania 40, we are going to do Jimmy versus Jey, and I'm pumped for that too, and they damn well deserve it. But now, he actually gets to shine as a single star. And if he gets it right, this is gonna rule. Cody also watched all of this like Jey was his son, scoring the winning touchdown. He was so damn proud, and this makes me want to tune into Raw. So it must have done something right, giving it an up. It was then time for the women's title match, and let's just address the elephant in the room right away. Hey Nelly, how you doing? It was a little bit too long. That's not because Rhea Ripley and Raquel Rodriguez can't do it, but I did want to see jacked women slamming women bones or something like that. And when you do a match like that, you don't want it to go long. You just want two bulls to collide with each other. Yeah, do all the big moves. So it could have gone 10 and probably been better, but here's the other thing. Gotta look at the flip side of the coin. WWE does not give enough time to women's matches, so when you get it, don't moan about it, don't complain, just enjoy it. They did lock up too, which seemed a bit weird to me because it's meant to be a blood feud, but the whole story of this match is that Raquel was able to outpower Rhea Ripley. Like in the early going, she shoulder tackled her, and Ripley went down like a gunshot. It happened again when Rodriguez basically no-sold a bunch of clotheslines before she whacked Rhea with one. Then all of a sudden, Ripley was bleeding. I was like, did John Moxley book this whole entire damn thing? But I tell you, it did make her look quite badass. Raquel got back into this when she just hurled Ripley across the ring. So Rhea was like, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take my arm and just wail on your back. But then Raquel just hit her with a fall away slam. Don't forget, that's a slam when you fall away. I don't really know what that means. She also reversed the Riptide into a power bomb, which is when Rhea was like, damn it, I'm gonna start busting out the submissions. But you already know the deal. Raquel is just too damn powerful. Need it on a t-shirt. She also then hurled Rhea Ripley into Rita the ring post and Barry Barricade. I was like, what did my wrestling friends ever did to you? And seemingly she had the match won, and she took loads of this. When who arrived? It was the damn wasp, Dominic Mysterio. He got instant groans as well, which is perfect for that character. Now obviously Raquel just got rid of him instantly, but this is when Ripley was able to take a med pack. She hit the drop block, she just booted Rodriguez right in the face, she hit the Riptide, and she got the 1, 2, 3, before she's like, yeah, I'm totally done with this, I'm out of here. And I totally get what we were trying to do here, because we knew Rodriguez was going to lose. We wanted to make her look like a superhero. But given that Rhea Ripley is the star of 2023, kind of feel like she should have backed her a little bit too. But ultimately, it was just a fine match. Like, will we remember it in a week? No. But not every single fight has to be, oh my gosh, 5-star classic. They did what they had to do, and I would still turn Raquel Rodriguez heel. I think it would help the character a lot. But when John Cena was an interviewer, what is happening? They had chosen to interview Damian Priest and Finn Balor about their tag team victory, and of course they just danced around going, we did it, we did it. But John Cena won this one, because he did this with his legs to make himself look really short. Because if you don't know, that's what WWE tells their tall backstage announcers, you gotta look shorter so the wrestlers look taller. So once again, who's happy to have Cena back? I am. When it was main event time, just like that. I do enjoy it when we only have 6 matches on what I guess we call a B pay-per-view. Premium live event. It also meant it was Seth Rollins versus Shinsuke Nakamura, and this was good for 2 reasons. One, Seth Rollins, the World Heavyweight Champion in the main event, is also going to work, but also seeing Shinsuke Nakamura there, warm and fuzzy in my tum-tum. This was a mega match too, because it went about 25 minutes. And once again, I thought, well, you could probably shave 5 minutes off it. But flub that, man. Once again, we'll throw it out there, because what we did here is we just told a wrestling story. Seth Rollins is the champ with a bad back. Shinsuke Nakamura is the bad guy who doesn't care about Seth Rollins' bad back, and they were just gonna fight. And Shinsuke even rubbed Seth's back at one point before he did start whamming it. And of course, the way Rollins fought back was with a dive. Because it is 2023, and dives sponsor wrestling. He then tried for a pedigree, but didn't work because it was way too early, so he went back for the dives. But this was one too many dives, so Shinsuke grabbed him and threw his back into Alan the announce table. I thought that was really fair on Alan. What if Rollins' back had broken here for good? He would have been devastated. He also hit a backbreaker, which is self-explanatory, when he applied the camel clutch, which also makes sense. Where from nowhere, Nakamura decided, man, I'm done with your rear front. And he just booted him right in the skull. I laughed because it was so disgusting. He then put Seth in a single-leg Boston Crab, and I was like, you're not even from Boston, Shinsuke, what's going on? But as soon as Rollins got out of this, he busted out a Frankensteiner. I'm like, man, I didn't see it coming. I was also shouting, watch your back, which he didn't do, especially because he then hit a splash of the frogs, which got a 2 count. But when he went to follow up on this, we went WCW versus NWO Revenge, and he couldn't do it because his back hurt. Shinsuke then hit this wonderful German suplex, Guten Tag, and because of his back, I bought it a little bit when Seth Rollins from nowhere just came back with a super kick. This was wonderful. They were then transitioning from R-bars to bombs of power to F5 type maneuvers off the ropes, when Nakamura just decided, actually, I'm going to hit you with all of the kicks. I mean, he hit a front kick, a back kick, a chick kick, a kick, unhinged. The ending was a little bit weird too, because Rollins was able to hit the pedigree, then he missed the stomp, then these two tussled for a little bit, when eventually Rollins saw that he could hit the stomp, and he hit the stomp, and he got the 1, 2, 3. But actually, when I thought about it, it ties in to what I said a few seconds ago. It was just a good wrestling match when one person was able to get his move and he got the 3. Sometimes that's all you need. Especially in WWE, because they often really shy away from that. We just get all kinds of shenanigans. And the great Muta was watching this from the crowd. But he was like, thanks a lot, Nakamura. And interestingly, if you go on social media, after the cameras stopped rolling, Nakamura attacked Seth Rollins. So what does that mean? And I totally get that people thought once Shinsuke had got out of the ring, we were going to have a Money in the Bank cash-in, but I'm actually quite glad we didn't do it, because we do have more stories to tell. This was a more than solid main event, and I'm giving it up. And as I expected from Payback 2, this was just an easy-to-watch premium live event. WWE didn't really overshoot anything, and they just got things done. They had to get done, whatever that means, we're just getting it up. Fastlane did indeed start with Pat McAfee doing the voiceover for the opening video, and in it he was kind of mad, being all like, oh man, I bet you didn't think I was going to do this. I was like, to be honest with you, Pat, I hadn't even thought about it. This pay-per-view premium live event was nuts too, because who saw this coming? Not I. For it was indeed Cody Rhodes and Jey Uso, who have no win-loss record when it comes to a tag team division, taking on the Judgment Day, and Cody and Jey won the championships. I mean, oodalali. It was absolutely excellent though, and we tied it into the whole story because JD McDonough and Damian Priest are definitely going to fall out properly, and also when it comes to Damo, well, I don't think he's going to be in the Day of Judgment for very long. Jey Uso and Priest started this off too, and I was like, maybe one day they can do this feud again, but for the World Heavyweight Championship, when Jey tagged in Cody, and he went after Damo's leg, which made sense. He's a big, big man. That did indeed bring in Finn Balor, and him and Priest then cast teamwork, because of course that's what you have to do in the tag team division. And my word, it came together. They started to pummel these fools. They primarily went after Jey Uso as well, and this is how you know we've done a great job with Jey, because I had so much sympathy for him, and I just wanted him to do well. Damo then made a mistake, so Cody Rhodes got the first hot tag, and he just kicked Finn Balor right in the face. You could even say it was a disaster. When Balor was able to fight back, he went for the coup de grace, but he totally missed. Instead, he got superplexed, and that's when we got more hot tags. I was like, man, there's a lot of warm slapping going on in this match. Which is when Priest went for the Razor's Edge, but Jey Uso stopped that, and he hit the big frog splash, and he got a 1-2 ooh. I mean, Balor broke that up at the last second, and it was excellent. And because it was going so bad for the Judgment Day, all of a sudden here came Mammy and Pappy, or Rhea Ripley, and Dominic Ripley. Nope, wait a minute. Dominic Mysterio. Let's face it, it's kind of true. We then got another 1-2 ooh because Balor finally got his big stop, but Cody was able to break that up before the 3. And this is when I was like, man, this is rocking and a rolling. And I totally bought in. Before this, I was like, well, the Judgment Day are definitely going to win. And now I wasn't sure. Chaos then ensued because Dr. Robotnik's underling JT McDonough was here, and that was going to end in a massive whoopsie. And we kind of got one before that too, because Rhea got the briefcase, and she smacked Jey right in the head. And while you thought that was going to lead to the finish, it didn't. Because instead, Damian and Cody started fighting on the outside. This is when McDonough was like, well, that was a pretty good idea. Why don't I do it too? And he swung this thing and he missed, and he hit Damian Priest instead. Ruh-roh. Cody was fine with that as well, so he hit a crossroads into Alan the announce table. I was like, man, that looked horrible. Went back in the ring, Jey smashed Finn Balor around when he got hit with a crossroads too. And yeah, 1, 2, 3, this place came unglued. So did I. I was like, wait a minute, they won the tag team champions? Something happened to my voice. This was just a great opener though, and again, it kind of just told you Damian Priest is going to be kicked out of the Judgment Day. Also, it's Cody's first title since he came back to the WWE, and Jey Uso is now a tag team champion with someone that isn't his brother. So much in this package, giving it an up. And then, I think I took some drugs. Because we were in the back with Booker T and Wade Barrett having a chat, when Xavier Woods walked in and said, hey, who wants to talk about pizza? Wade pretended he was going to have some bad news before he was like, oh, no, I love cheese on toast. And this was just one big commercial for Pizza Hut. But I'll let you in to a little Sam Miller fact. Pizza Hut is my favourite of all the pizza joints. It's true that. There go the comments. That's all people are going to talk about. The joy then continued after this too. I mean, it made no sense, but who needs sense in wrestling? Not me. But it was the Street Profits and Bobby Lashley taking on Rey Mysterio, Santos Escobar, and a mystery man. And when the bell went ding, 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 or phew, given that it was Fastlane, they didn't have a partner. So it was a handicap match. I was like, wait a minute, I thought Ray was meant to have a friend. Now, I suppose this was actually quite a smart idea because we are trying to have the Street Profits and Bobby booed, and at the moment they do keep getting cheered. And then when we started off with Montez Ford taking on Santos Escobar, the reason Montez dropped the ball is because he was being a super duper arrogant Allen, so it does tie in. Because they're both absolutely crazy too. Santos hit this wild Hurricane Rana from the top off tee to the turnbuckle. I was just like, man, how do they do this? It's beautiful. Ford then chop blocked him because flubber guy's knee, which is when Bobby Lashley tagged in. And he was just crushing people's bones because he's so damn big. Ray then tagged in because he thought he could get away with this, but Lashley grabbed him, and once again he was just hurling him around like he was a child. And don't do that to kids. Mysterio kept trying to get the tag to Escobar too, but these guys kept cutting Santos off, so we are planting those seeds. But it also left the question, well, what is Ray going to do now? Because if he can't even tag his real partner, well, he doesn't have another one. Zelina Vega disagreed, and this is when she decided to take out Montez with a Hurricane Rana, which the referee was totally fine with, when all of a sudden it turned out that Rey Mysterio had found a buddy boy, because here came Repo Man. If only it was Repo Man. That would have tied into the story too. He could have been like, oh, I'm so sorry, I am late. I was trying to steal somebody's car. But it wasn't him, but I'm still damn happy it was Carlito. I popped big for this because I love that guy and the fans did too, and Ray tagged him in instantly. I wouldn't have done that. I'd have been stubborn. I'd be like, you want to turn up now? You don't get no tag. He looked great though, and I'm so happy he does get to have one last go around. And again, before all of this, I would have been like, well, Bobby Lashley and the Street Profits should get the win here. And I still actually do think that. But sometimes I just want to feel warm and fuzzy in my tum-tum. And that's what I got. Because Carlito just hit the backstabber onto Montez Ford, and he pinned him. 1, 2, 3. I was like, man, that's really cool. Apple, spit, you know the deal. For some reason, too, we've changed Carlito's music. He's got the most generic Caribbean theme ever now. It sounds like something from Monkey Island. And let's not forget as well, looking at it from a narrative point of view, he must have chosen reaction over helping his pals. I mean, we must have got this. So you promise me you're definitely going to come out with this at the start of the match? Yes, of course. Promise? Yes. Promise? Yes. Totally not going to. But whatever, better late than never, and I would use this to turn Bob and his crew into total loons. I enjoyed this very much. Which was the same after this too, because Xavier Woods was back. He was feeding pizza to Corey Graves and Michael Cole. I tell you this, WWE is so lucky they have him on the books. He can make anything work. This is when we cut back to what we'd done on the pre-show too, because that's right, Jade Cargill arrived at the building. She got out of a car and she's like, hello, Triple H. And Triple H was like, hello, Jade Cargill. Also, she was in her wrestling gear. I suppose she wanted to be prepared. We do continue to sell her like a megastar though, which is what we should do. Otherwise, what was the point of signing her in the first place? It also tied into our next match too, because of course it was Asuka taking on Charlotte Flair, taking on Io Sky for the WWE Women's title. I thought this was very, very good. There was no damage control to begin with either, so maybe Bayley does want Io to lose the championship at some point. And almost instantly, Asuka just went, and she spat in the mist right into Charlotte's face. I was like, man, imagine if she won that quickly. She didn't. Given that Flair was then on the outside of the ring going, oh, I can't see, it means for a little while we did get Asuka versus Io Sky. And you know the deal with that. They just smack lumps out of each other like they owe each other money. Though that makes no sense, because if Asuka owes Sky money and Sky owes Asuka money, you can just call it evens and walk away. It was kind of cool though, because when Charlotte did get back in there, she cast anger and she absolutely whipped these guys, including hitting the ultimate comeback move of 2023, the crossbody. What did I tell you? I've been mentioning this for the last 4 to 6 weeks. I could feel it in my bones, and I've been proven right. It was then chop time as the Queen continued to be on top. I was like, man, WWE doesn't do this unless it's got some kind of a plan. And when Io Sky and Flair were tussling in the corner, Asuka just went over and did this crazy bomb of power. I mean, that rules. She then tried to pin everybody, so we got loads of 1-2-oohs, but that didn't work. So Charlotte Flair was all of a sudden trying to apply the figure 8. When Sky broke that out with a Meteora, that's when I was like, yep, we've done it. As revenge, Asuka and Sky then locked Charlotte in double submissions, which seemed awfully unfair when all of a sudden, wham, bam, thank you, man. She came back with a spear. mean, this was just good wrestling tennis. This is when Bayley must have realised, oh, this isn't going to plan at all, so she did come to the ring. But she basically argued with Io Sky. She was like, man, I don't think this is going well at all. It was such a good red herring, though, because Charlotte used that to her advantage. She whacked all of these when she applied the figure eight onto Asuka. And you thought it, I thought it, my nan thought it, my dead dog thought it. Everyone was like, oh my gosh, she's going to tap out, which she did. But by this point, Damage Cole were casting distraction, so the referee didn't see it. In the weird world of wrestling, means it doesn't count. This is when Bayley just tried to get in the ring. That's like, how is that not a disqualification? It makes no sense, but it did work perfectly because, of course, all of a sudden Io Sky was like, well, look at Charlotte Flair. She's in a wonderful position for me to hit the moonsault, which she did. She pushed Asuka away, and she got the 1, 2, 3. That was a damn good finish. Now, of course, there is an asterisk here, but let's not worry about that. Io Sky can still sing about the fact that she pinned Charlotte Flair to retain her title, and that is a big deal. Damage Control hugged after 2, so they are still going to be friends for a while. I suppose we can use this to go back to Charlotte Flair versus Bayley. I got no problem with that. Giving it enough. Then got it confirmed that Cody Rhodes and Jey Uso would be part of the post-show press conference. The only reason I mention this is that what they did was better than the entirety of Fastlane. I can't say for sure, but my Tootsie Toes would assume that they may have been a little bit drunk. It's one of the funniest things I have seen all year. It is brilliant. Which is when we went backstage and we saw LA Knight speeding into the building in a Slim Jim car. Now that's a very strange situation. And of course we did this because it was going to be La and John Cena taking on the Bloodline. And this was just fun too. Like, we'll all forget about it tomorrow, but in the moment, yes. Pat McAfee was out before this too, just to say how much fun he was having, and he introduced John Cena before joining commentary, and he's still so good. And that's right, when LA Knight did arrive, he just got such a big reaction. This ain't no fluke, man. You can stop seeing that. He's over. Now, the most important part of this match, and I'm sure something that is going to tie into the future, is that 1, John Cena got absolutely murked during this, and 2, a large reason for that was the one and the only Solo Sikoa. I mean, Jimmy helped out too, but every single time Solo looked at John and John looked at Solo, Sikoa would just run through this fool. I mean, it was a bit like SummerSlam and Brock Lesnar. I mean, it wasn't. That is absolutely hyperbole, but I'm just trying to sell the story. It also meant that Knight was getting frustrated on the apron because he couldn't get the hot tag. But it didn't matter because Cena then just got whooped and he got beaten and he got smashed onto the floor. At one point, I was like, man, I don't think he's ever going to be able to do a movie again. He also got wrecked with this hip attack that made me go wibbly-jibbly in my legs. And even when he hit the AA onto Jimmy Uso, he couldn't make the pin and he still couldn't make the tag because his HP was totally depleted. Hilariously though, he found his second wind after Solo had gone. Well, I'm going to give you one bonsai drop, that worked. And I'm going to give you another, which is when Cena got his knees up, which basically mean his knees went into Solo Sikoa's ass. It was enough though, and LA did get the tag. This place went absolutely crazy, and he just bonked them around for a while. But sometimes that's all you need in sports entertainment. It made me pleased. I mean, he didn't even care when he got hit with a kick that was super, because he came back with his yeah elbow, and that would have won it too if it wasn't for these meddling kids. Or the Bloodline. Because Solo Sikoa was there to break it up, which is when John Cena hit the ultimate comeback move of 2023. I ain't kidding either. He hit a crossbody from the top of Tina the Turnbuckle, and look, if Cena is doing it, somebody has clued him up. Jimmy then hit the big splash, so John Cena was going to go for an AA, but he got taken out when everybody was down, which is when LA Knight hit what I can only call like a running superplex, which is when the good guys got rid of Solo Sikoa. They just hit him with every single maneuver when it was LA Knight. Then hit the blunt force trauma, and he got the 1, 2, 3. And once again, we ain't mucking around with this. It also looked like Cena was going to raise his hand afterwards, but actually LA Knight did that to John, which I think actually touched him, which he also talked about in the aftermath. And don't forget, who got pinned here? Jimbo Uso. And who is back on SmackDown? It is Roman Reigns. So if you enjoy Jimmy's head being attached to his body, well, I would enjoy it as much as you can. So once again, it's not going to last long in anybody's memory, but I bet you it helps LA Knight to the nth degree, which was the point. I just had a good time, which sums up Fastlane, giving it an up. It was then time to make sure nobody tuned out, because we were in the back with the Judgment Day, and Damian Priest was like, I'm mad, I'm pissed, I'm angry, I ain't leaving here without a title, which is when he raised up and looked at his Money in the Bank briefcase, which is kind of a strange thing to do. Rhea totally disagreed with this though, because look at you, Damien, you're so damn injured, and he did agree. But once again, he is so gonna get kicked out of this group. Which did indeed bring us to our main event, Shinsuke Nakamura, Seth Rollins, last man standing, World Heavyweight Championship. I'm just gonna start applauding now. I thought it was excellent. Now, people keep saying, much like a Simpson episode, they've always wanted the old Nakamura, and surely this was the closest we've got to it. But also, this Seth Rollins man, he pulled out a home run of a performance. I mean, this was really, really good. I mean, we had kendo sticks and just destroying the ring almost instantly when we introduced table, ladders, and garbage cans. When we went all Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, because Shinsuke had damn nunchucks, or nunchaka, whatever the hell you call it, that ain't the right word. But everyone in social media was like, man, we've called it the wrong thing. Who cares? Get a real problem. Nakamura just whooped Seth's ass using these as well when he was in a trash can, which is the most wrestling sentence ever. And when he got bored of this, he went back to the stick's name, Ken. I mean, where the hell did he even come from? Rollins didn't enjoy any of that, so he got his revenge by doing the same thing when he hit a dive. That just made me laugh. I was like, Seth, you've got a bunch of weapons, and you decide to do a dive? I mean, why not? We also got this vicious stomp, which is when the referee started counting and he got to 8. When there was a bunch of tables and everybody was just being thrown through these. Then we got to 9, then we got to 7, then we got to 4. We were teasing and teasing and teasing. We also got this horrible back body drop onto the exposed concrete, and it was Seth Rollins that took this. Now, I know the back injury ties into the story, but it's also based in reality. And I was like, Seth, what are you doing? You don't need to do it. This was just way more brutal than WWE usually does, and then we were getting pedigrees. And then Seth Rollins on another table on the outside, and Shinsuke climbed to the top, and he kneed him through it. I was like, man, that was kind of violent. They got even more insane because there was another ladder, and these two climbed to the top of it, which is when Nakamura went, pfft, and he smacked the red mist into Rollins' face, and he pushed him, and he crashed through a table. Now, this wasn't the finish, but if the ref had got to 10, I'd have been like, yeah, of course he did. We then got this gnarly Kinshasa through a table, and I tell you, that probably should have been the finish. That should have been the moment we did crown Shinsuke Nakamura as the World Heavyweight Champion, but we didn't. Now, it was actually a really cool get-out-of-jail-free card here, because what Seth did was, he was near the side of the apron, so he slid out, and he was standing up on the outside, and without that, he would have fallen down and lost. It meant they all of a sudden started fighting into the crowd, but once again, they were just throwing each other into everything, including this stomp on a platform, and when that didn't work, you ain't gonna believe this, Rollins hit a falcon arrow off this platform area, through this table type thing, and finally, Nakamura wasn't able to get up to the count of 10. But once again, let's just replay that. We won the match with a damn falcon arrow. We are not in Kansas anymore, Toho. So this blew my mind because that's been a transitional move for ages. To the point in my own wrestling matches, I started using that as a finish. Just because I had a bee in my bonnet about it, it should be an ender. It's also pretty cool as well because they both kind of stumbled up at the count of 10. Nakamura was just a little bit late, so we sold Seth as a hero, and we reminded you this Nakamura man, he is dangerous. Just not dangerous enough to win a championship. Kudos to both though, because they genuinely just knocked lumps out of each other during this. I thought it was a great performance all around. I'm giving it an up. Which kind of does tie into the pay-per-view premium live event in general, because everybody went out there and they just gave us so much effort. And we had everything with Carlito, we had everything with Jade Cargill, and we had an advert for Pizza Hut. I mean, what else do you want? Up. On the pre-show, it was JD McDonagh taking on Sami Zayn, and Sam hit the haluva kick, and he hit the least devastating move in all of sports entertainment, the Blue Thunder Bomb. And did it work? Yes! Yes, it did. So I lost my damn mind, and straight away everyone on the internet is all like, oh yeah, Simon, but he beat AJ Styles with it once. That's my point, you absolute goobers. Go and look at the success rate of this maneuver. It sucks. So I couldn't believe it. I actually fell on the floor and started having convulsions, and I had to check that I hadn't entered the Phantom Zone. Thankfully, I surveyed the area, and I couldn't see General Zod, so I thought I was okay. So honestly, I am going to give it an up, just because this shocked me more than CM Punk returning at Survivor Series, if that were to happen. I mean, the Blue Thunder Bomb won a match. I mean, what's next? Me with hair? You'd love to see it. Maybe, maybe not. Up. When we probably had our match of the night. Because it was Drew McIntyre versus Seth Rollins for the World Heavyweight Championship. And in many ways, this was like watching a Pokemon that had evolved in the middle of the damn thing. I mean, look at Seth and Drew together. It also massively benefited because if you put a gun to my head, there's no way that I could call this. And given what we did do here, Drew McIntyre should absolutely be the World Heavyweight Champion in at least a couple of months. He even caught Seth Rollins off a dive at one point and just started laying into him when we got these chops. So you hear this for a while. But Rollins had a much better idea, and he kneed Drew right in the head. I was like, yeah, that'll do it. This led to the Falcon Arrow, but when Seth went for the damn superplex, that got turned into the Future Jock TDT when we got our first 1-2 ooh, and from here it was just escalation, because WWE really wanted you to believe that the Scottish Warrior was going to win. Now, Rollins was able to finally score with a dive, which was a lovely life lesson, never give up on your dreams. At this point, I was like, wait a minute, isn't Seth Rollins meant to have a bad back? I think they remembered too, because McIntyre threw him into the Simba the Steel steps, and the commentary team were like, oh no, his back. Then in about 10 seconds, we totally forgot again. McIntyre then went for the Claymore when Seth Rollins ducked, and he came back with the curb stomp, and honestly, the ref went 1, the ref went 2, and the crowd went ooh, because Drew McIntyre kicked out. That's when I knew we were in for a roller coaster ride. We were doing Wrestlemania finishes. It then happened the other way around too, because Rollins went for the Phoenix Splash, totally missed, and he got Claypored, and we got another 1-2 ooh. So I started stroking my non-existent beard and itching myself for some reason. What the flub is gonna happen? What we did do though, is the back and forth then continued, and because Seth had hit Drew with so many moves, eventually McIntyre stumbled into the pedigree, so Rollins gave the curb stomp, and he got the 1-2-3. So now, Drew can have no more excuses. And do you know what a man at the edge of his tether does when he has no more excuses? He turns heel. When this does happen as well, it's going to be beautiful, because I would argue that across the entire wrestling landscape, Drew's character arc is one of the more interesting. So yeah, this was the match of the night, as I've already said, giving it up. We got shenanigans too, because Damian Priest's music then hit, so everyone was like, oh my god, he's going to cash in his Money in the Bank, which he was going to do when a hooded man jumped out of the audience, he took out Damien, and he ran off with the briefcase. What? So 1, bring down the crime counter, because that is theft, and 2, this was Sami Zayn, which means Sami went into the crowd and put this hood on, just in case this happened. That is a weird thing to do. I did like this though, because we haven't teased this for a while, and you do want to keep the fact that Damian Priest is Mr. Money in the Bank in your head. So yeah, plus it all tied in, because then we cut to the back. Drew McIntyre was all like, man, I'm such a sad panda. When Rhea Ripley walked by, I was all like, ha ha ha, you should have listened to me. And maybe he will. As we had just seen the Women's Champion too, we went right into that match. So it was Rhea Ripley taking on Shayna Baszler, taking on Nia Jax, taking on Raquel Rodriguez, taking on Zoe Stark. I think I just said somebody's name twice there. I don't know. I mean, it's basically half the roster. Now, it was always going to be a bit chaotic because we did have 5 people. But essentially the early story was, Nia Jax is a monster and she's going to squish everyone, so she got to squishing. She really was throwing everybody around too, including Rhea, and this is when we do need to give Ripley more props, because she was selling for everyone. I mean, at one point she got hit with the Zoe 360, and she fell to the floor like she was dead. That also resulted in a pretty good 1-2 ooh. Jax had to break it up. So I suppose Zoe can now claim, excuse me, I was about to win the championship, as Raquel Rodriguez may be able to too, because she hit the bomb of power, and she too got a near fall. That one just didn't work. Baszler then decided she had been left out, so she was applying triple submissions, and I still find it kind of crazy. She's basically an afterthought at the moment, even though she retired Ronda Rousey. So for goodness sake, go out there and get a story for her yesterday. Around about this point too, Rhea had decided, you know what, I'm going to hit an avalanche riptide, because I'm just that kind of a guy. And given that she saw that Raquel Rodriguez was about to pin Shayna Baszler, she basically did this riptide onto every single person when she looked at Baszler and thought, you have been totally mushed, because she was on the bottom. 1, 2, 3. So Rhea Ripley did retain her title, and I thought we all saw that coming, though I don't really get what the direction is now. But as I always tell you, and I will tell you again, as big as a star as she is right now, in 2024, the nightmare is going to get even bigger. You can just smell it. This was fine. Up. When Solo Sikoa killed John Cena. I'm not kidding. I mean, that is hyperbole, but still. And it kind of ties into John Cena's feud with Austin Theory, because maybe he thought that one didn't work, and now he's turned his attention to Solo, and he's trying to make him into a megastar. This basically went Sikoa destroys, Sikoa destroys, Sikoa destroys. Cena comes back with one of his moves, Sikoa doesn't care about it, and it goes back to the Destroyer. Even the STFU didn't work because Solo just came back with a hip attack, and when Cena went for the 5-knuckle shuffle, Sikoa was like, well, I'm just going to hit you with a Samoan drop. This is totally fine, he is Samoan. He then kept on going for the spike, and John was able to avoid it to begin with. But when he eventually did score with it, he hit it again, and he hit it again, and he hit it again, and he hit it again, to the point I think he had decided, well, I'm not a big fan of the larynx, so I'm gonna rip John Cena's out and eat it. I mean, this got so brutal, that kid from The Simpsons turned up and was all like, stop, stop, he's already dead. And Solo Sikoa must have agreed, because he pinned Cena for the 1, 2, 3, and once again, mark this down as a distraction. So if you do want to call it a squash, I totally get it, and afterwards Cena sold this like, oh, I'm definitely done. And he's probably not done, and what will happen is we'll get to WrestleMania 40, and he shall finally vanquish Solo Sikoa. But if we treat this right, I tell you, come 2024, we're back there again, Solo can become the tribal chief. This was very well done, and really quite surprising. I mean, look at my face. Up. And then we got some nonsense next. Why not? Now look, this wasn't necessarily designed for you, and it wasn't necessarily designed for me, but it was designed for the people in the arena on this evening. And sometimes that's just what you gotta do, and you just gotta accept it. Because The Miz did indeed welcome out local celebrity Ibrahim Al-Hajij, and then Grayson Waller came out and said, I don't like you, so The Miz beat up Grayson when Ibrahim hit the people's elbow. And he did it with the biggest smile on his face. And I was like, good for you, son. Good for you. So once again, if you did look out in the fans, you could just see all their smiling faces. So no up, no down. I wasn't massively enjoying it, but I wasn't massively against it. But I suppose I did enjoy it because, again, it's nice to be nice, and it's nice to see people enjoying nice things. I don't know how we got here. Let's just move on. Because out came Logan Paul, and he has now come of age, because he is the brand new United States heavyweight champion of the world. That's not what it's called. I mean, this was always going to happen eventually, but still. Logan Paul is some kind of wrestling savant. This is only like his 8th match. And if he does decide to take it seriously, as in go full time, he could easily become the world champion. I ain't kidding you. He is that good. It massively doesn't hurt that he was working Rey Mysterio either, one of the best of all time. And yet, at one point, Rey went for this springboard moonsault, and it looked like he was going to land on his head, and Logan became some kind of wrestling veteran because he caught him and gave him a power slam. Now, this has caused a mass debate online with people saying, oh my gosh, Logan was in the wrong position, but that ain't the point. Even if he was to blame, he was still able to move himself into the right position, and this move looked really cool. Again, my friends, he's only had 8 matches, and he is miles further along than some people that have been doing it for 10 years. Paul also hit his buckshot lariat that he hits at breakneck speed, so it looks so damn good. When we went back to Summerslam, because some member of his team passed him the brass knucks. And I was like, what are you doing, WWE? Stop letting him get away with this. I really didn't want to be punched in the face with a weapon, so he pushed Logan Paul in to reach the ring post, when finally Santos Escobar came down to chase away Logan Paul's friends. And I was like, yeah, this is illegal behavior. Santos also got his hands on these knucks, but man, he was a silly Billy, because as he was chasing people away, he put them on the ring apron. So as soon as Rey Mysterio had hit the 619 and he was going for the splash, Logs had these things, he punched Rey in the face, and he beat him. As I already told you, he's now got gold around his waist. I also thought this was really damn clever too, because you can play this both ways. Either 1, Santos did make a mistake here, or 2, as we have been talking about, Escobar is going to go heel on Rey Mysterio, so while it looked like he placed him there by accident, actually, he was setting up Logan Paul. What a dastardly individual. And sure, yeah, if I do say that, it makes no sense why he would chase away Logan's friends. That's not the point. It's wrestling, and sometimes that is allowed to be the answer. Why did this happen? Because wrestling. I can't even get mad at Logan Paul either, because I actually hope this leads to him performing more, because again, I enjoy it. I thought this was pretty damn good. When we had more fun and more sports entertainment and another angle that could play out later on down the line. But it was Io Sky versus Bianca Belair for the other women's championship. And to begin with, Bianca was just bipping her around before Sky was like, well, I'm done with this. And she went after Bianca's knee. Always works. Belair still hit all these suplexes as Io Sky just got faster and faster. This was, I was like, listen to me, Ether. We should do more of these two. They've got good chemistry. There was a massive shame the crowd wasn't massively into this, because I think they were exhausted from seeing John Cena lose and Logan Paul win. But that all changed when all of a sudden Bayley arrived, and everybody was like, wait a minute, I think some shenanigans are going to happen. They were totally correct. So this really was the ultimate in distractions too, because not only Bianca Belair was like, oh no, it's Bales, but Io Sky looked at her like, what are you doing here, Mother Hubbard? Because I guess they'd have a conversation in the back, and she had told Bayley, don't you dare do it. and now she was defying her. Guy then used Bianca's hair to her advantage, and I was like, man, Belair, you're gonna have to get this like signified as some kind of illegal weapon because people keep doing this to you. But it really did work because they spilled out to the side, and Io Sky hit a moonsault to the floor. I was like, she crazy. Bayley kept casting distraction too, which actually got everybody in a kerfuddle because all of a sudden Bianca Belair was able to use that, and she was about to win until she didn't. Because for her protection, kayfabe wise, we got a massive surprise on a Saudi Arabia show, maybe the biggest one yet, because who returned to WWE to align herself with the champion? It was flipping Kairi Sane. Now she pushed Bianca Belair right into the ring post where we teased the count out, but actually it didn't matter because as soon as Bianca got back in the ring, Io Sky hit the moonsault and we got the 1 and we got the 2 and damn it, we got the 3. Bayley also sold this big 2 because she was like, what is Kairi Sane doing here? And after this, Io Sky and Kairi absolutely whipped Bianca Belair's ass. And do you know what we've done here? We have planted the seeds for the breakup of Damage Control, because Bales ain't gonna like this at all. So I actually thought in terms of narrative, they're good up. And then Cody Rhodes and Damian Priest had a match. Good for them. Now that is a little harsh, but there's just not more we need to say about it. I mean, on this show, we got told that at Survivor Series, it is going to be War Games, so we just did a bunch of distractions here to justify the fact that we're having the Games of War. It looked like Cody had this one early on when he did hit the crossroads, but then here came JD McDonagh, and here came Finn Balor, and they were getting in the ring, and Cody didn't know what was going on. So Damian Priest hit the big chokeslam, but that didn't work. So Dominic came out with the chair when Jey Uso finally decided, oh, well, I'm supposed to be helping Cody Rhodes. I guess he was on the toilet or something. Because it was all a fracas, Rhodes was able to hit the Cody cutter and then 3 crossroads to hit the pin. And my word, does he like to do a trilogy of finishes? And he's been doing it for the last 5 years. So yeah, once again, you can see how this is going to set up War Games. But I suppose that makes all the sense in the world. And they do feel like 2 megastars at the moment. Can't get mad at that. But we shall just do it here, especially because it does tie into the main event. Even though you can justify it, WWE is using the trope of interference and distraction way too much. And once again, I do get it, but you can still get something and realize that we are overdoing it. Because yeah, if you go through this thing, and Raw, and SmackDown, everybody has to go through this. And now I just expect it. You don't want that. It's meant to be a surprise. It's meant to be a shock. Down. And speaking of that too, yes, it was time for the main event. Now, this was an odd watch in 2023 because as we're all nerds, we sat there and we were like, well, look, Roman Reigns isn't going to lose. Now isn't the time. So the goal is to make LA Knight come out the other side feeling like a superstar and a main eventer. By Jove, I think we did it. The fans had all these yeah signs as well, which just added to it. And after LA Knight had absolutely whooped the Tribal Chief's ass to begin with, Roman spilled to the outside and he was like, oh, Paul Heyman, what do you think we should do? I was like, what are you asking him for? What's he gonna say? Try again? Maybe he did, because all of a sudden Reigns was in control. This is when the head of the table took over and he did that thing when he hits a big move and he just walks around saying stuff. And lots of people don't like this. I just want to tell you, I love it. Because some of the stuff he comes out with is so funny. I very much enjoy the Roman Reigns character. Knight then did this great dodge work off a spear where he was able to hit his big superplex. But of course, Solo Sikoa had been clued up. And as soon as this did happen, he came out to cause distraction. It meant the referee didn't know what was going on, so Jimmy Uso was here and he attacked LA Knight. But that is when Roman hit him with the Superman punch and he hit him with the spear and we got a 1-2. Now look, I get it. Everyone kicks out of the spear. But actually when you go through the list, it just puts LA Knight in phenomenal company. Cody Rhodes, Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens, Drew McIntyre. So once again, WWE now sees him as a main eventer. The absolute best 1-2 of the night followed though, because LA Knight was able to hit the blunt force trauma. And just when he was about to get the 3, Jimmy Uso put Roman's foot onto the rope, and I tell you this, bless this Jimmy Uso. He was like a magician. He did everything possible so the referee couldn't see him. I appreciated the effort. It also means that now, yeah, LA Knight can say that he did have this man beat. And sadly, he went and lost. Because LA totally forgot he was in a match and he went and threw Jimbo through a table. But then because he was by Barry Barricade, Roman Reigns speared him through bears. That was unnecessary. He's already dead. He put him back in the ring. He hit the super spear. Uno, dos, tres. And once again, I do understand this whole bit has become a little bit long in the tooth, but I've already explained this. I still feel like LA Knight is right up here, and if he beats like Logan Paul for the US title, that ain't gonna do him any harm. So in terms of a bit of business, it is getting it up. Which did bring us to the end of the Saudi Arabia show. And look, it was a mixed bag. Some matches felt like they were kind of just there, and others felt like they were progressing, especially towards Survivor Series. But it flew by. It's only around about 3 hours. I shall give it an up. The best part about Survivor Series 2 is we talk about all that, and now we need to get into ruffles. Good old ruffles. Because thankfully, because of those ruffles, we learned that the fan vote had happened and the babyface team in the Women's War Games match were going to get the advantage. So, one, fair play to all of you out there. You're not, well, a-holes. You're very nice people because you support the heroes. And two, you kind of ruined this War Games match because it's better when the heels have the advantage. I am, of course, being facetious. This was really, really good. Otherwise, we were kicking things off with Becky Lynch, Charlotte Flair, and Bianca Belair and Shotzi taking on Damage Control. And they all came out in Oscar masks to prove that they support one another. But I tell you who they're probably not going to support this Friday on SmackDown, Bayley. I think she's toast. We also started with Becky and Bayley, and I always like that because it's the never-ending feud. And I think Damage Control must have thought, well, we're basically all in this match anyway, but we would like Dakota Kai to get involved, because at one point, she was there with a kendo stick, and she smacked Bex before she gave it to Bales. I was like, what is WWE and wrestling's obsessions with kendo sticks? I mean, where the hell do they come from? It was actually really funny because the crowd were all like, no, we want tables and we're going to chant for some things, which is when Shotzi came to the ring. She went underneath and she pulled out a chair. And when this audience realized it wasn't a table, they all went, boo. This was going to continue on for the whole damn thing. Bless Bayley as well because she is the best, because when she realized, oh no, it's 2 against 1, she tried to escape the cage, even though that would mean the team forfeited. Once again, somebody give her a medal, she's number 1. Io Sky then repeated this fate because she too went under the ring and she got a chain. Everyone was like, no, this is not what we want. And Bianca Belair kept this coming too, although this one made me laugh, because she was just like, I don't need any weapon because I'm going to use my hair. I was like, Bianca, I think you're a terrific wrestler, but on this one, well, I just can't vibe with you, man. I mean, what the hell would I do? Headbutt someone? That ain't using no hair. Fair play to her though, because I think she kind of double braided this thing. She was just whipping people, and it sounded horrible. And at one point, Damage Control used it to pull her off the top rope, and she did a flip and landed on her feet. And I knew this anyway. I was like, man, she is way cooler than me. Kairi Sane then carried on this hilarity because she got a trash can from under there, like somebody is going to have to get a table. Although Bianca didn't care, she was then picking people up and using them as human projectiles. I was like, well, it is War Games. So I decided that her own hands were weapons, so she didn't even bother. She was giving all these chops to everybody. When she threw Io Sky into the cage, I tell you, she took a horrible landing. She landed right on her head. Zayn and Bayley were then taking top rope natural selections, which Michael Cole called a blockbuster. And Corey Graves was like, I think that's the natural selection, Michael Cole. And you could feel him going, oh yeah, you're totally right. When all of a sudden the good guys got murked, because Becky Lynch saw Charlotte Flair, and Charlotte Flair saw Becky Lynch, and they can't coexist, so poof, they vanished. As far as I know, they're now in the Phantom Zone. Sky also made sure that she would use all of this. Now look, she has the record for being in the most War Games. I think it's 5 now, which is totally crazy. And as we have talked about here on Ups and Downs, the ultimate comeback move of 2023 has been the crossbody. There's only like 4 weeks left of the year, and Io must know this, and she went, oh man, you want to see what I got planned? Because I'm going to show you. Because she did that thing she has done before, when Dakota kind of lifted a trash can up to her as she was standing on the top of the cage. She wore it like it was some type of a shirt, and she did the crossbody onto everyone. Now, do not forget, this is a flying garbage can for one, but two, she can't see where she's going. It's just a blind dive. Wrestlers are bonkers. Asuka then completed all of this as well because she went under the ring to find more kendo sticks. And I think she decided, wait, I am the Empress of Tomorrow. I want to make sure I get voted in. And she brought out the table. Honestly, this place went crazy. She also spat mist into Shotzi's face. And do not forget that in the WWE universe, you don't turn into a dark character after this. When Becky Lynch also got drop kicked while she was in the trash can. I was like, that's it. We ain't in Kansas anymore, Toho. Trapped in a Trash Can is also the brand new name of my EP, so please do check it out. When I think Charlotte was like, well, I want to get outdone by you fools. And she went to the top of the cage, and she did a moonsault. Now, the real bad thing about this is Io Sky just took a knee right in the head. Let's just give him a round of applause. it's an E for effort. I think this impressed Becky so much as well. All of a sudden, her and Flair did a double team move. They did a combo. When their hearts came out of their chest, they just had a big hug. I was like, well, isn't that nice? Now we know the theme of this stipulation is being a buddy. It was then you go, I go, she goes, everybody goes, when Bianca Belair got a fire extinguisher, because why wouldn't you do that? And this is when Sane decided to murder Shotzi with this trash can shot. I mean, she nailed her. Things then got pretty emotional too, because Charlotte went to spear Kairi Sane, but do you know who got in the way and took the bullet? That's right, it's Bayley. Now, very sadly, this left her in a precarious position because she got hit with everybody's finisher before Becky took her up to the second rope. She gave her an avalanche manhandle slam through the table, 1, 2, 3. So you already know what's going to happen here. Damage Control going to be like, Bayley, you cost us the match. And Bayley's going to be like, no, I didn't. I saved the person I didn't even want in this group. Good storytelling. The heroes celebrated afterwards, and we did kind of push heavily that Charlotte Flair and Becky Lynch are a team again. And I tell you, I'd have them go after the tag team titles. You let them have a run, all of a sudden those belts are going to smell important. I thought this was a very fun way to start a very good pay-per-view premium live event. It's getting it out. When we started some teasing, boy did we start to tease. Jey Uso and Sami Zayn were backstage, and I'm like, wait a minute, I'm here, you're here, Cody's here, Seth is here. You know who's not here? Randy Flub and Orton. Jay was like, of course he's not here. He doesn't want to come back after what me and the Bloodline did for him. I've let us down. He didn't talk like that. So this really was a red herring atop of a red herring, because some people at this moment were like, oh my gosh, it's going to be CM Punk instead. To which others replied, no, he's not going to be there. Turned out we were all right and we were all wrong. Because again, we have entered a very strange place. To continue that on too, Chris Jericho then got mentioned on WWE TV because it was time for Gunther versus The Miz, and if The Miz did win the Intercontinental Championship, he would tie up with Jericho. And I was like, what is next? I mean, maybe Bruno Sammartino will come back. I remember that Bruno Sammartino was dead. I absolutely loved what we did here though, because somebody, I presume Triple H, sat around and went, well look, this doesn't need to go too long. We can just have fun with it. So it must have topped out within about 10 minutes. We told a nice little tale in the middle. I had a rollicking good time. Not everything has to be a 30-minute classic, although The Miz, who the hell gave you this plan when you were backstage trying to strategize? Because he walked out, he's like, it's Gunther, the man who likes to do chops. So he chopped him, and he chopped him, he chopped him. Gunther was like, what are you doing? This is the equivalent of kissing a pillow. So he chopped him back, and The Miz was dead. And I was like, yeah, 2 + 2 = potato. However, as we have been told over the last few weeks, The Miz's plan was, well, if I have to cheat, I will. So at one point, he was on the outside, and not only did he do the Bret Hart figure 4 around the ring post, he took Gunther's leg and he threw it into the ring apron. Wait a minute, the ring apron? That is the hardest part of the ring. Hang on. I mean, it's so damn hard, it's harder than this, right? Oh, no. We were basically telling you that if Gunther can't stand, how is he going to win? Well, I'll be honest with you, just come under my arm here for a second. It never actually made me feel like the ring general was in jeopardy, but I appreciated the effort. It was also kind of funny too, because Miz then went for a flying springboard nothing, so Gunther just booted him out of the air. But this is when the Miz was like, haha, I know where your flashing red spot wound is. He went after that leg again. He also hit a tilt-a-whirl DDT, which I was not ready for, and he went for the skull-crushing finale, but Gunther basically turned that into a bomb of power, and Miz kicked out at the 1-2-ooh. And I suppose that was giving the Miz something. Gunther has beaten people with that maneuver. Gunther was also happy to try and get this done with the sleeper, or maybe the Miz was just tired. But when he was trying to escape, he accidentally exposed Tina the Turnbuckle. Like, man, this is getting rated R. Now that did distract the referee because he had to sort this out, which is the Miz was like, I bet Gunther has a penis. He smacked him there, and he hit the skull-crushing finale. And look, I'm just going to be honest with you once again. It was a great spot, and Gunther kicked out at 1-2-ooh. I just knew that he was going to kick out, because as much as I like The Miz, he shouldn't have won the IC title here. But seriously, what else were we going to do? You have to try and plant those seeds, and after Gunther had reversed another move, he applied the Boston Crab, it's like you're not even from Boston, when he reversed into the Lion Tamer, which may have even been a nod to Chris Jericho, and he got the tap-out victory. That's a bit weird. I was like, I guess he kind of worked The Miz's back, otherwise he just found a move. And he made it work. However, though, talking of that word, did it work? Yes, I think it totally did. And it did not outstay its welcome. Gunther's IC title reign continues to be one of the best ever. So when I searched my feelings like a Jedi at the end of this, I was like, yeah, I enjoyed it. I'm having a good time. up. Judgment Day were then happy because they were in the back going, well, Randy Orton's not going to be here. And Finn was like, well, it doesn't even matter if he does turn up. He is poison and he will infect that team anyway. He's the NWO. Around this time too, I was also desperate for some Ruffles and a Slim Jim, almost like we had a ton of videos advertising those two products. Although in the Ruffles one, do you know who made a return backstage to an incredible pop? R-Truth. That disappointed me a little bit. He should have been put out in front of the fans. It's lovely to see him back. And it was lovely to see Santos Escobar versus Dragon Lee in front of a Chicago crowd. I mean, they actually could have gone way longer, but they still had a banger. I mean, it only went around 8 minutes. It was like a shot of adrenaline to the face. And essentially, Santos was like, well, I'm going to Hurricane you. And Dragon Lee was like, well, I'm going to Hurricane Rana you. So they kept doing all these Hurricane Ranas. And I was like, how are they so smooth? It doesn't make any sense. As Escobar is a massive dick now too, he was trying to rip off Dragon Lee's mask, which is the ultimate disrespect. But Dragon was like, look, I don't want everyone to know that I'm actually a human, okay? People think I am a dragon. So he stomped on him. That'll do it. He also followed up with this amazing set-out powerbomb for a 1-2-0 when he was just unloading on Santos. Not like that. Don't be disgusting. I think during this though, Escobar basically took a med pack, he restored his HP, and when Dragon went for his big old knee, and that rhymes, so we must have been doing something right here, he reversed it into a damn good Canadian destroyer when he hit his Phantom Driver, and he got the 1-2-3. And I was like, man, there were no shenanigans there at all. I guess he went after the mask a little bit. But look, if you're trying to turn Santos Escobar into a dominant heel, that's the way to do it. And man, ever since he has switched bad guy, Santos just has something else to him. This is the way. And do not forget as well, sometimes losing is totally fine. It's like real sports. On occasion, it's not going to be your night. It's not like you can't just put Dragon Lee in a showcase match on SmackDown, and all of a sudden people are like, oh my gosh, he is so good. Also, don't piss him off. He's a dragon. He'll burn you alive up. We went right into Rhea Ripley versus Zoe Stark after this. Not true, we had about 32,000 videos beforehand for our Women's Championship. And I just need to say this, especially given the build, it didn't really go exactly as I was expecting. Because once again, in no way did I think Rhea was going to lose her championship, because that would have been dumb. So I thought Stark would kick her ass for a little while. And she sort of did, but really when you break it down, this was just Rhea Ripley being really dominant. And there's nothing wrong with that either, because I think Rhea Ripley should be the champion until the end of time. So when I'm on my deathbed, I'm like, is she still holding the belt? And someone goes, yes, Simon. Apparently my doctor is really old too. And the idea here as well was that even when Rhea had beaten her up, Zoe would get to her feet like, you can't kill me. So she's a badass. It also led to this great reversal of the Riptide, because Stark turned that into a German suplex, Guten Tag, how are Sie? But when she went for the Z360, Rhea was just like, I want none of that. And she smacked her right in the head. There was also a moment too where Ripley was meant to like kind of choke slam Zoe off the top rope. And Stark was meant to land on her feet, but it went a bit wishy-washy, but who the flub cares? Otherwise, because Zoe Stark was all wibbly-wobbly, Ripley was like, well, I may as well hit you with the Riptide. She did, and she got the 3. Just like that. So look, this was a fun match, and once again it re-established Ripley's dominance, which I've been going on about all year, so I'm not going to moan, and it is going to get an up. But again, when you remember what the story to this was, which was Zoe saying, Rhea, you're too distracted with everybody else, well, she wasn't. She was ready for Zoe Stark. I just think we could have done a little bit more here, and maybe there could have been a bit more goofiness in this match. I know WWE does that way too much, but sometimes you need it, so that part is getting a down. But is that like a lame down? Yes, it is. You can't stop me. I'm mad with power. This is when we did one last big tease, because our Good Guy War Games team were meeting. They were like, well, Randy still ain't here. Cody Rhodes was like, don't worry, my friends. I know he will be. I hope. Maybe. We'll see. Now, Jey Uso looked positively relieved, because he was probably like, man, that guy's gonna kick my ass. But yeah, when everybody did come out, Orton was not here. I was a bit like, don't want to tell Randy. Anybody actually give him a phone call? Maybe he doesn't know, or maybe he's lost. It also did mean that you had Seth Rollins, Cody Rhodes, Sami Zayn, Jey Uso taking on the Judgment Day with Drew McIntyre. And the whole time here, Drew was looking at Damian, and Damian was looking at Drew. So I do not think they're friends anymore. And yes, there's a report out there that apparently after this match, Drew McIntyre stormed backstage and put a hoodie on, and he left. What I'm gonna say is that I kind of feel like WWE is in working mode right now, and good for them. That's the best thing about being a wrestling fan. You're meant to be worked and you're meant to like it. It's not an insult. Some people think that it is. It's weird. Seth Rollins and Finn Balor also kicked things off, which was cool because it's that rivalry renewed when JD McDonagh was in, because the heels had the advantage. There was also more kendo sticks. I was like, why is this the weapon of choice when it comes to wrestling these days? I don't get it. Around about this time, if you did start touching your ear for some reason, you will have heard those CM Punk chants. Little did we know. Jey Uso got in there, and after he worked for a little while, he got wrecked with the Spanish Fly, which was cool. When Damian Priest took over again, because Drew wanted to get in this match, and Mr. Money in the Bank was like, no, I'm the captain, I'm going in. He somehow had a baton too, so he was trying to kill people when it was Sami Zayn's turn to run in there, and he had a kendo stick. What is the deal? I mean, is Kendo a person? And if so, I want to talk to him. Poor Finn then had the door slammed right in his face, and that looked brutal. When Sammy all of a sudden got hip to it, it's like, oh my God, you want tables, do you? And he set one up. McIntyre then finally got the nod, and after he ruined Seth and Sammy, he saw Jey Uso in the corner, and I was actually worried for this guy. I was like, Jey, you've got to run away, man. Drew promised to kill you, and if you look into his eyes, I think he meant it. That's when he whipped out a knife. He didn't really do that, but imagine he did. Although he did hit Jey with a neck breaker. Let's break that down. What's a neck breaker? It's designed to break your neck. What happens if you break your neck? You're dead. Thankfully, Sami Zayn is his best friend, though, so he got in there, which is when Jey and Sam did a 1D of their own. Just think about all they've been through over the last 12 months. Warm and fuzzy in my tum-tum. Cody Rhodes was then having his moment, and that too warmed my cotton socks, because don't forget, who invented War Games? It was his dad, Dusty Rhodes. You just know he's wanted this for years. Loved it. He chose a bull rope too, so we were really tying into this when him and Seth Rollins worked together. So that was another tick box. Even though you are my enemy, we have a greater enemy, so now you are my friend. Or something more poetic than that. Dominic Mysterio then got the green light, and this was hilarious, because when he was going to the ring, it was just boo, boo, boo. At one point, he was doing all right. He went for the Three Amigos. This is when he looked around, and he was like, nope, not on my team, not on my team, not on my team. Not on my team, and he got absolutely murked. So as a round of applause for that guy, he totally gets it. They were also going to throw him through a table too when his Judgment Day friend saved him. But this is when the clock got to 0, it was the countdown for the next guy, and nobody arrived. So I was like, man, I don't think anybody did clue up Randy Orton. He was probably at home watching on pay-per-view, premium live event, going, all you had to do was ring. It turned into a wonderful moment though, because Rhea Ripley came out instead with the Money in the Bank briefcase, and it actually felt like they were going to cash it in. And why did it stop? Because we heard, I hear voices in my head, and the Viper was back. He got such a good reaction. He was so damn happy. I don't care, man. I love Randy Orton. Especially because he has clearly been smashing those weights. The dude was mega jacked. I was like, yes. He finished everybody off too when he clocked eyes with Drew, and these two looked at each other, so it was super serious. And that's when Damian Priest was back, and he attacked Orton from behind. We got some real camaraderie here though, because the baby faces were then helping out Randy. But once again, this is when the Viper looked around, and who did he see? Jey Uso. Like, everybody wants to get Jey. Uso just ran. Damian saw that as his opening though, and do you know why he wasn't able to get to Randy Orton? Because somebody hit him with a kick that was super, and it was Jey Uso. So this was his message saying, Randy, I didn't mean to do what I did do, even though he definitely did. But once again, we were tying it in. Once again, we had our heroes hitting all of their finishes then, when only one person was left. And it was J.D. McDonagh. Now, rightfully so, he was like, well, I'm just going to get out of here. What is the point? But when he got to the top of the cage, he was stopped by Seth and Sammy. And you're not going to believe this. Because Randy was in the middle of the ring, was like, do it, I want to do it. So they threw him off right into the RKO. I was like, would you look at that? It took 5 minutes. One of the best RKOs I've ever seen. It was super interesting too, because Orton then got Damian Priest. He threw him to Cody, who hit the crossroads, and that's the guy that took the 3. So this ties into the Women's War Games match. You can now tell the same story with Damian Priest. You were meant to be the captain, and it was you that lost. Even though it was definitely J.D. McDonagh's fault. So let's throw it up on this, because it was also a very good War Games match. Of course, this is when the Survivor Series graphic came up on the screen, which was meant to make you go, oh, I'm sure nothing else is going to happen. You were totally, totally wrong. Because yes, from nowhere, Cult of Personality remastered version did hit. Out came CM Punk. And if you want to tell me this is one of the loudest pops of all time, I can't argue with you. It gave me flubbing goosebumps. So you absolutely have to go and see this for yourself. And as I said earlier, the backstage madness is interesting, but that's not why we tune on for the damn thing. So seeing CM Punk back in WWE a decade after he left and in Chicago, well, I'm just intrigued. And if we do Seth Rollins versus CM Punk, which is the rumor at the Royal Rumble, plug me in, I am here for that. Speaking of Seth as well, everyone saw his reaction afterwards. He was like, I hate you so much. But look, Seth Rollins is amazing. Seth Rollins is one of the best wrestlers in the world, and Seth Rollins is a consummate professional. I'm not saying he's happy that he is back, but in terms of what he was doing here, well, once again, I think you're being worked. Don't know what that is. That's perfectly fine, man. Enjoy the ride. It's damn fun. In fact, it's so much fun, it doesn't just get an up, it gets a golden up. I would take a return like this any day of the week. I've watched it 5 times now, because I am a massive geek. And now, well, what do? We could get to WrestleMania, not this one, and it could be Cody Rhodes versus CM Punk in a main event in WWE. I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go, but it does give me one big hope, my friends, and I'm never gonna let it die now. One day, I mean it, the Repo Man will make his triumphant comeback. Which brought us to the end of Survivor Series, and I'm not gonna lie, I enjoyed this show so much, I'm giving it a golden up. I don't even think it's one of the best pay-per-views, premium live events, that WWE has done this year, but in terms of feel and excitement and just wanting to get online and share my thoughts with people afterwards, it is one of the best in that sense. Claps all round. Now, please do let me know what you thought about the Survivor Series in the comments below. Like the video, share the video, and subscribe. Click the video on the screen, which is ups and downs for, I don't know what it will be. It'll be ups and downs. The last ups and downs we did. Dynamite, AEW Dynamite. Make sure you check that as well. WhatCulture.com, at Simon316, and WhatCulture WWE on that there X or Twitter or social media, Instagram. But otherwise, go and watch the Survivor Series. Have a good time. Check out AEW Collision 2 and just enjoy this ball of sports entertainment. I'm having a wonderful time. See you soon.